All right, so at this time, we are welcoming author, podcast, businesswoman, coach, podcast influencer, Coach Tina Ramsey.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above par. Never lasting, motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health is here, we got it. Reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far, you know. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. Yourself, your health is here, we got it. Reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far, you know. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network.
If anybody's interested in getting into podcasting, grab this book. Go on Amazon, grab this book. It goes with me almost everywhere. This book has like a workbook. It has places you can fill it in. It tells you how to monetize your podcast. It tells you how to set it up. It tells you about sponsorships. Listen, go on Amazon, get this book. And this is the Bible for podcasters. Listen, it was ranked #1 in podcasting books. Look right here. Best new podcasting book by Book Authority. Right there. Boom. And a little secret. Y'all, when you grab this book, I think it's page 43, there is a code on there. Listen, you can get access to her class, her course. Get her course. It's worth hundreds of dollars. But this book it's less than $50. Grab this book on Amazon. I'm telling you, I carry it everywhere. She is the best. Grab this book on Amazon.
Hello, everybody. How are you doing on today? This is our CTR Media Network live stream. Yes, live stream where we are connecting you. Hello, everybody. How are you doing on today? This is our CTR Media Network
people being resilient, working hard, giving their best. Don't come to me with excuses. And really just setting that tone of what's expected in my household is important. And so for you, for my listeners, what is it that you feel that you need to set the tone for in your home? Is it, if your home is lacking peace, let's get the peace there, because your home is your safety net. Your home should be a place of peace, of love, of joy, peace, happiness. Really the fruits of the spirit, right? And so whatever is lacking, I stand in agreement with you to have it, because I know what it's like when you don't have peace. And so having peace, man, you can just take on the world, right? But when you don't have peace, there's so much going on. And so I stand in agreement with you. Whatever that is, whatever you need, I stand in agreement with you to help you get there. So today we're also talking about if you have a limited mindset versus a growth mindset. As we know, a growth mindset is someone who's open-minded. They are not talking about everything's a scam. Like, they take the time to hear, listen, and see things through before they're like, no, 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 right? And they're just really at a place where they can cultivate their inner learning and just be great. And so when we think about that, and we just think about life in general and everything that you have overcome, when you think about yourself and growing up, because a lot of times our way of thinking, our thoughts, the way we are, it comes from how we are raised, right? But then once you become a grown-up, it's your job to do your research. It's your job to expand your thoughts, expand your knowledge, expand your circles. So when we think about having a growth mindset, are you that person that is willing to soak in knowledge, get all the facts before you make a decision? Are you that person who, is receptive to open criticism? Are you that person who understands that, okay, I have that internal motivation, that I'm not going to make excuses or say because you didn't do something, I can't be great? No, that's just not how things work in life. Are you that person that knows that, okay, failure doesn't mean I call it quits? That just means I can learn from those mistakes and I'm going to push myself to be better. Are you a person who's willing to try new things, who gets out of your comfort zones, is willing to learn something new and just do something that's not in your norm? That's what having a growth mindset is. And not putting other people down for doing something that you've never had the courage to do. So when we think about a limited, I like to call it block mindset, those are people who say, okay, feedback, it's criticism. They believe that their abilities are predetermined by genes. So basically things are passed down. I can never be any better, do any better, because you know what? It's in my genes. Are you that person that believes that failure is supposed to be what you're not good at? So boom, I'm not good at it. I'm not going to ever be good at it. Or are you that person that says, you know what? I don't like to get out of my comfort zone, so I'm not going to get out of my comfort zone. Or are you that person that says, I'll never be good enough? Not me, not I. And so those are two different people that I described, the limited blocks and the growth mindset. And I don't know about you guys, but when you are on the path of being a growth mindset, because that's what I am, and that's all I want around me, you don't want people around you who have that limited or block mindset. Because when you're on the road just to success, you don't want that around you. And when you think about yourself and being positive, when you're a positive person, you don't want to be surrounded by negativity. You don't want to be surrounded by people who just don't. Okay. And so it's just important for you to just start living life, dream big. And if you surround yourself with people who are going somewhere, you will be able to take on so much in life. And so I think it's important for us to understand, okay, how do I continue to cultivate a positive mindset? especially in the midst of negativity and in the midst of people who just don't. Well, it starts with you and really seeing what is it that I truly, truly need. Just like at church yesterday, we started studying the book of Ruth. And it's always, I love getting different perspectives on different books of the Bible or how different pastors will teach something. So yesterday we went to Life Church. You can find this message online, Pastor Craig Groeschel. And he talked a lot about, just understanding the basics and understanding the background, for example, the Moabites, and just understanding where they came from and their brokenness. And sometimes we allow ourselves thinking that we can fix, quote unquote, fix people or fix things. But some people are so broken that they can't be, in a sense, because that is like generation after generation after generation after generation. But we have to learn to recognize what is and state the obvious and understand that we have a choice. We can either continue on or we can go back to where we know our roots lie. Meaning we go back to where we know, okay, I have to get back to the promised land. I have to stay connected to the source. And when we know that, in order to thrive, we're going to thrive. And so another way of looking at it is like this. If we're all on the boat and somebody ain't right and they leading us down the wrong direction, we got to toss them, right? Because I cannot go where I desire to go or be where I desire to be if I have people who are around me with a negative mindset. If I have people who are around me who are constantly dragging me down and not uplifting and building me up. But it goes both ways, because you got to be that person that's uplifting and positive and motivating and giving. And so I just feel like it's just important for us to check ourselves and say, okay, where am I? Nobody's perfect. I'm not saying you're going to be positive every single day, because nobody's perfect. But what I am saying to you, if there's someone that's in your circle, in your boat, that is not pushing you and propelling you to be better, they're not adding nothing to that relationship or adding anything to that friendship, we got to let them go. Because what's meant to be will be, and it'll come back around to you. And God has shown me that time and time and time again. And I think for many people, it's the fear of loss. It's the fear of, the unknown. But in life, we have to take those leaps of faith. And if God has called you to do something, I encourage you to do it. So the question still remains, okay, so what do I do? Well, we toss them off the boat, right? But the key in life is understanding that you won't enjoy the outcome unless you enjoy the process. You won't enjoy the outcome unless you enjoy the process, meaning that we have to celebrate our small wins to get to the big win, meaning that we have to acknowledge where we are, and I've been guilty of this too, of not taking the time to celebrate myself when I accomplish something great. Because I'm like, I gotta get here. I desire to get here. But the key is we have to enjoy that. Enjoy that moment. Enjoy is raising our children to get them to graduate, right? And to get them to be ready and prepared for the world, right? Outside of life. And so it's just important for us to understand and do what we know is right. We have to be open to new possibilities. We have to focus on our strengths. We have to be in the present. And I put focus on being in the present because I can't tell you how many times I've been here and I'm thinking about this, or I'm there. I'm here, but I'm not here because I'm there. And so it's just important for us to be focused, be in the present, and understand that there's a difference between what you can control and what you cannot control. And so when you understand what you can control, man, the sky is the limit for you, because this is something that I can control. And when you focus on what you can control, man, you're going to accomplish so much in your life. But again, thank you guys for tuning in to Ingeniously Made Whole. Just to recap today, we went over the importance of cultivating a positive mindset. Don't allow anyone to stop you from being great and being positive. I know things happen in life. And some people can just dry you all up. And so I encourage you to reevaluate your circle, your space, and whoever it is, whatever it is, cut them off. Cut them off. If you know that you've been called to be greater, we got to have people in your circle that's going to push you and propel you to reach where you desire to be. And so I'm all for positivity. So I encourage you to be positive, think positive, and just give your best. Again, thank you guys for tuning in. Make sure you follow me. Go to my website, focusyoursuccess.com, and make sure you follow me at Ingeniously Made Whole on Instagram and Facebook. And you can also find me on TikTok at I am. All right, what's up, everybody? I am so excited to have you guys tuning in with me, Brittany Petty. I am just super ecstatic because, first of all, it's the middle of the week. And, it's just really a blessing to
Join the She Trucking Foundation today and be a part of a supportive community of women in the trucking industry. Unlock exclusive access to valuable resources, including mentorship, educational workshops, and networking opportunities. Whether you're an experienced professional or just starting your trucking journey, She Trucking is here to empower you and help you thrive. Visit www.shetrucking.com to join us and drive your trucking career to new heights.
Take the time that you do have, treat it preciously with your family, with your children, and just love on each other and live life, because there's just so much going on. It is, and I talk to a lot of people day in and day out.
The Homeschooling Interactive magazine is a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today on Amazon.com by simply searching the Homeschooling Interactive magazine. The Homeschooling Interactive magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy from Amazon today.
Ideas, and it's not a reflection on you. We need to embrace that we live in an era where there's more information than any of us can absorb, but it doesn't mean we're going to close our minds. It means we're going to be open. And like you were saying, Anna, you don't have to know everything, but you know where to find it.
That's it.
You have the information at your fingertips.
That's it.
So, and you are an early childhood educator, is that correct?
Yes, I am. I love my babies.
Tell our listeners a little bit about that.
Well, let me tell you, when I talk about vision on my thing, I'm going to talk about, I can tell you from the time, age 6, I knew I wanted to be a teacher. That was my goal in life, to be a teacher. And so I ended up being a teacher, and I'm still teaching. The podcast and working with daycares and doing my cake, teaching classes and in the cake decorate. I'm still teaching. So I'm just going to say I'm just a born teacher. But I always liked the babies because that was the starting point to me. And I read this book by Burton A. White, I believe that's his name. And he was a Yale instructor in early childhood at Yale University. And his philosophy was that by the age of 6, that the child knew everything they needed to know in life. So if they did not get that good foundation by the time age 6,
Okay.
then they're going to be lacking in education. Well, I looked at that and I said, there's 2 things or maybe more that I came up with that I felt needed to happen. And one of those was there needed to be some type of program from the hospital for the parent to take home with them.
Yes.
So that they would know what to do, because there is no books on parenting. Okay. You don't go to school for parenting.
Exactly.
You can read about different things, but you're not going to read unless you're educated. Okay. So let's be honest. If you're educated, then you want to know these things. That's why I read, I was reading the book. And he gave quite a few things. And what I really liked about his philosophies and stuff, that he gave activities to do for the babies from the time they were born up until the time they were 6 years old. I mean, from the time they were in, like in the playpen, talking to them,
Right.
reading to them, doing all of those type of things. So I liked his philosophy, and I developed that philosophy with my child. Now that's another story in itself. She is a brain. So it's my granddaughter. She had, when she was born, her foot was turned a funny way. She had to wear a certain brace or something to correct that. And in the book, it talks about as they lay in the playpen, put this little bar and let them just play with it. And she played with that. It gave different activities for motor skills, cognitive skills, all of those things. So I took that his philosophy in those activities, as well as there was, I believe, a Chinese couple who had, I think, about 6 or 7 children. They all were girls, and they all were geniuses. And so when you see something like that, they're doing something. What is it that they're doing? You need to look at that, because you can learn from that, I felt. And so what they said they did was they just read to the children every day. They read from the time of conception.
Yes.
Because the first thing that develops in a baby is their hearing. That's why when the baby comes out, they know your voice, because they've heard it so many times.
That's right.
So they I just those are types of things that I think that needs to be conveyed. So I developed that with my daughter and my granddaughter. Well, not with my granddaughter, but my daughter carried it over to my granddaughter. Both of them are avid readers to this day. To the point where my granddaughter will go to the library and maybe on Friday and get maybe 4 or 5 books by Sunday. She's done with them. And then my daughter reads audiobooks. And she's an avid reader to this day. Even though I was a reader too, but I don't think I was like them. But I developed those things because I said, if they're doing that, they're doing something that's right to make them do that. I don't think that the Dr. White is alive now, but I think I still have his book downstairs, because it was like a Bible to me.
Wow.
Early childhood activities to do with my child,
Yeah.
And it was to the point where reading a book, she would go and get a book. She could read the book to me. And
Wow.
seriously, she could actually, after a while, she would say, well, I said, okay, you read to me. And she could read it to me.
That's
So
incredible.
those are type of things that I need to convey. And I'm going to be honest with you, in the Black community, just here, I can say in the latter years,
Mhm.
they have been putting their children in daycares. Now,
Mhm.
putting a child in the daycare, if it's not developmentally appropriate, ain't gonna do any good. You see what I'm saying? So that's where I come in with that. But I have been in situations in the school system
Mhm.
where that parent will come to me and say, I send them to school for you to teach. And so parents need to understand that they are the first teachers.
Right.
We are the second teachers.
Mhm.
And
Mhm.
so you need to work with the amount of time you spend with them. It's the quality of the time
Yes.
that you spend with them. And that I can tell you right now that my daughter and my granddaughter, they look forward to reading every night before going to bed. It was a ritual.
Mhm.
It truly
Mhm.
was a
Mhm.
ritual. So I don't know whether they read it or I read it or the daddy read it. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? It was just a ritual, so.
But these are such pearls that you're sharing with us, Anna, and I'm looking forward to with your podcast to you sharing more. And I hope our listeners' ears are burning and say, "Yeah, I want more. I want more," because they're lessons that can greatly enhance the quality of your life and your children's lives.
It really, really, yeah. So
Truly.
that's why I include children in my podcast and things to do with your children, because
Yes.
you don't find podcasts where they kind of gear toward the children.
Mhm.
It's usually on something traumatic has happened in their life. I want to share that as well, but I want positive situations as well, because positive uplifts you. You don't want to be drained. And those type of situations like that are learning situations. So we have to learn and we have to kind of like move on. I think we've all had some type of trauma or drama in our lives.
It's so true. It's so true. And that's a part of, how would you say, evolving, right? It's not staying stuck. We've
Mhm.
all had tough experiences. And
Mhm.
I'm not at all minimizing. I've worked with people with really severe trauma,
Right.
but they're people too, and there needs to be life after that trauma. And even for now, I'll tell you what, today with youngsters, okay, there's so much bullying, there's a lot of these influences, the social media, and
Mhm.
we have to be more equipped and empowered. So the pearls you're learning from Anna as a parent are only going to help you be the very best parent that you can be. And because it's not an easy world out there.
Mm-mm.
That's an understatement.
Not easy at all.
But we want to, as Anna's saying, and I think that's what I'm hearing you say, Anna, yeah, take a positive stance, take a positive position, and, don't give up hope. Say, it just deepens your hope.
Mhm.
It deepens your resolve
Mhm.
that you're going to learn more, you're going to implement, and you're going to do better. You're going to feel better.
I think the Bible says it best. You got to persevere. You got to persevere. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Alethea Tucker, and I am the CEO of Jolie's Enterprises. I'm also the host of a show entitled Reinvent and Rise, and the host of a podcast entitled Leveling Up the Podcast with Alethea Tucker. I recently had the distinct pleasure of working with Tina Ramsey and CTR Media Network in one of her programs where she taught me how to get exposure for my podcast. She increased my visibility tremendously, and she showed me how to monetize both of my shows to make them revenue-generating
so
products.
definitely check out
I am so ecstatic and so happy with the service that she and her staff provided to me. She went above and beyond what I expected, and I certainly got far more than I ever dreamed I would get with her. So I highly recommend her for any of her programs. I highly recommend her as someone to go to if you are looking to increase what you do with your podcast, make it better. If you're looking to get visibility, definitely speak with her. You will not go wrong with her or anyone on her staff.
Up for you. I'm your host, Kim Jacobs, better known as the Balance Doctor. And all of our guests that come on, they're either people that have overcome some tremendous odds in their own lives as they balance this thing called life, or they're experts and they're here to share tips and strategies that will help you better balance and manage your life. Grab your virtual seats and let's get ready for some real relevant and relatable content on today's episode of the Kim Jacobs Show. Hello, everyone, and welcome to this episode of the Kim Jacobs Show. I am so excited to have with us Dr. Nikki Ziegler and some of the Herpreneur Network authors that's here today talking about being an overcomer. Listen, grab your virtual seats. We're going to have a great time. How are you ladies today?
Hey, doing great.
You looking awfully spiffy over there, Dr. Nikki Ziegler.
I'm bringing it every time. You know, that's what I do.
You do it right. So you leading by example. I want y'all in the comment section to just recognize that this woman who is the spearheader of the Herpreneur Network, she becoming correct, right? So she's not playing. What you over there working with, Dr. Nikki?
Listen, I'm wearing this Glory Cosmetic makeup. Shout out to Shane. And of course, I got my Sheen shirt on. I got from Sheen. Y'all know I love Sheen. And I got my lashes. I got my hair cut, but it's cute. I'm giving today.
Oh, you're giving some good, wonderful energy. And I don't know, people be saying vibes. All I know is it's the Holy Spirit of the Lord just permeating through your pores over there. All right, ladies over there too. Y'all are working with some wonderful things too. Talk to us, Dr. Faye. What you working with over there?
What I'm working with today? Well, Dr. Nikki done stole the show. I ain't lying. She looked at marvelous, phenomenal, magnificent. You know, I'm just being me on today. I'm chilling back. You know,
that's funny over there, Renee. Renee, you serious too? You like, okay, get to me. It's my turn. I'll tell you what I'm working with over here. Tell us what you're working with, Renee.
I'm just embracing the glory of God. Just embracing.
Isn't that a beautiful place to be? Just embracing.
Yes, ma'am.
I feel it all the way over here. I feel the love, the excitement, especially with this season right now, just season of gratitude and just being able to be thankful. Anytime we get the opportunity to salt this earth, I believe it's a blessing from God. You all, we sharing those sentiments?
It is. It's a blessing from God. And you have to show up, though. I think I'm in a season now. God said, I got to show up unapologetically, Kim. We can't take no more excuses. God He give all of us 24 hours in a day. It's what you do. 24 hours will set the tone for the rest of your life. What does your heart posture look like? What does the tone that you're giving to the world says about who you are and who He is? We got to continue to make His name famous in the world. That's what I do.
I agree. I'm excited about this episode, y'all. So make sure you all participate and chime in. We're talking with the author, the visionary herself, with Dr. Nikki Ziegler. And I want to make sure I let you know officially that this is what we're talking about today, being an overcomer woman. And it's not women, it's a woman. And I want to ask you why woman in that, because we know that there are women that write this book, but tell us why a woman.
It symbolized taking ownership. When you say the word women, I could have either said overcoming women, telling a story. Right. But when you say the word woman, it's a ownership. Like, you gonna tell your story. You know what you done been through. I wasn't there. They wasn't there, but you know what you have endured. And when you hear the word woman, that's some power to it. We are a woman.
I'm woman. I am woman.
And I love who I am.
And I do too. I love who God created me to be. I just am so grateful for that,
Right.
This is awesome.
Coaster ride, Kim. We done all had our roller coaster ride, even with you last month. I was really praying for you because I know you was grieving over your son. And I saw your picture, and every time I saw it, it came on my timeline a lot of times. And I just began to just pray. Every time I seen that picture, I said, you know what? Let me stop right here and pray, because she's in her season where she's grieving. And we got to be okay with grieving. We got to be okay with being happy. We're emotional creatures. And the problem that we cannot continue to do is keep closing our mouth and shutting down how we feel. Speak out on how you feel at that present time. I was talking to a young lady yesterday. Her husband passed away yesterday morning. She's been married with him for 36 years. He died yesterday morning. And she said, Dr. Nikki, people are judging me because I won't cry. She said he suffered 6 years. She said, I'm not crying because I know where he's going. He's going to heaven. And I want to celebrate instead of cry. And I said, you know what? Do what makes you happy.
That's
whatever makes you feel good about yourself. Do it. Don't worry about who's looking at you, what they say about you. Keep showing up unapologetically.
That's right. Yeah. My son, he's not lost. And no picture that I ever post do I ever want anyone to feel like I lose hope in any circumstance, because I know where my son is. I just have to get there too one day to reunite with him, so I'm not confused at all. Right. At all.
I feel like I love how you express yourself. A lot of women, they get on Facebook, y'all tell the truth, and all thing you see is happy, 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 happy. But y'all know we have listen, I had some moments this weekend. My grandmother passed away. I've been grieving over her. It's okay to cry. It's okay. God said in his word, it's a time and season for what?
Everything.
You just have to know how to handle that time and season.
That's right.
That's what you do with the season.
That's right. But every season will come. Every season will come. I'm writing. I have that in a book that I'm writing, but all of us are going to go through those seasons, and God knows exactly where we are in those seasons. Yeah. Yeah. So, okay, listen. Okay, y'all, we got to get started with the show, right? Because we said we can have some girlfriend talk all day long. I love this herpreneur group and network group, and it is just very inviting. They're constantly communicating. I see y'all on Clubhouse. Y'all everywhere. Y'all all about these streets everywhere, getting to these herpreneurs. All right, listen. We're going to take let me see. Some people may have already come in. Okay, let me take a commercial break, and then we're going to come right back and jump right into today's discussion, everybody. We'll be right back.
My father had 4 of his fingers amputated in a workplace accident. It was the first injured individual I represented, and I knew I had to win that case. When someone walks into my office and they've been injured, I know what they're going through. If you've been injured at work with Hunter and Everett. We've got the experience, so let us help you.
All right, everyone, we are back, and we are talking with the founder, the visionary herself, Dr. Nikki Ziegler. And I just like to pop this picture up because I just love this. I love this right here. That right there, that's what she's working with, right? When she in her mode over there. All right, as the visionary, I just want you all to know that Dr. Nikki is the founder of the Life Christian College online school that allows life, business, and master's coaches to get their certifications. She has launched the company since 2019 and now have over 250 students from all over the world. The school also certifies public speakers, events, and wedding planners. In May 2021, she received her PhD in theology from the Touch of Love Institute and is now serving on the board of directors of several organizations. Then this woman has been building her brand for over 15 years, and notables like Bishop Henry Fernandez, Hope Today Magazine, Bishop T.D. Jakes, Bishop Clarence E. McClendon. These are some of the names you may know. These are people that she's been affiliated with on her journey. I want to make sure you all know Dr. Nikki Ziegler is here today, but she's also going to talk about this book, Overcomer, the Overcomer Woman, and 2.0. Talk to us, if you will, about what made you decide to go that particular route.
So, we already have a book called The Overcomer Woman. We did it about 2 years ago. We had about 14 women came and partnered with me. Because this is, first of all, it's a partnership for number one. I am a collaborator. I feel like in order for you to grow in business or in ministry or whatever you're doing, you got to collaborate with some people. You got to stop doing things by yourself for yourself, right? And so I knew I had a story. I know I've been through some stuff. Most of the stuff I did to myself, Kim, I'm very honest. You got to be authentic, number one. And so with that being said, I wanted to create a platform to help women to tell their stories. Some people can't do a whole book by themselves. Anthologies, and Kim and I both know, because we've done a lot of them, anthologies are books to help people tell their story and get them off the ground, and then they're able to write their own book. And so I wanted to introduce these women because I feel like a lot of them have some amazing stories. Some of them have been through some stuff. And so this right here was allowing them to have a safe place where they're able to showcase who they are, tell what they do, and see what's next for them. So I just believe that we all are overcomers, but the only stipulation, and they'll tell you what I said to them was, hey, if you know you ain't overcame, you better not talk about that particular subject. Because
that's good. That's good. Talk about that more right there. Why?
The devil's job is to help you to feel like you overcome, all to set you up and make life worse, right? And so if you're not authentic that you overcame, why are you talking about something you still dealing with? Why are you talking about something you still struggling with? If you know you smoke weed, or if you know you drink, if you know you party, if you know you have been molested, or you know you have been raped, or you still holding out against that person, you have not overcame.
Wow.
With it. And
well,
so
wait. Before you finish, because I kind of want to hear, if you don't mind, can you hold that thought for a second or no?
No.
Only because I want to hear your philosophies right quick on that too, Dr. Faye and Renee, with what she just said. Do you share in that sentiment that if you haven't officially overcame, then you shouldn't be talking about it? Or do you feel like you can be talking about it as you're overcoming? Real quick.
I definitely feel like that if you have not overcome that obstacle or that hurdle, leave it where it is, because you're still holding on to extra baggage and you're not able to move forward, still holding on to something that has happened in the past. So you have to deal with the root of that first before you can even move forward. So I'm definitely in agreement with that.
Interesting. Okay, go ahead, Dr. Faye. Any input on that?
Well, I think they pretty much said it. I think when you have in order to overcome, you actually have to overcome all of that situation. Like Renee was saying, down to the root, or you have not overcome. I think that, she sparked something, Dr. Nikki did. It may be some people that need to write about overcoming, trying to overcome, but it's past tense. To overcome something is to get past it. But it might be a book that can, for people that are trying to overcome, trying to reach that mark, because I'm sure that they have a lot to say. And sometimes people don't have that platform. But once they start to talk about it, they have room to expand and to overcome. It builds that confidence. It helps them maneuver onto that road of having overcome. So I think she just hit something new and made a platform for somebody else that have not overcome. I'm trying to overcome. I'm trying to get there.
Right.
I seek to overcome my situation. So there you go, Dr. Nikki. You got another book you came up with.
Well, I have a theory on it too, right quick,
I
because
get it.
this is probably some really good discussion, because I believe that we're always overcoming something, in my opinion. And the reason that I feel that way as the balanced doctor and and being here as one of the ambassadors of Christ is because I think that we're ever learning and we're always striving to be what God would have us to be. And I do think that there are some things that are tests that we do pass those tests. And until we pass those tests, we really can't just go on to the next particular test, because it's like, oh, you're going to keep experiencing this until you're going to get an A on this. This is serious. You know what I'm saying? So I do agree that we need to overcome in order to give from the overflow, which is what a lot of people talk about. You can't give from an empty cup, a half empty cup. You got to get to that full mark yourself and then be able to start pouring from blessing other people. So in that regard, I actually 100% agree with you in that regard. But then I also have areas in my life that I'm always striving to be what God would aspire me to be or expect me to be. And so from that, I'm ever learning and developing, and I can't wait to teach other people something, because then everybody's missing out as I'm walking on this journey called life. But God may have said, nobody told you to be quiet while you walking. You need to still be salt in this earth and doing what I told you. That's my thoughts on it. Anyway.
No, but I'll say this right here. And I'm always saying this. If you have something, or if you have endured something, Kim, and you're afraid or you're ashamed to talk about it, you haven't overcame.
Okay, that's good. That right there, put a bookmark.
Right there. If you have not endured, if you still enduring things like sexual abuse right now, you still, that's, and you're trying to overcome, that's trying to overcome, you haven't overcame.
Right.
Two different things. And we have to really be honest. And that's why if you read the cover, it said they have endured obstacles. That means they had to go through some stuff to get to the other side, the other side of their necks that God has for them. But if you're hiding things right now, or you're ashamed. Oh, I remember when I had an abortion. Like, I can talk about my abortion bluntly, because I actually aborted a baby back when I was 19 years old. Did I want to abort? No, but because of my parents' decision, I had to do what I had to do. But I'm not afraid to say I have aborted a child, right? Because I say this because I don't want nobody else to say, well, you know what I'm saying? Well, I can't overcome it. Yes, you can. Now, do I think about my son? I was 5 months pregnant when I had, that was major. That was 5 months pregnant. That's a whole baby. But I went through that, and God, of course, blessed me with 6 other children now. But I had to go through that, and I overcame that. So I could go and talk to another young lady and say, hey, you might not want to do this. You know what I'm saying? Because now I'm totally against abortions. I overcame. I could talk about it. But when you cannot talk about it, baby, you still talk with some stuff.
That's some good. Oh my gosh! And I saw you, Mackenzie, who helps me backstage. She put the views expressed. The views expressed are our own, including mine individually. With the show, it's not that of the show itself or any representation of any network that I represent. Because I always have to put that disclaimer out there too, because we have our own personal views. And yeah, so I've had miscarriage. Well, you know, like when you have those early pregnancies, when they're chemical and different things. So I've experienced that where I knew I was pregnant and did not be able to have the child. So again, things like that happen along our journey, and we don't always know the rhyme or the reason why things are happening, but they still happen at different seasons of our lives. But God blessed me with 5 children, even though I was told I would never have children. I was actually told by a physician after emergency surgery I could not have children. I'm like, what? And now I have 5 that came from my body. All right, y'all. So listen, we're just having a conversation. If you in the studio audience want to chime in as well, please feel free to do so. Dr. Nikki, how was it as far as getting these particular collaborators with you in your anthology? What makes you choose them in particular?
Well, I feel like I don't want just anybody. Like we did have a lot of people to apply. I can't lie to you. But it's all about being with kindred people. God said, test the spirit by the spirit. God said, be equally yoked to people who are going down the same road you're going down. And so when I think about specifically Dr. Faye and Renee, first of all, Renee is my spiritual daughter. She's a part of my church. She's a member of my church, actually, and she's a member of the network. But Renee, she's different. She's unique. She's peculiar. And I felt like what she had to say, and you will see, is going to provoke some people to show up for themselves.
Yeah.
And then Dr. Faye and I have been knowing each other for a long time. And actually, her uncles are my godfathers. And what I love about Dr. Faye is that she's well-rounded. She's a serial herpreneur. She's a bishop's wife. She's a pastor. She and I have a lot of things in common together. But we understand we got kingdom to do. This book is about ministry.
Yeah.
About changing the lives and say, if God can do it for me, he can do it for you, but you just got to believe.
Yes.
And that's why I chose these two women right here, because I know we out here put a black eye in the devil's face every chance we get.
I love it. I love it. Listen, I said Dr. Renee, but I know you Renee Hunter over there. I want to make sure people know you are a wife of Jarvis Hunter, the mother of Mercedes Rudolph, grandmother of two beautiful girls. You are a teacher, head teacher at Kershaw Head Start, and you've been teaching for over 19 years. It's your mission to serve God and to serve others. I'm so excited about that. Working with kids, teens, and writing is your passion, and just having this overall love for God. I'm so glad that you're here today as well. And I want to also introduce you all to Dr. Faye Shaw Jenkins. And this woman is the visionary founder of Masterpiece Inc., a nonprofit organization that's dedicated to helping the homeless, hopeless, and those that are hurting, and those that are hungry. I mean, those are like very specific buckets.
Yes.
Homeless, hopeless, hungry, and hurting. That right there is a chapter 2. I don't know if somebody's listening to me. You better put that in somebody's book. Okay. You also serve as a pastor at Brewer Heights MB Church and holds the position of a Mary Kay Senior. That's why you over there looking like you glowing. A Mary Kay Senior Sales Director. And you also have a motto that you have that I'll let you talk about yourself. Welcome, you guys. I'm so glad to have you all on today's episode.
Thank you for having me.
So why, Renee, did you choose to be a part of this anthology yourself?
Actually, the anthology chose me.
Okay.
Dr. Nikki is always doing great things. And I was actually a part of a conference by my sister in Christ. And when she tell you that I'm unique and peculiar, that I am, because I do things differently. Poetry, that's how I write. So I told my story in poetry form. So, and when I was asked to be a part of the anthology, I immediately accepted, because I wanted everybody to know how I overcame death.
How you overcame death?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So once the story is really it hits home, is letting people know that if God did it for her, I know he can do it for me. But you have to be in the right place. You have to be totally rooted in Jesus. And you have to believe that what you're facing, that he will definitely bring you out. I was in a place in my life where my belief wasn't where it was today. And of course, the obstacle, those were obstacles. I had to go through some obstacles to get to where I am today. So.
And you're going to keep it vague, I know, because you're trying to keep it.
Not keep it vague. You got to give us some poetry.
I'm like, you're going to keep it vague, but I'm like, I need to. Okay, I'm going to give you a second. Wait. Right after this commercial break, we're going to come back and we're going to hear a little more detail about how God spared your life from death.
I will.
Yeah, right after this commercial break, everybody. Get your minds right. Renee, we'll be right back. Yes, go ahead, Renee. All right, everyone, we're back and we're getting ready to hear from Renee Hunter about how God spared her life from death. Talk to us, Renee.
So I'm not going to give you guys the whole snippet, but because I want you guys to get the book. It was a morning, kind of felt off to me.
You gotta do it a portrait style, though. You gotta do a portrait style.
Yeah, you poetic. You mean, come on, Renee.
Give us service to peoples. Come on, baby.
Come on. Yeah, you hear it from your head coach over there, so go ahead.
I know, but I tell you what, I don't want to do it because it's for me. It's gonna ruin. I don't want to ruin the book. But I can give you a poem. I can read you a poem that I wrote that was featured in Soigné and Swank magazine. So I'll do that. But I'm gonna give you a little snippet of what my chapter is about.
Yeah.
But it was a morning that kind of felt off to me. The warning come before destruction. It's like God was preparing me for what was ahead because I knew something was off that day. Like it was just totally off. Even the reaction from my daughter was off. Like she never cried when I went to work or anything of that nature, but she just cried and just let go of me that particular day. Even when I got into my car, I just sat there for a while before I even drove off. So just once traveling, looking in the mirror, 18-wheeler trying to pass me. Once the truck tried to pass me and hit my car from the back, and I started flipping. I think at the third flip, I passed out. And when I woke up, I was on the ground. I was thrown out of my seatbelt out through the window. Not even remember hitting the ground, just didn't remember mostly anything. When I look up and saw the car was wrapped around a tree. It wasn't even touching the ground. The trunk of the car was in the back seat. I was supposed to meet my daughter's father that morning because I had no one to watch her while I go to work. So I was supposed to meet him so he could get her. But thankfully, my sister stayed out of school that day. And she was like, hey, I'll stay at home and I'll keep her for you. My daughter's car seat was in the tree. The part where she sit in, it was in the tree. So thankfully, she was not with me that day. Moving forward, went to the hospital, couldn't feel my legs or anything of that nature. I was told I would have to stay in the hospital over 2 weeks. But God didn't say that. He didn't say I had to stay 2 weeks. He didn't say I wasn't going to be able to use my legs. I just know that my back was hurting really, really bad. Come to think of, I had to get 40 staples in my back. But let me tell you the miracle of how I overcame death. First of all, God spared me, gave me another chance at life. And I'm grateful for that. Not only did I have to stay in the hospital 2 weeks, but I walked out the very same day.
The same day?
Same day. It was hours later. I was walking about 2 miles per hour, but I walked out on my own legs that very same day. But God. Yes. So I'm grateful. And that is how I survived. It was just God's grace and mercy and his protection upon me. That is how I survived.
That right there is just that right there is just something that only God can do. Only God can do what you just described.
Only God can do.
No paramedic, nobody
that
made that possible. And y'all, I mean, sometimes it just be like a praise break mode. I got a copyright free version. Hold on. So we'll
y'all hear that? Yeah. My hallelujah belongs to him. My hallelujah belongs to him. Yeah.
Only God can do it.
Only God can do it. Only God did it. Only God did it.
Y'all hear that note?
Yeah.
Only God can do things like that. No human can get credit for. I mean, thank God for the paramedics. Thank God for everybody that showed up, because I'm sure they showed out. But at the end of the day,
the blessing of it was he sent people to me that I know. It was my godfather that found me. My mom and my sister was driving by, from what I was told. My mom and my sister was driving by, and from my understanding, my mom told my sister, somebody has had a bad car accident. She said, by the look of that car, they did not survive, not knowing it was her child that was in that car because of how beat up the car was. My sister, on the other hand, she kept looking back and she told my mom, that's Sean's car. and I could see this girl running towards me. At that moment, didn't have any clue of who she was. And the moment she wrapped her arms around me, I immediately knew this is my sister. But then she looked at me for a moment. She looked at me for a moment and started running through towards the woods. And that's when she noticed that the car seat was in the tree and she thought the baby was in there, but she wasn't. Yes.
Okay. You're right. This right here.
Let me use one more time.
Oh, girl, I gotta go back to that. I done totally done laid back, and I'm in the. Your sister comes. Only God.
Only God. Only
Your
God.
sister and your mama riding by at the same time on the same highway
in the same car.
In the same car, and they see your car. The mama don't know it's your car. But the sister, like, that look like that's my sister's car over there. She come running back. I got chills everywhere over me, y'all.
Yes.
And she running trying to find your baby.
Yes,
who's being watched by your sister at home because she gonna stay home that day.
But God, but
only
come
God.
on now, come on now,
only God.
Come on now,
start going on.
Yes, come on.
Because the Holy Spirit don't only take over in a church environment. The Holy Spirit can take over in any environment, no matter where you are. And I'm gonna tell you.
Listen.
Only God can do it. Only God can do it.
Only God did it. Only God did it. He did it.
Jesus.
I am the proof.
Y'all, if y'all have a praise in your spirit in the studio audience, I want y'all to put some emojis too. You can shout and praise his name and thank him for the goodness of how he spared this woman, Renee's life, spared her baby and left the baby at home. Lord have mercy. You are so worthy of all of our praise. All right. Yes, I am an overcomer woman 2.0. All right, y'all. Listen,
and I just want to give you guys I wrote this poem a few years ago.
God.
It's called "Why Does My Confidence Offend You?" Why does my confidence offend you? When you walk by, you turn your head. I'm really not the envy type. I'm more focused on making it instead. Why does my confidence offend you? Is it because I walk with my head held up and not down? Or is it because I always tend to be happy and I choose not to wear a frown? Why does my confidence offend you? I speak boldly with words of force. If I think it, I spit it out with respect for you, of course. Why does my confidence offend you? My size is not small, medium, or large, but my size is a plus. I step like I own it and walk so hard you can see the dust. My confidence shouldn't offend you. It should inspire you instead to walk with pride and joy while never lowering your head. Stop seeking validation on what you already know to be true. Then you wouldn't have to question why my confidence offends you.
Don't let no confidence offend you after you hear what Renee Hunter just said. Amen. You can walk with your head.
Yes.
All right. Put some of the comments up, if you will, so we can just acknowledge some of the studio audience. Y'all are actively participating. Renee, I'm so grateful you shared that part of your story.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
My goodness. Let's see some of these comments. And y'all make sure you're sharing the broadcast and sharing with your friends. Harriet Washington. Y'all, you have to go and follow Harriet Washington. She has this bold look about her. She's a model. She's a mother. She is a woman entrepreneur. This woman is a force to be reckoned with. Y'all check her out. Good morning, ladies. She said, hey, Harriet, I had a miscarriage last year and it about broke me. Woo. Anybody from a miscarriage perspective would, you know what? I think anytime, Mackenzie, thank you for your comment. Anytime that you know that a child is coming to pass and you find out that you're going to be a mom in some regard, it can obviously be very devastating when things happen, whether it's abortion or whether it's miscarriage or whether it's in vitro fertilization and something didn't go right. It's a lot of different parameters, but God knows how to heal our hearts and heal us on our journey. But that's still, in my opinion, it's still a child. It's a child. The being is a child. And so I know I've helped people that have, well, a person that had a stillbirth, and we still had a memorial and everything in honor of the child, because the child has a name and came to this earth, but was born stillborn. So I got pregnant at 19 and chose life. He's now 2, and I wouldn't do anything differently. Congratulations to you, Mackenzie. Awesome. Do you not have any resentment for the abortion? Mackenzie wanted to know.
Yeah, I do. Let me see what God did for me. And I'm not gonna cry because my makeup's too cute for me to cry today.
Okay. Keep it together.
I gotta tell y'all what God did for me. So as soon as I got pregnant and had the abortion with my son, Chelsea came 6 months later. I got pregnant again 6 months later. So this time I'm like, nope, I'm not doing this. We're gonna keep this baby. I kept Chelsea. And so my daughter got married, Kanaya. She's 22, and her husband is 24. And her husband is born the same month my son would have been born. So guys still end up giving me the son I never had. They're the same age, same month my son would have been born. My son-in-law is the same age as my son. So God will replenish what the enemy has stolen. And me and my son, my actual son, Cooley, who my daughter's married to, we're like this. We're very close. And that's my baby. So he's the son I would have never had. He's 25 years old, because he would have been 6 months after Chelsea. So wow. Yes, I do have those times where I feel kind of low at times because I wonder what he would have been, but everything worked itself out, because if I would have kept him, I would have never had Chelsea. So yeah.
Okay. Wow. Any other questions, comments coming in from the studio audience?
Yes. Hey, Dr.
Dr. Zakia is awesome. She's diversity and inclusion specialist, and we love you, Dr. Zakia. Make sure you come on the show sometime soon. I'd love to have you. P.S. It's insensitive to ask someone why they don't have children. I agree 100% with you. And I never ask people, oh, why aren't you a mom? Or why aren't you? You know what? Everybody has their own story and their own situation and circumstances. And I think that you can only share your personal experience and what God did for you in that instance. And I'm always going to give honor and praise for where my personal blessing came from. But I never, ever disagree or disregard somebody else's thoughts or what God has in store for them. Because even if we're not physical mothers, you are a mother figure.
That's right.
To somebody, auntie, you're a mentor, you're a big sister, you're something special to somebody that needs you. Anybody else want to chime in on that?
Dr. Faye?
Oh, I think that's true. Because someone doesn't have kids. I know several people that do not have kids, but they're educators. The ones that I know are educators. So they have lots of children. They have classrooms full of children. And it's personal with them. They want to see each child grow and become who God has deemed them to become. So she sprinkles a little bit of hope, a little bit of love, a little bit of joy, a little bit of Jesus into each and every child that breaks the threshold of her classroom door. And not just them, the ones that break the threshold of the school's door. The way she carries herself, the way that she treats children as if they were their own. So we don't know everybody's story as to why they don't have children, but I know a lot of women that treat other people as though it was their children. Having godchildren, if you really look at the definition of godchildren. You just don't have godchildren to have godchildren. So because if something happened to their parents, you step in.
That's right.
You just don't say, oh, and that's what I don't understand, not to say anything against younger people, but when people that are 18, 19, they go and get a girlfriend that's 18 or 19 to be their child's godparent. Can they really take care of your child if something happened to you that day? You really want to get someone that's capable of taking care of your child, not just physically, but emotionally, mentally, and spiritually. So we have to look at that and be wise to whom we choose to be our godparents for our children, and be wise of who we accept to be godparents too. I personally have 7 godchildren, and I birth children, but I chose to do that, and I have taken it seriously, because if something happens, then I and my husband, we step in and we do the things that we need to do along their life's journey, even now. So we have one godson that he is just in our lives. He's here with us every other week, so he's with us. So
that's good.
We sharing that. So it's a responsible act. So no, never negate the fact that someone does not physically birth a child. Because they are children to many, if that's what they seek. Some people choose not to have children. They do not desire to have children.
That's right.
And they do not desire to even work with children.
And that's perfectly fine too.
Yes.
It is not,
So
it's not everybody's not going to be a parent. And so that's whatever the person chooses. There are pastors' wives that I know personally that have an army of children. They may not physically have children, but because they are over ministry with all of these other people's children, they are adored and revered and loved, and they reciprocate that to these children and go to some extremes to help them in different regards. So, okay, so that's the answer to that. Candace said, my God, my God, my God. Okay, Candace, any other comments? Hey, Candace. All right, other comments. Let's keep them flowing in for a second, just for a minute. We're getting ready to hear from Dr. Fayshaw Jenkins as well. But let me throw a couple more comments up, because I've seen a lot of people take time to type in. Let's see. I see you saying awesome queen over there. Candace is, who is that? Hey, Coach Ann McEwen. Glad to have you. And Harriet said, I honor you, woman of God. Love you, Kim Jacobs. Love you too. The poem is powerful, Tanya said. God confidence, step boldly into your purpose. Oh, wow. Deron Swan said, I've miscarried my abilities. He's a male, and he said, I've miscarried my abilities many times on my journey to growth. That's an interesting way of putting it. He actually is the author of 101 Things That You Need to Know About Jail, because he feels like people need to understand what to know and what to do when people are experiencing jail when they come out. So it's a lot of different theories and things here. All right. Thank you so much for some of your comments. I see you, Renee Hunter. I see you. My mom is on. My mom said, now my mom typing in her 70s is a huge deal. Okay. Okay, I know some of y'all are muted, but let me go to my mom. Put my mama's comment up, Mackenzie.
Wow.
So I don't get in trouble here now. Where's my mama?
No.
Wait, give me 1 second. Did my mom's comment come up? Because I don't see it.
Look at Almighty God works. Praise his name. Yes, Mama Ellen. Praise the name of God.
All right, everybody. I had to get that comment up. Right after this commercial break, we're going to hear from another one of the authors of I Am an Overcomer Woman 2.0, taking that ownership. We'll be right back right after this break.
Why learn about health when you can experience it? Experience it in beautiful Florida in February 2024. Join us for 3 days of integrative and intensive health and healing education and empowerment with the expertise of the following Healthopedia author, speaker, and facilitators. The world-renowned homeopath and acupuncture physician, Dr. James Marinakis, 4-decade health coach and holistic nutritionist, Dr. Joe DeBear, and others such as Kimberly Meredith, Dame Doria Cordova, Rex Sykes, Dr. Gary Sanchez, Jamie Kerr, Serena Brown-Travis, and more. Experience daily morning walking and yoga, interactive participation, panel discussions, and more. For your own epiphany of health, get your tickets now.
All right, everyone, we are back and we are talking with Dr. Faye Shaw Jenkins. Now, tell us how you really do work with those 4 categories. You talk about being hopeless, homeless, and what was the other one that you said? You said hopeless
and hungry.
And hungry. That's huge. Hopeless, hurting, hungry, and homeless. Those are important categories. Let's talk about that for a minute. Why those areas in particular?
I chose those areas in particular for my nonprofit. I'm the visionary founder, but those things were near and dear to me personally. I've found myself in a position of being homeless. I was hopeless from a very young age, and from that hopelessness, I was hurting, and I've been hungry. I'm not in that situation now, but those things were personal to me and they were near and dear to my heart. And I was in the military for over 25 years. And when I retired, they asked me, well, what are you going to do? And I said, I just want to help people. So thus my motto, I aspire to inspire before I expire.
What? Somebody type you know we have to interrupt you there. Say it one more time. Somebody type it in the comments.
To inspire before I expire. And it's actually it's a quote by, I think, Bale. And it matches me so perfectly because when I retired, I thought I had made it. I had it all. Whatever I got after I retired from the military was going to be icing on the cake, the cherry on the top, the whipped cream, because everything I did after 2009 has just been extra. Because God had gotten me to a point, I had set a goal when I went in the military that I wanted to do 20 years. And I wanted to be at a certain rank. I wanted to be at E7. And I was going to do everything in my strength. And I was going to allow God to do all he could in his, everything that he could on top of my little power I had to bring me to the finish line. And after that, whatever he wanted me to do, I was going to do it. Because I just didn't see no way out of the situation that I was in. And I got tired of living from day to day how I was going to eat. So when I see people on the street ask for money, I don't shun them. I don't turn them back. I don't try to second guess. And then when I was in the military, I kept asking God, why people keep stopping me, asking me for money? And he said, aren't you glad you're not asking them, that you're able to give to them? And from then on, I was like, God, I thank you for allowing me to be able to give what I can. I mean, I'm sure that some people been in the same situation that I was in, because when I had to scrape up pennies and nickels and quarters just to put gas in my car, and now I can go and I can fill it up with $100, and I still pray to God. I still say, Lord God, I thank you for the gas that I'm able to put in my car, because I remember when I couldn't do this. I remember when I was standing in line before I got to the line, how was I going to pay for what I had on the counter? And now I'm able to walk in line and just pay for what it is that I'm buying. I don't have to try to figure it out. And I thank God for that. So when that was my thing. I didn't want to be homeless. I didn't want to wonder where I was going to have a roof over my head and where I was going to park the car. And it was just, my life was just in turmoil. And not that I didn't have parents, but sometimes you get to a point in your life and things happen in your life that you don't want to press upon other people and be a burden to other people with what you have going on in your life. So that's why the homeless, hopeless, hurting, and hungry, because I endeavor to make a difference in people's lives, one person at a time. I know I can't change everybody's life, and that's why my sister-in-law came on board, because I talked to her and a good friend who's also the treasurer at Brewer Heights Missionary Baptist Church. Shout out to my church, and my husband is the senior pastor, Bishop Kevin Jenkins.
Go ahead,
But
Bishop Jenkins.
yes, that's my life goal. Just to be a difference in somebody else, like allowing God to use me to help other people, because I know where I was at. And I'm not saying that I'm on the top of the world, that I have it all together now. But I thank God for the roof over my head. I thank God for the car that I drive. And people don't know your story. They just see you and think that you're uppity or sedity. And I know people have thought that about me until they come to know me, that I just really, truly love people. And I want to be the best version and the best vessel that God can use. Whatever he says that I am, whatever he molds me out to be on the potter's wheel. I don't say, God, I don't want to be that. Whatever, if he just want me just to be the saucer to hold somebody's cup, I'm the saucer. And I'm going to be a good saucer.
I'm going to tell you right now, y'all done came up in here and showed out. And oh, okay. God help me, Jesus. I ain't even gonna lie to you. I'm so grateful that God have you three on here today. I think about being, when you say homeless, and the fact that I lived in a hotel with my children for almost a year. Okay, I didn't have a house to go to.
What?
I didn't have a house to go to, and I am so grateful. I do not go past no homeless people without giving something. If I'm able to give it, I give it. And when I worked in pharmaceuticals and was in the Southeast DC area, I sat in the doctor's offices beside the homeless and hugged them just like I did the doctors, if they allowed me to touch them. Okay. I show everybody the same level of respect, because nobody is better than anybody else. We may have better circumstances, we may have better situations, but none of us are better than the other person. Okay, Dr. Faye, I got to play the praise break one more time, because he done brought you from a mighty long way, right? He done brought you, and he done brought us.
Yes.
If he brought you from a mighty long way, y'all get in on it too. I hope I don't get no kind of copyright strike, because this is just literally. You have to take a moment just to thank God for what he's done. His mercy is everlasting, right?
Yes, it is. Thank you, God.
To every single generation. He has no respect of person, but he can do for one, he can do for the other. So who
That's
can
right.
God can do something miraculous for somebody else that he cannot make it a reality for your life?
Yes,
Oh my goodness. Okay, let me go on. Okay, Dr.
No, I think my heartbreaking moment in my life before I went on active duty was when I was in the store and my son, who would be 37 on this coming Tuesday, he wanted a piece of bubble gum. It was a 5-cent piece of bubble gum, and I did not have the money. I did not have 5 cents. I did not have 5 cents to my name. And yeah, I still shed tears, because I look now, and when I see little kids in the store and they ask their parents don't have it. And I'm like, I'll get it, because I know what it means to a child to walk into a store and not have it. I from that day on, I said, nope, this can never happen again. I cannot go in a store and my child cannot get a 5-cent piece of bubble gum. And he knows the story. And he's a blessed kid. I'm telling you, he's a blessed man. But I shed tears every time I think about where God has brought me from. And this isn't in the book. This story isn't in the book. The story that's in the book just talks about being shattered and what brought me there, and how I guess I was so hurt by everything that went on in my life. I just didn't want to be a burden to anybody. I want to try and do life by myself. But in life, you can't do life by yourself. You know, you can try to do it by yourself, but oftentimes when you do it by yourself, you find yourself to be suicidal, like I was. You know, I didn't want to live. We had a homework assignment last night from Dr. Nikki. We were to watch Tyler Perry's movie, Maxine's Baby, and I watched it. And I thought I knew most of his story because I was raised in Louisiana. But it was shocking to me to find out about his biological dad. So that's a part of my story that's in the book. And that's why I felt like I didn't want anybody's help. And I was hurt and I was broken. So sometimes in life we can become shattered. We become so shattered that nothing can put us back together. No one can put us back together until we run into the arms of Jesus. He can put us back together again, just new, brand new, fresh, like we was never broken. He can heal us. He can allow us to overcome. He is the ultimate healer. He is the glass maker, the glass fixer. I don't care what your glass look like in your life. And I often looked at the mirror and asked, who am I and where did I come from? But I know that I come from my Heavenly Father, and I give him all the glory, all the honor, and all the praise. And I love everyone that who brought me into this world. I love my mom. I love my dad. But I'm extremely grateful for the life that I have because it was a time in my life that I did not want to live, as though I gave myself life. I didn't breathe my life into me. God breathed his life into me. He gave me life. So like Job, where was I when God created the heavens and the earth and when he separated the heavens from the waters?
Hallelujah.
You know, where was I?
Yes, Jesus.
So
Come on now.
life, no matter what trials and tribulations come my way, I still love my life. I am an overcomer woman, and I thank Dr. Nikki so much for allowing me to participate in this anthology because I dare not hold back my story because it's a testimony for someone else to know that life is possible to do with Jesus. We all need Jesus in our lives. I don't want to preach. I didn't come here to preach. I came here to talk about this anthology, about each and every woman is something different, I am sure. Just like in everybody else's life, it's something different, but your life is worth it. You are valuable. You are loved. God loves you even if you think no one else does. I just want to say that part. To somebody that may be listening just wants to give up. Don't give up.
Don't give up. Don't give up. All right. I want to hear just a closing comment from you, Renee Hunter. Please share a closing comment, if you will.
In closing, I just want to encourage everyone to just stay planted in God. Stay planted. Because if you stay planted and you stay in the course, you would definitely see the phenomenal results that is on the other end.
My goodness, my goodness. And I know you just had words of Dr. Faye, which everyone's going to get the book just because you're going to preach in the book. I could tell. You already saw the face. You done heard the bishop's wife here talking and ministering to your spirit, man. And those 4 buckets and how it personally was affected just through her own personal journey. So tell us a closing comment too from you. God loves you all. I see your comments that's coming in. All of your comments are just flowing in. And thank you all for your active participation in the studio audience. Make sure someone gets blessed with this broadcast today. Share it. Tag people. Say you must see this today. All right, go ahead, Dr. Faye.
Oh, well, like I said, don't give up. Ephesians 2:10 talks about us being a masterpiece. That's what the homeless, hopeless, hurting, and hungry is based off of. Ephesians 2:10. We all are God's masterpiece, and we have got to walk and live in it, and make sure that we turn around and help somebody else, because He didn't create us to be masterpiece where we can hold it to ourselves. We were created to do good works. Do your good works today. Share the love of Jesus.
And how can they stay connected with you, Dr. Faye?
They can go to drfayshawjenkins.com, or you can email me at my name, fayshawjenkins@gmail.com. Thank
All
you.
right. All right. And how can they stay connected with you? Because I'm going to let Dr. Nikki have the final words here. But how can they stay connected with you, Renee Hunter?
I can be reached on social media at just typing in my name, Renee Hunter.
So on all social media platforms, if you type in
Yes,
Renee,
basically on Facebook, yes.
Now I do have audio listeners on iHeartRadio, Spotify, SoundCloud, Amazon Music, all of these places. So can you spell Renee for them?
It's RENAE Hunter.
All right. All right. Dr. Nikki. Dr. Nikki, tell everybody, I want everybody to know how they can get a copy of the book and where they can get a copy of the book. And it is sometimes people will be watching a replay, but I just want to make sure that they have just a general understanding of how to access this book, and tell everybody what it is.
It's called I Am an Overcomer Woman. You can get a copy of that book on Amazon. We just, as of yesterday, just got approved in Walmart's, Targets, Barnes and Nobles around the globe. So we're excited about that. And also you can either go to the herpreneurnetwork.com and get a book there, but you can actually get one of these authors. Just invest in them. Just invest in one of these authors and they'll ship it out to you. I do want to say something. This is what God gave me as we leave this amazing, blessed, favorite broadcast of Kim Jacobs. Dear sister, as a Christian woman, you have the strength and the resilience within you to overcome any challenges that come your way. Remember that you are never alone in your journey, for God is always by your side, guiding you and empowering you. Lean on your faith, draw strength. Listen, draw strength from the word of God and surround yourself around a supportive community of believers who can lift you up, encourage you. Take each step forward. Don't look back. Build your confidence, knowing that through Christ, you can do all things and you are more than conquerors. Keep your eyes fixed on Him, and for He is the source of your strength and the anchor of your hope. Trust in His plans for all your life and know that He does things in His perfect timing. You will emerge victorious when you lean on God. Here was a scripture God want me to leave in this room. You are fearfully, watch this, and wonderfully made, equipped with unique gifts and talents from God. Embrace your identity as a beloved daughter of Christ. Watch this. You have the voice that deserves to be heard. Speak your truth, love, and encourage others that if God be for you, who can be against you? Nobody.
Nobody. If God is for you, who can be against you? Who cares? Because at the end of the day, God is for you, and He's going to put some people around you that are for you too. Yes. Oh, I love y'all. I love y'all.
I'm waiting on you to join the network.
I'm already in there some kind of way. I be hearing like, well, y'all in there. Woo, woo, woo.
Come on over here.
You know what? You
can be into them.
Oh, actually, I sure can. And you know what? You gave me an assignment the last time, and I do want to acknowledge that you said it was you were talking about a business scripture that governs your business. And so I was looking, and I live by a whole lot. Like this right here is a blueprint, right? This is a guide So if you're saying you're gonna be representing something, you need to know what's in there that you're representing. But one of the scriptures, it's two scriptures that came up. Proverbs 16:3, committing, I'm looking at it because I put it on my board over here. Commit to the Lord whatever you do, and he will establish your plans. And so one of the things that I liked about that was that whatever I do endeavor to accomplish in life, I have to submit it to the Lord. Then he can establish it and make it be what it really needs to be. So I love that. And then 1 Peter 4:10. And these weren't even scriptures that I really thought of before until you gave me that particular assignment. So that one is, each of you should use whatever gift that you have received to serve others as a faithful steward of God's grace in its various forms. And I like the fact that if I serve God and I serve others, then I get the opportunity to have him guide and lead me as my master, and how he's actually leading me into what he wants me to do through my business. So thank you for that assignment. I just wanted to say.
Welcome. Thank you so much for getting your scripture. Come on, scriptures.
All right. So stay connected with you. How, Dr. Nikki? And we're going to get ready to get off.
Very simple. drnikki.com, drnikkeigler.com. And of course, the Herpreneur Network.com. We love you guys. We love coming to this show. It's one of our favorite shows to come in. We love you, kids.
Thank you. Everybody, listen, show your ongoing support to the Kim Jacobs Show. You can donate in different platforms in different ways. $ Kim Jacobs Inc. is one of the ways from a Cash App perspective. But the only way that we get to bring balance to the world, one household at a time, is through community contributions, through community members like yourself. So give some type of support, and we are greatly appreciative of everything that you all do. All right, that's today's episode, everybody. Did we have a good time?
Yes.
Thank you so much for having us.
I play the music, King. I play the music.
That's what I said. You can't, goodness well, we can't get off. Y'all, we can't get off without that. Can you hear it? Yes. All right. All right, everybody. Have a great day. Thank you for your participation in the studio audience. We love you. We love all of you all. God bless you. Take it away, Mackenzie, backstage. Let us Thank you for tuning in to today's episode of The Kim Jacobs Show, and for being in the virtual studio audience. Your presence truly does make a difference, and I look forward to
The time is now, the time is here. Round up the soldiers and limit your ear. Pick your head up, stick your chest out, be strong. Listen closely, cause men can't always be wrong. The time is now, the time is here. Round up the soldiers and limit your ear.
What up, everybody? It's your guy T Swin and
your boy J Bean.
And this is the Men Can't Always Be Wrong podcast, brought to you by CTR Media Network. And we have a special guest for you today, coming all the way from the Philippines. Man, we got some good topics we're gonna talk about. And this guy, man, he's amazing. He has a huge following on social media. He's heavy in the community, man. He does a lot of things dealing with people and their mental health, their self-help, and their self-care. And man, our guest today is none other than Mr. Jay Chatalongzi.
Thanks so much. Glad to be here, guys.
Man, thank you for coming on with us.
Of course.
So, Jay, man, give us a little bit of your background.
Yeah, so my name is Jay Chantalangsi, currently residing in the Philippines as of right now. I'm a self-care and healing coach. I help my clients begin their healing journey with simple and effective self-care. Grew up in California and Hawaii. Went through my own healing journey, which kind of catapulted this whole coaching and helping others to start their healing journeys, because I truly believe that everybody has something to heal from. We all have trauma. We all have things that we don't talk about, chapters that we don't want people to know about. But for me specifically, coming out of my own issues of healing and my anger, temperament, and not being able to be vulnerable and express my feelings was a huge detriment to my life, and that affected everyone that I loved. So when I got through that with my own journey, it then turned into what I'm doing now to help my clients and students do the same thing. So that's pretty much what I do. And like I said, we're residing in the Philippines right now. We basically sold everything in California and just picked up the family and decided to travel the world. So here we are.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
I've never heard of energy medicine. This is actually a new topic for me. Can you explain the difference between energy medicine and conventional medicine?
Yeah, for sure. So good question, by the way. So energy medicine, basically deals with energy. Medicine is just there because everyone's familiar with the term, right? But medicine is just something that you take that can make you physically, mentally, emotionally feel better. Energy deals with energy, specifically energy. Quantum energy, I don't know if you guys are familiar about that, but if you look at us in a microscope, 10 times zoom in, all you're going to see is little light beams bouncing around. We're all made up of energy. We're all made up of, light. And so energy medicine deals with that. I am a certified emotion code practitioner. So we use energy to create harmony in your body, right? Because if you have energy that is stuck within your body, it can cause a lot of energy blocks. It can cause a lot of other things like dis-ease, right? Physical ailments, and a lot of other things that can definitely impede on your life if you have these type of blocks. So that's what energy medicine is.
Man, how did you discover energy medicine?
Another good question. So it happened because my wife, we had our son Ezra, and after she had our son Ezra, she went through severe postpartum depression, rage, anxiety, all of that. It was one of the most scariest times of my life. I didn't know how to support her, what to do. I mean, there were points in that situation where she didn't even want to hold our son and our baby and be with us, right? I mean, and I've never dealt with severe depression like that. I mean, I've been sad because of a breakup, but not to that point,
that extent,
And so, we went to the doctor, we went to see the psychiatrist and all that stuff, and they were going to give her, put her on some meds, but at that time she was still mentally aware enough to not to do that because she was also breastfeeding at the time whenever she wanted to do it. So she started to look into other holistic ways to help her deal with all of her, depression and rage and anxiety, I mean, us guys will never understand what women go through after having a baby. You know what I mean? So it's
most definitely not.
So it's
I've been through it too, bro.
Okay, yeah. So I'm pretty sure but so when she started to look, on the internet, I think she came across this other practitioner, and she was talking about this book called The Emotion Code by Dr. Bradley Nelson. And he's a doctor that founded this energy healing technique. And he's been practicing it for over 25 years on his clients, and he was seeing a huge amount of success stories and stuff. So he wrote the book, and this other person on Instagram, she was talking about the book, and then my wife happened to see the Instagram post, and she was like, I want to get that book. She loves reading. That's like her thing. So she bought the book, she started reading it, and then she told me, she's like, I think you need to read this book. And I was like, okay, cool. And I downloaded the audiobook. I love listening to books. So I went through it in like 3 days. And something inside of me was like, this is it. This is what's going to help you with your postpartum depression, rage, and anxiety. I don't know how I knew, but you just kind of get that knowing sometimes when things make sense.
You felt it.
Right, the intuition, right? And so we started to practice the technique, because the book tells you how to implement this energy healing technique on yourself, right?
Yeah.
So we started to do it on ourselves, and she was seeing some shifts in her mood, in her mental state of being, in her emotions. And I was seeing the differences too. Even her doctors were seeing the difference. Her doctors, we'd go to the weekly checkups, for her psychiatrist, and even her psychiatrist is like, what are you doing? Like, you seem like you're a lot better, because she was already diagnosed, like, postpartum depression. So she kept doing it. And I think 3 months in, all of her symptoms of depression, anxiety, rage went away. And so it was such a life-changing moment for both of us that we decided to become certified practitioners in this specific energy healing technique. And the premise of it is just understanding that we all feel emotions, right?
Mhm.
And sometimes if we don't, not sometimes, most times, most of us do not process these emotions in a very healthy way. We internalize, right? We hold it in,
Hold
we
on
don't
to it,
speak
yeah.
about it. Yeah. But then that emotion is also considered energy. So every emotion we feel has a specific frequency, a specific vibration. And if we internalize that emotion, it becomes what we call trapped emotions. It becomes stuck into your body, right?
Mhm.
So it becomes stagnant. And over time, when that energy or emotion, energy in motion, if it's not moving through your body, it's going to get stuck. And
Yeah.
once it gets stuck, that energy is going to grow and grow, and it's going to start to distort your cells, your muscle tissue. A lot of people that come to us, they always tell us like, yeah, I've been having this crazy pain. I don't even know where it came from.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, that's a lot of, emotions that you haven't healthily processed, because we were never taught that, right? We were never growing up. I don't know about you guys, but my household was very like strict, like you can't feel nothing.
Especially in the States, we're so used to this going to the doctor and they just sticking the pill in our mouth, that's the answer for everything in the West.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. And I subscribed to that too, for a while, until, that's when, seeing my wife go through that and understanding and seeing her get better, it made me really go down the rabbit hole about this whole energy thing, about the self-care thing, about how we as human beings have to look at ourselves in a very holistic way, like HOL and WHO. Like, we're not just talking about physical, like physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual, right? Like all these four things, like they all intertwine and interconnect with each other. So we have to be very aware of how they affect one another. And, you see a lot of people out there, they could be super physically fit, but then they have a lot of mental ailments, right? So we have to really be mindful about everything that, we do to take care of ourselves in a very holistic way.
Now, you talked about energy, and you talked about frequencies. Now, there's some, like you said, people being physically fit on the outside, but they say if you're at a certain frequency, you can be medically dead. At a low frequency. And they say also, talking about higher energy, higher frequencies also keep sicknesses out of the body.
Correct.
I've done a little research.
Yeah.
I know you're big on meditation too, man.
Yes.
I took a class on transcendental meditation.
Nice.
So we have a school here in Houston, and I'm a member of a lifetime member. I don't meditate as much as I should. I need to get back into a heavy practice, in the morning and in the evening. So I'm big on that.
Yeah, man. Congratulations on that. And I always champion people who want to step into that realm of meditation. And I just want to, let your audience know, because when people hear that word, meditation, they already get apprehensive. They're like, oh, I can't clear my mind. I can't do this. I can't do that. I can't meditate. They're already self-fulfilling prophecy that they can't do it. But when I teach my students, simple meditation, depending on where they are in their lives, right? When they tell me they can't meditate, we don't meditate, right? We just start by breathing first. Because most people in a high state of survival or, the nervous systems are always dysregulated. They're
Yeah.
always overthinking, over worrying, right? They're always like in fear mode. So what I do to help my clients and students is I teach them how to breathe first, right?
Yeah.
Just focusing on your breath and breathing for like 1 or 2 minutes. And that in itself is already meditative, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Because like I said, I mean, marketing and all this stuff, and they see on TV, they think like, oh, I have to be like in a cave somewhere and clear my mind and not have any
Well, the
thoughts.
peace with the ocean. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm
Yeah,
like,
somewhere
no,
tranquil.
yeah, exactly. I mean that helps too, but the main point of meditation is to relax your body, right? We have to get into our bodies, and then the whole observation of your mind and your thoughts will come later, right? There's like small steps to get to where you want to be and then at that point, when you become an avid, meditator, you'll feel the effects, in your everyday life, right? You won't be so reactive. You won't be so angry, right? You'll have more patience, more compassion, have like an altruistic outlook on life, right? So all these things come with practice, and that's exactly what it is. It's a practice. It's not like I meditate 3 days a week and I'm good to go.
You're
It's
perfect,
like
yeah.
right. Some days, like I just take like 2 minutes just to do it. Some days I take longer. So just depends on how I feel.
And I have another question for you, because I'm new to the whole meditation thing. I know enough to get in trouble, basically. So what are some common misconceptions about energy medicine? That you like, besides people saying, I can't do it because I can't clear my mind. What other kind of misconceptions did you get?
You mean for meditation or energy healing or energy?
For energy healing, sir.
Oh, for energy healing. So a lot of misconceptions. I mean, the biggest one is like, it's it's not viewed in Western society as something tangible, right? So a lot of people don't believe in it because they can't really prove it happening. Not unlike conventional medicine, where you go, you take a pill, it's going to physically impact your body some way, somehow, or numb it, or take away the pain, and they feel physically better, right?
Yeah.
Energy doesn't work that way. So I think a lot of people don't believe in it because they haven't experienced it for themselves. And it's gone as far as like people think it might be like demonic and, against their religion and all this stuff. But when you really look at the origins of energy, you have to look back thousands of years. Eastern medicine has been doing this for thousands and thousands of years. Right? I mean, you have the qi, right, in the Chinese energy medicine. You have like acupuncture, acupressure. You have Ayurvedic, from India.
Yeah.
Or even just practicing mindfulness is also trying to elevate your energy centers, right? All the chakra systems, all of that's from Eastern, Eastern medicine. It all encapsulates everything about energy.
Yeah.
And what I feel, when I did this, because I kind of grew up in this, but I was never really aware because I was so rebellious. Right?
Yeah.
So my father, he was like a medicine man of his time in Laos too, and he did all these crazy things that I couldn't really explain. So I grew up seeing all that stuff, and I really didn't believe it until I went through my own experience with my wife and all that stuff, and doing the work on myself. And that's when I really understood, like, oh, wow, this is really viable. This is something going on. And now they're studying all of these effects, right? I think science is trying to catch up and understand what energy is, right? Because they're trying to understand it from a very quantum level, that we can affect each other's energy. We can have connections, entanglements with each other, right? It's kind of like when you're around specific people, sometimes their energy feels good, so you feel good, right?
Yeah.
But if the energy is kind of like, ooh, man, that I don't know, that doesn't sit right with me. That's their energy giving off to you, saying that you're not feeling comfortable. But in that sense, it's all energy, right? So we're also impacting each other one way or another, energetically, emotionally, right? Physically. So all that, plays into understanding what energy is. I think the more people start to understand it and start to, educate themselves about it, the more it's going to be accepted, in like normal everyday thing. I mean, Dr. Bradley Nelson, the creator of the emotion code, he always says he truly believes that in the future, there might not be a need for doctors, because the more we elevate our understanding of our own energy and our own bodies, then we'll know how to take care of it. We'll know what to do. We'll be more aware of, how our body's communicating with us, right? Because every time something happens to me, like even if it's a sharp pain or a tingle, like I never disregard it now. I'm just like, what's my body trying to tell me? Am I gonna get like a sharp pain here? Like, do I need a stretch? Right? My wife's a energy medicine practitioner too, so I'll ask her like, hey, can you check me? Do I have any blockages in my body? And then she'll tell me like, you have this, you have a trapped emotion, and then I can reflect back on some of the things that I experienced and be like, oh yeah, I think that's what happened, because I never truly processed that whole energy out of my body. So.
Now, Jay, I got a question for you, man. Is there a specific name for this energy medicine? Because I'm familiar with Reiki. Are you familiar with Reiki?
Yes. Yeah.
And so,
exactly.
And like you talking about checking for like ailments or areas that's, there's injuries, sickness. They would have, I took a class once. I'm telling you, I'll be into this stuff.
Yeah.
And they had us rub our hands together, you know what I'm saying? And then take your hands and put it over the area of your body or somebody else's, and you can feel the energy where it got weak and lower. And you can tell if somebody had an issue. I'm also big, man, checking to the chakras. I got incense in here for each chakra. You know what I'm saying? The boy T Swim, I'll be on it. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, that's amazing. A great question, by the way. I'm very familiar with Reiki. Reiki is also a different type of energy medicine or an energy healing modality. The one that we're certified in is called emotion code and body code. And so Reiki is different because Reiki focuses on imbalances in your energy body, right? All the chakras, practitioners can sense just by, looking at your body as a whole. And if they sense there's a blockage or a resistance in any of your energy fields, they can release it, right? By pure intention or, using crystals or whatever, right?
Yeah.
With emotion code, the difference is we utilize your subconscious mind to identify the trapped emotions that are inside of your body. And we use what's called muscle testing, or it's based on kinesiology. Like our bodies give off specific signals. If we say a true or false statement. So every time you say something false or not true, your body goes weak, right? Because it's a negative statement. If you say something true, your body becomes strong. And these are very subtle signals. It's kind of like when people go, to like get a polygraph test, right? And they put all those electrodes on you. It's measuring that subtle change in your muscles, right? Because that frequency that's coming off of you, it's either negative or positive. So in our technique, we utilize your subconscious mind by asking it questions, and then we can muscle test with our bodies to see if the answer to the question is true or not, right? So as a practitioner, we are certified to use our bodies as the tool to do the muscle test to get the information from anyone we're working with. And energy spans, space and time. So I could be working on someone on the other side of the world, right?
Yeah.
Because energy doesn't have these limitations, right?
Yeah.
And people can feel it. People can also sense things. They can, feel tingles in their bodies. They feel a lot lighter when emotions are released, right?
Yeah.
We've helped thousands and thousands of clients already. And we've experienced it ourselves, my wife and I. And for us, it was really life-changing. Like for us to understand, like, we have all these, trapped emotions within our bodies, and then we have to release it, because if not, it just shows up later on. For me, it was like a lot of, triggers that would happen, right? I would always get like super defensive easily, right? My wife and I would always fight and argue about the same stuff, and I would always like walk out, just like, give her the silent treatment. And to me, I thought that was normal. I was like, that's just how I am. That's, you love it or leave it, right? but I didn't know that I was holding a lot of resentment and grief, from a lot of my childhood, trauma, because I was so unaware. And so when I started to do this work of healing and really understanding how all of those were affecting my behavior, my choices, even my parenting style, right? Like, because I was just repeating the same thing that my dad was doing to me, to my child. But then deep down inside, I'm like, that's not right. Like, I don't feel like that's what I'm supposed to be doing. And I would feel guilty all the time as a parent, as a father. And so like, I really had to like, understand and get to the root causes of it. Energy healing, specifically this one, I kind of see it as like a shortcut to understanding like what some of these emotions you carry inside of you. Because once you identify it, you can then start to reflect. For me, it was a lot of like resentment, anger, frustration, bitterness, all these emotions were coming up, and I'm like, damn, am I that resentful? Then like a lot of, my dad was really strict, so a lot of that came from, the relationship from my father and I. So
you had said that, man, you was around the teachings and didn't really recognize it. So, man, I'm gonna put this on the screen. So is this from the time when you was around the teaching?
Well, you got that picture.
Let's see, you was a Buddhist monk, man.
Yeah. I was actually a Buddhist monk for many times in my life already. But that was my first time. I was 9 years old. And a quick story: the reason why I was, I became a monk for so many years is my dad was a very devout Buddhist, right? He basically was a Buddhist all his life until he was forced to come out of the cloth because they were going to kill him, right? Like in Laos, they had some like communist war, like silent war or something like that. And his venerable or his master above him, directed him and said, you need to, get out of the cloth and just go live your life. Like go marry, go get married, have kids, and, survive. You don't have to die like this. Right. And that's what he did. So, when he created his family with my mother, and then, I only have an older sister, he took all of that years and years of becoming non-attached as a Buddhist monk, right, and learning all of that into our family unit. So by 9 years old, he was already like teaching me how to meditate, teaching me all the Buddhist Sanskrit, chantings. I already knew how to speak and chant and pray, and meditate, even though I hated it, But, imagine a 5-year-old like sit still for 15 minutes, and I was like, and then if he would catch me like moving, I'd get smacked upside the head, and I'm just like, oh, dude. I mean, in that photo, I was actually staying at the monastery for the whole summer. So I was learning, and that was my venerable, and that venerable was actually my father's student. And so he upgraded, he up leveled into becoming a high monk because my dad taught him. So it was kind of like a legacy thing, right? My dad was like, "Well, you're gonna learn from my, prize student in Buddhism." So I, learned everything there. So yeah.
Man, just from the way you're talking, bro, it seemed like, family is big to you, man.
Yeah, it is. It's very big. I'm a father of 4. So I've always wanted a big family. My wife is only an only child, so she also wanted a big family too. And family to us is everything, and that's why we kind of made this big decision for ourselves and for our family to travel. We kind of had this. So last year I did a challenge with my Facebook group. I call it the Healing Tribe, and I was trying to prepare them for 2023, the new year. So we're doing different exercises every day, and one of the exercises was, what do you want the word of the year for you to be for next year, right? So you have to choose a specific word that you can resonate with, that you can like kind of hold on to make decisions, or to inspire you and motivate you. And what I shared with the group was my word was going to be adventure. I wanted to create more adventures with my family, and I didn't know how that was going to happen, or what was going to transpire, but that's what I wanted to do. My wife and I, we love to travel already, but we always had that mentality, like when you have kids, it might be a bit more difficult, right? And our kids are young, right? We have three that under 6 years old, right?
Oh wow.
And so we were like, okay, well, how are we going to do this? And things just happen when you surrender to the universe and you just put intention out there, because intention is also energy, right? You're also manifesting that type of frequency. So things started happening, and then next thing you know, we're buying a one-way ticket, to Hawaii first to go see my mom for a bit, because my mom still lives in Hawaii. And then after Hawaii, we bought another one-way ticket to this side of the world. And then now here we are, and everything kind of just worked out in that sense. And now my children, they just seeing them every day with the surprise and wonder in their eyes when we go to different places. I mean, that's priceless. It's just like you can't put a price tag on that, and they're so excited about it. Me too. Like I haven't really traveled outside the US much, and so like I said, now being here and being able to travel here throughout Asia, it's been a blessing. It's awesome. And so yeah.
Yes, sir. Are you learning in Tagalog?
In Tagalog, no, I'm not learning. Well, I'm kind of learning, but my wife, she can understand and speak Tagalog fluently. So we're pretty set here, and the Philippines is actually our home base at the moment because of the visa that we can get. And I don't think a lot of people know this. If you're Filipino, or if you were born in the Philippines, if you come back, there's this like program called the Balik Bayan program. They'll give you a whole year without having to sign any visa or anything like that. So my wife, she was born here, so she has her birth certificate and all that stuff, but she's a U.S. citizen, right?
Gotcha.
So on her passport, it says born in the Philippines. So when we came into the Philippines, they just stamped it for a whole year, and we were like, "Oh, we didn't even have to do anything." It's like
perfect place to settle, right?
right, yeah. So and now that we're here, like I said, we're using it as our home base to fly out to different, to other countries. That makes it super easy, super affordable, and like the Philippines, if a lot of people don't know, it's an English-speaking country. So everyone speaks and understands English. I mean, not to our caliber, but they can understand, because it's taught in the schools as a second language, right? And so when I came here, they already think that I'm Filipino, so I already look the part. When they speak to me in like Tagalog, I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm not Filipino. But then when I speak in English, like they can I can get around on my own, like easy, right?
Okay.
So
I have a question. Back to the as far as trauma, do most of your clients, like, is the most of their blockages from childhood trauma, or is it from adulthood trauma?
Good question. Very good question. Most of our blockages come from our whole lives, right? When I do the energy work, specifically emotion code and body code, when I tap into your subconscious mind, your subconscious will lead me to understand where the trauma and in what timeline that it wants to release. So when you think about your subconscious mind, you have to think that its main priority is to protect you, right? And it's a supercomputer that's in your mind. So your subconscious houses all of the different events, all the memories, all the instances of your life since you were born. And some people even believe before, right? Preconception. And so you have all of that information in your subconscious mind. So when a practitioner like myself taps into your subconscious mind, it's up to your subconscious mind to release whatever it wants to release, but its main protocol is to protect you first. So most times, what we find that when we start to work with clients for the first time, the trauma will come from specific things that's very recent, right? Because we're trying to open up and try to get familiar with how the trauma has impacted them, and the more we work with them, time over time, right? That's when the subconscious becomes a lot more open, because at that point, the client or the student will actually, get the sense of what they're feeling, what they're releasing, and then the subconscious is okay with going to the very deeper traumatic events, right? Things that happen in the childhood. Because with this type of work, we can also identify exactly, at around what age that trauma happened or that trapped emotion, happened, right? For example, for me, I had a trapped emotion of bitterness at the age of 17, around the age of 17. And then, I would release it. And then once you release it, what happens to most people is, their subconscious is open, and then memories will start flooding into their mind, right? Things will start to come to surface.
Yep.
And then we talk about it. We talk it through, and the emotion is released. And once it's released, a lot of people feel a lot lighter. You know what I mean? Their heart kind of opens up a little bit. They can breathe easier. If we're trying to, help them with physical pain, the pain subsides, right? So all these things happen, but it's primarily based on, what your subconscious allows us, the practitioners, to release. So I can't tell you right now, like, if I work with someone the first time, we're going to go all the way back to the childhood.
Yeah.
That's rarely the case, because,
Okay.
like I said, your subconscious is always trying to protect you. And, for you to bring up those deep traumatic events, it might give you PTSD, and your subconscious will never allow you to feel that way if you haven't felt it before. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So yeah, so that's how this, energy healing works.
Yeah, I remember taking my transcendental meditation class, and they talked about positive stress and negative stress.
Yeah.
And they talked about it. The example they gave was that it was like a coil. And the more that you meditated, the more you unravel that coil and release that negative stress. They say the positive stress was like good things that happen to you in your life. You want to hold on to that.
Right.
The negative, you want to get rid of it. And the more you do it, the deeper you go till you get down to that childhood stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, that was explained. And they talked about the top. They gave a demonstration. The example was like water. The top is got waves. It's crashing. The deeper you go, the more calm it gets.
Right. Right. And psychology tells us that too, right? About childhood trauma. A lot of us that, if not all of us, that have childhood trauma, it just means that when we were children, we were experiencing a very traumatic event that our bodies couldn't process the emotions, right? And most of us, we were told to not feel, not cry, not express. And then we get into this survivor mode, right? Our nervous system gets regulated. And then now our subconscious is like, well, you need to start surviving. You need to start doing everything you can to not feel this way. And then that becomes part of your behavior trait. that becomes part of your personality, right? And then as you get older, all those things from the past, right? Because that trauma compounds over time, right? So if we don't work through it, if we don't work through it, it's just going to continue to build and build, and then that's what triggers are, right? You say, you see or say one thing, and then boom, you're triggered. It explodes out of you, right? So that's like harboring all of those trapped emotions or energies that we really truly didn't, work through. And like I said, like you said, T, when you work down to, the childhood level, you get very deep into some of the things that you've been holding for a long time, right? Yeah.
Now, another thing too is what I was told is that I was told this by I used to go see a psychiatrist when in my military stuff, and she was like, if you don't do something about your stress, the body will do something.
Right.
And that's where the twitching and the nervous blinking and all that kind of stuff, or stuttering and stuff like that comes from. I said the body will react, blacking out. If you don't do something, the body gonna say, well, I'm gonna do something right now.
Right. Exactly. And the body keeps the score. All right. I mean, there's a great book out there. And when you experience those type of things, most of us disregard it, because the pain isn't as painful, right? We're not suffering when we're like twitching, or even when we have sharp pain, if it goes away, we don't really think about it, right?
Yeah, we're just thankful it's gone.
Right, exactly.
We stuff it and keep going.
Right. But if you really look at your body, it's a very intelligent being, right? It's always talking to us, whether it's pain, sensations, twitching, twinges, whatever, like blinking, or, even when you feel good, like you have sensations, or, you get goosebumps all over your body, right? That's always your body, it's super intelligent, that it's always communicating with us. So when we start to become aware of all of that, then we can take that information and understand how to process these type of things or these type of events. Like if we go through something traumatic, we can then take on that emotion or those thoughts, and we can process through it in a very healthy way so that it doesn't affect us later on. We don't have to internalize it. We don't have to, hold on to it. We don't have to project it on other people, right? I mean, how many times, like, even with your relationships, like, maybe your wife comes home, she had a bad day at work, like, she's going to take it out on you, and you're like, well, I didn't even do anything.
Exactly.
That's a transfer of energy. That's a transfer of projections, because she couldn't really, process it through. My wife and I mean, our first 3 years of marriage was horrendous. It was not. I mean, she almost left me. She was like, she was, fed up, and she was like, you know what? If he doesn't talk to me, I'm out. Right.
Yeah.
And I was still unhealed. I was still unaware. I was still defensive, right? Stubborn. And then when I started to do this work and become more mindful of my actions and behaviors, I started to realize, like, whoa, like, I need to look in the mirror at myself. It was why am I always angry? Why do I get upset when she just asks me a question about something? How come I can't verbalize my emotions?
Yeah, is it that serious?
Yeah, I was very emotionally unavailable. Like, I would always, because she's an empath, so she like feels her emotions to the nth degree, right? Me, on the other hand, I was like, one word answer. How do you feel today? Good. I'm all right.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, right. Even if something's going on my mind, even if I'm like worried about something, I didn't know how to articulate that.
Yeah.
And so she would get upset. She would get frustrated. You're like, can you just give me more than just you're okay? I know you're not okay. Your body's, your face is not telling me that, right? Your energy is not speaking that to me. And so, like, I literally had to relearn how to feel, how to be vulnerable, how to express. And most of that was getting into my body and understanding how each emotion felt, and meditation helps a lot with that as well.
So now, what would you say about people that think it's not masculine to tap into this energy?
I would say I would ask them where they learned that from, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I think there's a huge misconception about masculinity and femininity and the different, dichotomies of energy. And because of their upbringing and what they know and what they've learned about masculinity, that might, cause them to be confused about it. I think being vulnerable is very masculine because it takes a lot of courage, right? If you follow Brene Brown, vulnerability, she says that, most of the more courageous men have to tap into their vulnerability in the face of fear. But that's where courage comes from, right?
Yeah.
And most men, we mask that with all of these other, emotions that might be very detrimental, just to get our point across, or we become very egoic, we become very controlling, right? Even sometimes narcissistic. And that's not very conducive to, being in a relationship, a healthy one, for that matter, or even understanding how we manage our own energies, masculine or feminine, right? So for me, I guess I was highly masculine when I couldn't be vulnerable with myself, but in turn that affected my wife, my kids. My kids were scared of me. Like they didn't want to even because I was always angry. I was always projecting. I was always bleeding my resentment onto them when I was unaware, right? So some guys might see that and be like, wow, he's really masculine, because his masculine energy is overpowering him. Correct. But if you have a balance in between that, you can then be even as effective with, a sense of femininity in there, right? So I can still be effective with my children being more sensitive to get my point across. Because specifically with children, if they're scared, they're not going to pay attention.
Oh, they don't hear you.
Yeah, they're not going to hear you, right? You have to create that safe space. But most men, I feel that, we were just taught the wrong way. We were shown the wrong way. And that's not, to the fault of whoever taught us that, right? Like my father, I can't even blame him because he had his own traumas that he didn't work through. And I didn't know that at the time, right? It's only now that I'm truly compassionate and understand what he had to do for us. So all of that resentment and bitterness is gone, right? There's nothing but forgiveness and compassion and deep gratitude and love now. But that came from, understanding within myself and my own healing.
Tenfold. Man, go ahead, JV.
I was gonna ask, what kind of techniques do you use to rebalance the energy in a person?
So besides emotion code, the energy healing technique, what I like to do is I like to tell people to get into their bodies, right? Because every time there's an imbalance in energy, your nervous system gets dysregulated. And you can feel it because things start to happen within your body. Like your muscle starts to tense up, your pupils get dilated, you might start to sweat or stem a little bit and tremble. That's your body trying to protect itself already. So for me, my number one thing is once you feel like there's something, becoming imbalanced, or you feel anxious or tense, go straight into breathing. It's free, it's available, it's simple. All you have to do is just take a couple of deep breaths in and out, right? And just drop your shoulders, unclench your jaw, and just try to focus on the breath. A lot of people don't, they overlook the power of breathing. And I'll tell you a quick story, because I didn't get into breath work until 2 years ago. And I read this book called Breathe by James Nestor.
Yeah, I read that book also. Yeah.
I mean, that's the reason why I tape my mouth when I sleep. That's the reason why I train with just breathing through my nose. And just by doing all of that and breathing correctly, my allergy symptoms all went away. I don't sneeze in the morning no more. I don't have any sniffles. I can run 6 miles with my mouth closed with no water. You know, like and my recovery is like amazing, right?
Yeah.
So when we learn how to breathe, you know, and deep belly breathing and all that stuff, and this breathing has been around for thousands of years too, right? I mean, Tibetan monks do it, right? That's why they can meditate in like the Himalayas without even feeling any type of cold. Like Wim Hof is another, you know, person who teaches this technique about breathing. Like it's so important, and I think a lot of us overlook the simplicity of it, but it also has a lot of healing qualities. So if your energy is kind of out of whack, the first thing I would say to tell someone is, you know, just to intentionally, consciously breathe, you know, for like a minute or so, and just do deep belly breaths in and out, and you should automatically feel good.
Gotcha. Now, man, I seen here, man, it says that you got married 4 times. Me myself, man, I've been married twice. There's two different women, but you got a story of being married 4 times.
No. Well, I married the same girl 4 times. So I married my wife 4 times. That's a funny story because we have 4 different wedding anniversaries.
Wow.
So we got married in a civil ceremony, right? So just to get the paperwork, and that was in Oakland, California. We got married there, and I had my friend officiate, you know, the whole ceremony, which is beautiful. And then we came to the Philippines, and we got married in her Catholic tradition, right? Because my wife is Catholic, so we got married at her mother's province, in the Philippines, in this like 1700 like year old church. It was beautiful. So we had that was the second wedding, and then the third wedding was our beach wedding, and that was also in the Philippines, and I was on a separate island. So that was wedding number 3, and then the fourth wedding was in my Laotian tradition. So we had that back in California. So we have like 4 different, you know, wedding anniversaries.
How do you keep up with that, bro? How do you
keep up with that?
You got all the birthdays. You got all the birthdays. Then you got all the anniversaries.
All right.
You know, Google Calendar.
Yes, sir. He was in H-Town yesterday. He came to Bun Beach Trill Burgers. Yeah, he was in town.
Okay. Yeah.
Now I seen you had Golden State on your wall, and so you're a Golden State fan. Man, how you feel about Chris Paul being with the Warriors now?
Let me see. Let me dissect this. So I disliked Chris Paul for a long time. I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna say the H word. You know, that's some bad vibrations. But I disliked him for a long time because of his style of play, and you know, just the little nuances that he would do. But then again, when you look back, he was just playing the system and understanding, you know, the rules and all that stuff, right? Like that whole swiping thing. Every time he would do that, I'm like, like, and you know, our rookies that would just fall for him, like, for real, bro. Like that's like the 3rd time, man. Like, come on, man. Like Kuminga, he would always get on Kuminga and Moody. Like in the last year, I was like, oh my gosh, dude. But you know, they're still rookies, right? They don't know. But his style of play was what really irritated me, you know. But I knew his caliber of play. I knew like he plays at a very high level. And so now that he's on our team, I'm more I mean, I'm waiting to see how he's gonna gel with our system and the rest of the players. I know he has a lot of history with, you know, with Steph Curry and all that stuff. But I kind of want to see how, like, you know, Coach Kerr is going to take, you know, the team forward with different, you know, systems, and if he's going to come off the bench or, you know, if he's going to lead at the point. I mean, I'm more intrigued than to stick with my feelings of disliking him.
Gotcha.
You know what I'm saying?
On that, man, real quick, on that, I feel like with him handling the ball, that frees Steph and Clay up to run around a whole lot more. They already catching hell trying to chase them to. And if people complain about them not having the ball and having to chase them down, with him handling the ball and them moving around, it's gonna be killing. And I also heard that supposedly they re-signed DeMarcus Cousins.
I didn't know that. Oh,
Man, I seen an article yesterday. Supposedly and they re-signed him. So hopefully that's true. He stays around because that opens up the floor too. He's got good post moves and he can shoot the three.
Yeah, he's a big man.
He can't jump.
He can't jump. And to your point, when Chris Paul is going to be at the, if he's going to be at the point and Steph is and Clay is going to be running around, even if they don't get open, he can already make his own plays. He's done that. I mean, he did that in the Houston series where we almost lost that one year unless he got injured. I was like, like if he didn't get injured, we would have.
Yeah,
I would have been like, oh,
yeah,
man,
we would have took that serious.
Yeah, we would have took that serious for sure. Like I was sweating bullets. I was like, oh man, and then I kind of felt guilty too because when he got hurt, I was like, man, I don't want to.
You celebrating.
Right.
Yeah.
But then we win it,
Oh,
I
man.
was like, but he was dominating,
Yeah, he was.
He was
James Harden checked out and he checked in.
Yeah, exactly. And if there's no other players, he would just make that little mid-range shot anywhere he wants and just it's good.
Yeah.
So I'm excited for the season. I'm really looking forward to it and to see where we're gonna take this. I know we have at least 3 more years to chase the championship, and I think we're at least gonna win one more, man. I want at least one more for Steph.
I believe that's gonna happen too, man. I believe it's gonna happen too.
Yeah. So,
man, now back to the travel, man.
Yeah.
The decision y'all made to move overseas. How long did y'all think about that decision, man? Or was it just a New Year's resolution? You was like, we just gonna do it.
You know what, T? It was. Like I said, we've always wanted to travel and everything just lined up. Like when I say everything lined up, like things just started happening when we couldn't explain it,
Gotcha.
My wife and I were like, if we want to travel, let's just do it. We didn't even know how. We didn't know, and we were living with our parents at the time. We're like, but we got so much stuff. What are we gonna do with the stuff? So then I just started selling things, on Facebook Marketplace, then I sold my car, and I was like, well, now we don't have a car, so this you can't look back now, right? So then we bought our ticket. We bought our ticket, and then it just happened one after another, and then next thing you know, we end up here, right? And even when we got here, we feel like the universe is already conspired for us to
just lined everything up.
In a very comfortable way. Like even where we're living now, it's a good friend of mine. It's his investment property. Gotcha. And he had just gotten the keys. He had just gotten turned over, right? And then he knew that I was coming out here. He was like, man, I would love to have you guys rent it because I trust you. I know you're gonna take care of it. I'll give you a sweet deal and all that stuff. I was like, okay.
Relationships are a big thing, man.
Yes.
Now,
so,
what would you say is the difference between being in the States, having all that responsibility, and then let some of that go, and then being where you're at now?
Oh, it's a lot lighter for sure. Energetically, mentally, stress wise, when you come to a different place where you don't know the language, and you're forced to get outside your comfort zone, even though we've been here a couple of times already, we haven't really immersed ourselves in the culture, right? And really lived here long term to understand how the environment's going to impact us. And so when we came here, we started to see the different nuances compared to the States and the Philippines, right? The vibe here is way more relaxed. People are way less stressed. They're way more happier with their lives, even though, economically they're not making, as much, right? Everyone here is smiley and polite and just loving, and they hang out with their families, and all the weekends are always packed and doing activities, it's in the States, it's like you go somewhere, if you smile at someone,
Standoffish.
they might look, they might
Yeah,
look
look
at
at
you
you
like,
funny. Yeah.
oh, like,
Yeah,
what you smiling at, bro? I'm like,
exactly.
I'm just, I'm just smiling, man.
Yeah, I got a chance to, while I was in the military, I got a chance to travel around Asia a lot. I lived in Japan for a year, and I got a chance to go to South Korea. I also got a chance to go to Hong Kong. So yeah, I'm Chinhae, Donghae, Seoul, Korea, Hong Kong, all over Japan, man. And so just the way of life, it's like people not worried about certain things that stress us here. Life is easier, food is healthier. Like we were talking about medicine earlier. Over there at the pharmacy in Japan, they had plants. They had plants in the pharmacy, and somebody would come with their prescription, and the pharmacist would take the leaves off, so he take bark and then he grind it up and then put that into a capsule and then give it to the customer. When I saw that, I was like, boy, they would not allow that in the States, even though I feel that's the best thing. They would not allow people see that, they're gonna shut that down.
Right.
But it was just so amazing, man. And then also too, man, I had a friend and she told me, she said, we can eat whatever we want as long as we drink this tea. I think it was like some oolong tea or something, man. She said, you can eat greasy food, drink this tea, clean you out, you good.
Yeah. So there's one thing I wanna mention about, the major differences, specifically when it comes to food. So when we first got here, I started to notice and become aware of how much I eat. So in the States, man, I go to the taco truck, buy a fat burrito with 2 tacos, horchata, I would inhale the whole thing. Like I would eat everything. And then I'd feel tired and lethargic and don't want to do anything, right? And all the stuff that we bought there, like you said, a lot of processed stuff too.
Yeah.
And then when we came here, even when the first couple weeks or 2 to 3 weeks, we would go out to eat and buy food, and I would notice that our table was full of food, right, for me and my family.
Yeah.
But then I look over the other table, and the normal people, the locals there, they just have one plate to themselves, and they would just eat, and everything would be good. I'm over here like, are they gonna get full with that? So then I'm over here looking at myself like, I think I'm overeating, and that whole understanding with myself really tripped me out, because then I became aware that I was. So now that I'm living here for almost going on 9 months now, I've learned to eat to the point of just feeling content. Not too full, it's not still hungry, but just enough. And I feel good. My energy's good. I'm super, focused still. And, I'm not as tired. And then, like I said, the food is, even way more organic here. Exactly. So I don't have to worry about all that stuff. My bowel movements are awesome. We haven't even gotten sick here. Like, it's just great, back home, man, it's totally different. And you see that. And that's the point. And that's why I think, I feel and I think everyone should travel. You should always get a chance to go somewhere else and experience something else, and experience a new, culture and how they live. Because you never know, if something, is good for you, but it's on the other side of the world. Exactly. You're gonna miss out if you don't go.
If you don't go and see it,
Yeah. So
don't believe the stereotypes, don't believe the hype. Go over there and go see it, man.
Exactly.
Another thing I noticed too is the way of life in most places outside of the States. People looked younger for long periods of time, and there was a low amount of overweight people.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes. Yeah. Like I said, the vibe here is totally different. They're not really stressed out. And let me just say another thing about specifically the Philippines, because that's the one thing I noticed here was the traffic, right? Crazy traffic.
Mm-hmm.
It's it's get in where you fit in. There's motorcycles, there's people walking, there's cars and trucks, there's no lanes, they make their own lanes. But something about the collective understanding, they don't get into any accidents.
Yeah.
I haven't seen one car accident here since I've been here. That's 9 months.
Yeah.
Since I'm there, I rarely hear like police sirens.
Yeah.
When I was in the States,
Yeah.
every day,
Yeah.
multiple times a day.
Yeah.
And that does something to your psyche, right? Like
Exactly.
you automatically get tense, like, oh shit, what's going on? Like, I hope everyone's okay, or like, is something happening, right? Like,
Yeah.
it makes you tense. Here, I don't hear it. Maybe once a month, twice a month,
Yeah.
and we live in like a metro city. So,
Yeah.
and I don't see any, accidents or nothing. And everyone's like, they walk everywhere, so everyone's like real fit and,
Yeah.
they're just like I said, happy and very respectful. Everyone's like greeting you all the time, it's amazing, and if
Man,
we've been to other countries too, and it's the same way.
Yeah, I remember being in different parts of Asia and seeing people in the 90s, smoking cigarettes.
Yeah.
No walker, no wheelchair, no cane.
Yeah.
Working in the field, squat down, stand up. They not none of that.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, how these people 90 something years old still moving like that? And we have people over here that's 30, 40, 50, got a walker on 13 different mans. I say you have to go see the world. You just find
Yeah. Can I ask one question?
Yes,
for you
sir.
guys? I love the name of your podcast. How did you come up with that? Why did you come up with that?
When one of my buddies, man, we wanted a name that would stick out and get attention.
Yeah.
Because also too, we were seeing that there was a lot of platforms where men didn't have a voice. And what we felt like a narrative that was being pushed is that men just always wrong no matter what, and they just have to accept it.
But yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Even when you're right, you're wrong. So we wanted a platform we could have our voice. And also too, is for betterment of men and correcting men.
Yes.
So I'm gonna go back to you with a question.
Oh, that's a good one. I like that.
So,
I like that. Yeah.
so
go
can
ahead.
you tell us about a time where everyone thought you was wrong and you were right? Or can you tell us about a time when you were wrong, living wrong, or what did you do to make it right or be right?
Wow. I'm gonna go with the latter, because when I first saw the show, your podcast, right, and the title of your podcast, that my immediate thought was, damn, I was wrong for a long time about myself. Right?
Yeah.
Like I said, I was very defensive, very unaware, very unhealed. So I always thought that I was always right. Everything I did was take it or leave it, right? All of my past relationships ended like that because I would either walk away, because they didn't conform to what I was saying or doing. And, I never thought that I was ever wrong. And so when I finally got into a relationship where I knew that I couldn't leave my wife no matter how upset I got, which was crazy, right? And she was like the only woman ever that I can ever see myself growing old with. All my other relationships, I never had that vision. But with her, for some reason, I had that. So even at the height of my anger or, bitterness or whatever, or defensiveness, for some reason, I would always come back. I would always be magnetically, back to her. And there were many times where I was wrong, right? And how I corrected that was to do my own healing. I really had to ask myself the hard questions. Like, why do I behave like this? Why am I so defensive? Why can't I talk about my feelings? Why do I get triggered all the time, right? These are difficult questions for me to ask, because I came from my background of like, I'm always right and you're wrong,
Yeah.
And so whatever I said, you have to take it, because when I look back, that's the way my father was, right? My mother was very submissive. So it was like his rule or no rule, or his say or no say, right? Like you couldn't go against anything that he said. And so he was always right, even though he was wrong, right? Even though he made a mistake, he would still, be correct. And I adopted that attitude, being around that and being and observant to that type of behavior. So that stuck with me throughout my relationships until, this one fateful one where I really had to dig deep and ask myself those hard questions to start the healing journey, right? Because that's what happens. I got so tired of arguing about the same stuff.
Yeah.
That was like, I was like emotionally, physically, mentally, spiritually depleted, but I knew I couldn't be without her. I was like, something has to give. Like, she ain't changing, so what else is there, right? I had to look at myself and be like, I think it's me.
Yeah.
Self-reflection, man.
Yeah, most definitely self-reflection.
Right. So, and for those of you that are, and for your audience, this is something that I teach my students. If you don't know where you are in your healing journey, for myself personally, there's the 5 stages that I've went through, and it might give some of your audience some clarity on where they are, right? Because initially, first what happens is we become aware, right? And they all start with A. So the first stage is awareness. For me, my awareness was like my anger issue, defensiveness, not being able to articulate my emotions, right? And I couldn't connect on a very emotionally intimate level. And so I had all these like deficiencies in that sense. And then I became aware because I was so tired. I was so depleted and exhausted. I was like, something's got to give, right? And then when I went through that awareness stage, you then start to ask those questions, those hard questions to yourself.
Yeah.
And then you have to really do a lot of, shadow work to accept all the parts, all the shadows, all the, the childhood traumas that you dealt with that produced all of these different behaviors, right? Or produced all these different personality traits. And so that stage is the hardest stage, because that's when you really have to look at yourself and be like, well, there's all this stuff, there's something wrong with you. And you messed up a lot of times, right? You could have did this, you could have did this way, or you could have made this decision. So you have to go through all that, and then you go into the action stage where you start to do the work. You start to like take care of yourself, right? Take meditation classes, see a psychiatrist, a therapist, or whatever, right? Work on yourself, do a self-care routine, and then really try to, implement positive discipline and behavior to help you, get through those shadow parts of yourself, to make you fully understand who you are. And then that's when you start to realize your healing, which is like the actualization stage. You start to heal. You start to realize like, oh man, under all that trauma, I'm this type of person. Under all that trauma, I value this, right? Under all of that trauma, this is what brings me joy. This is my definition of success. This is my definition of happiness, right? And then when you get through that stage, you then become your most authentic self. And that's the last stage, right? Healing is just you remembering who you truly are to get to your most authentic essence, right? Because at that point, you're very unapologetic. Nothing, no one can tell you anything. It's like, I have my truth, and I stand with that, and I'm not bothering you, because I'm living my life, like you do you, I do me, and the world is good, so.
Yes, sir, man. Now, what events or workshops or things you got coming up, man? How can people find you?
Oh yeah. So I have a free Facebook community called the Healing Tribe. You can just look up Healing is the Hustle on Facebook. You'll find it there. People can join there. I have weekly trainings in there right now. And I teach all this stuff, how to begin your journey, how to do proper self-care, right? Talk about setting boundaries and all that stuff. You can also go to any of my social media channels, Jay Chantalangsi. I have my website that has a whole bunch of resources you can download for free.
I'm going to pull that up for everybody, Jay.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's like resources there. If you're interested in doing energy healing, you can set up a session with me, or I'm also accepting one-on-one coachings clients at the moment as well.
And
But
as
yeah,
you can
I
see,
mean,
all his social medias are right there on his page.
right.
All
Yeah.
these links.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So.
Yeah. So yeah, and you have like resources there. I am coming out with a course on TikTok as well that I'm going to be launching pretty soon. So, look out for that. Also, I'm working on a book right now that explains those 5 stages of the healing journey. And so hopefully that's going to come out by next year. We'll see.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So.
Yes, sir,
Yeah.
man. Make sure y'all go to J Chapter Langzi webs.com, man. Website, man. Get the information. Tap in with him, man. Amazing dude, man. Hey, we've been talking like we've been knowing each other for a long time.
I know.
The energy is good, man. Good energy.
Yes. I mean, like I said, thank you so much for this opportunity. I was excited to be here and, to have this type of conversation. And likewise, your energy is really, really good. I mean, it's different when you vibe like that. And like I said, everything's energy, right? So appreciate you.
Man, I like to give a shout out, man, to a friend for mine.
Yes.
A mutual friend for, man, hooking this up. And also, man, I'm a big supporter.
Yes.
So, man, make sure you go to his website and also make sure you get her book. Can you hear me? You see, I was supporting your boy. Got a copy. I got a copy. I'm for real with it. It's on Amazon. Go get it.
Yes.
Francis Fomine.
Yeah, I'm waiting for her audiobook to be done so I can listen.
Oh yeah,
to it. Yeah. She sent me
it's a quick read. It's a quick read. It's really good.
Yeah, she's doing a lot of good stuff.
This definitely has opened my eye to a lot of things. Like I said, I never heard of energy healing, but the information that you gave today has kind of opened my eyes. Coming from America, we're always taught the pill is the answer. By you explaining the whole energy thing, it makes sense. It's like modern medicine is actually trying to catch up to what's already been going on for centuries. So this definitely was valuable information.
Yeah, and thank you for that. I think there's a place and time, for Western medicine, but like I just want to touch on that because you just having this type of curiosity to learn more is where it all begins. And I think for everyone, if they're open-minded in this way to understand, like there's other modalities that may help them, right? And the one that I do is just one, right? You talked about Reiki, there's acupressure, acupuncture, there's EFT, right? Tapping, there's quantum healing. I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff out there. And I'm a huge proponent of healing. So even if my clients and students come to me and the work that I do, doesn't really work for them, I tell them, go find something else. There's so much that we have this supercomputer on our, in our hands. Like you can look up anything and find something that resonates, find something that can help you, begin that healing journey for yourself, whether it be physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, whatever it is, right? Because I think after a while, when people understand, and take responsibility for their healing, they can change their life, right? They can change their life for the better, right? And that's what everyone strives to do, is just to live, life to the fullest and experience all the wonder and beauty and, love that they're born with, right? I mean, it's their birthright. So
exactly.
Yeah.
I feel, man, as if when we come in this world, we already have, and we're closer to the Creator. And then as we go through this life, we get kind of corrupted.
Disconnect,
Get in the way, we get distracted, and we have to find. It's on us to get back balance and find our way back to the energy and the Almighty Creator.
Yes. Yeah. And that's exactly it. Like I said, even going through this whole healing journey, like you're just trying to find your way back before you were tainted, before all of the trauma, before all of the, pain and suffering, right? Because deep down inside of all of us, we're pretty much the same type of compassionate being, like you look at kids, they're prime examples of how we're supposed to be, even how they regulate themselves emotionally. It's the same thing. We just
honesty.
Yes. Very, very honest. Yeah.
They're gonna let
very
you know.
honest.
Very,
very candid. You know what I mean? But it's like, but even if they feel sad or whatnot, and they get through it, they go back to being there in their homeostasis, way of being happy, right? They just are very curious, and they just want to enjoy the moment. I look at my kids all the time. I'm like, man, they're just having fun with this little block,
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and their eyes are
Imagination
lit
going
up.
wild.
Yeah,
Just creating
exactly.
stuff, creating an environment.
Yeah, exactly. And we can do that. I've done that many times, even in meditation. Like, I'll come out of a meditation, I'm like, that was wild. Like, you have these crazy psychedelic experience. You're like,
Man.
whoa.
I'll tell you real quick, man, before we get up out of here. Like, what my experiences in meditation is almost like a weightlessness.
Yes.
It's like when and the more I did it, the quicker I got into the meditative state. It got to the point of where I sat down, relaxed, got calm, and then my mind was clear, and boom, I was in. When I first started, it took longer to calm the thoughts and clear my mind. And then it felt like weightlessness, like my body was gone and my head was floating. Then it felt like I wasn't breathing, because the breathing becomes so shallow, and you just calm. Sometimes you catch yourself, you do that, and I would feel like I'm traveling, or I would have memories of things that I thought I forgot about.
Right.
Or sometimes, man, you can also say I might see some things that ain't happened yet.
Yep. Yes.
Yeah.
So I'll give you a quick example about that. Just today, I was meditating for like 35 minutes, and I have this marathon that I'm gonna do here in the Philippines, right? My first international marathon, and I went into the meditation just wanting to relax my body. I was like, I'm gonna just sit here and just relax my body. As soon as I went into the meditation state, like, all these visions of me running, like, into the different places of the course of the marathon and stuff like that. Like, I saw myself taking off my shirt, like drinking some water and like finishing the finish line. I'm like, wow. Like, and then I came out of it, I was like, felt like I already did it.
I already did,
'Cause, when you're in that state, your mind doesn't know the difference between imagination, visualization, or reality.
Yeah.
Right. And that's why we kind of get these crazy moments in that meditative state, because our brain waves are so, it's the frequency is at a very low level, right? Beta, alpha, even gamma levels. Like, that's when things start to look really, like out there. You're just like, what? Floating in space, your body's not there.
Yeah.
I've had all those experiences that you explain, and it's hard to talk to someone that
hasn't experienced it.
Because they're just like, what? You can do that? I was like, yeah, everyone can do this.
Yeah, you can do this without putting anything foreign in your body.
Right, exactly. And people have been doing this for thousands of years. Thousands of years, and it's people have their apprehensions about it because of their own beliefs and stuff like that. But I always say, man, it's like, I believe everyone should be meditating. I don't care what background or whatever it is that you're from. Like, just a couple minutes a day, just staying consistent, can change your life.
Yeah, tremendously.
Yeah. All right,
bro, man. Thank you, man, for coming on, man.
Thank you so much, man.
You, bro. We're gonna have to do this again in the future, man.
Yes. Likewise.
Man. Yes, sir,
for
man.
sure.
Once
I'm
again,
grateful to be
man,
here.
make sure y'all go to his website. All his social media links on the website. The website is at the bottom of the screen. Make sure y'all tap in, man. Follow this man. Take his coaching. You know what I'm saying? Help yourself. Help yourself.
Yes.
Yes.
That
healing.
Yes.
Exactly, man.
Healing is the hustle.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Bro, we appreciate you, man, and we're gonna have to do this
Thank you
again
for
in
your
the future,
time.
bro.
Oh yeah, my pleasure. It's my pleasure. Thank you guys both.
Man, that has been an amazing show, man. The Men Can Always Be Wrong podcast brought to you by CTR Media. Man, we thank our guest again, Jake Chantalangzi. And man, amazing show, bro. Man, we talk like we've been knowing this brother forever.
Yeah.
G was
good guy, man. Definitely.
And keep the good energy in your life. Check him out. Check out all his courses and everything, man. Go to his website. Check out everything, man. Tap in when I'm on social media, man. Follow this man so you can get the attention and the help that you need, man, to self-heal yourself and take your self-care seriously.
Yeah,
she got
that trauma out your body.
Exactly.
Get that trauma out your body.
Yeah. She got T Swin and
your boy J Bean.
Yes, sir. We are out.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
What up, everybody? It's your guy, T Swin. As you know, I was recently featured in the Trucker Magazine's March issue for my transportation music. Well, the wait is finally over. The transportation music is here now. Man, you can play it, stream it, download it, buy it, man, spread the word. Good, clean music that jams. Be a part of history in the making, man. The first ever all transportation music album ever. Our own genre, transportation music. Buy what you got, T Swin. Let's get it.
Yes, let me show you how to pick it up and move it. Homie, this is transportation music. Something to ease your mind while you're cruising. Homie, this is transportation music.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tiffany Bell, and I am the host of the CEO Corner, and I'm very excited to be able to introduce our guest today. But before we get into that, as always, I got to make sure that we have a real quick conversation about affirmations for a woman on the move. And so this is our journal. It's 39 women who come together and they share their favorite affirmations, their favorite scripture, their favorite power statement, just words that they've used to help them focus, right, so that they can work on accomplishing their goals. And so again, it's great. It's 76 days worth of affirmations. Whenever you have an opportunity to grab your copy and look inside, you'll see the affirmations are there for you. Just a real quick snippet about what that affirmation means to the author. And then at the bottom of every page, there is a QR code for you to be able to get in contact with her, so that if you would like to, one, do business with her, just have a general conversation with her, maybe get some mentoring, all of their contacts are there for you. So, and this is available in print, or you can get a digital download at Amazon.com. But for now, again, I am excited for you all to be able to connect with our guest for today. One of our contributing authors is Dr. Akina Finch. So Dr. Finch is a social media and technology author, coach, speaker, and training professional with over 20 years experience. She helps people to create a demand for their supply using coaching, social media, and technology. Again, Dr. Akina Finch. So Dr. Finch, to the stage. I am excited to have you with us today. Tell our guests just a little bit about yourself. Like, again, we know a little bit about your professional side, but I would love for them to get a sneak peek of what you look like outside of Dr. Finch and Associates.
Well, thank you so much, Tiffany, for having me today. A little sneak peek about me. I am an educator. Higher education is my jam. Then, of course, I am also a motivational coach. So I have a motivational company as well, Women's Empowerment to be exact. So when I was given the opportunity to be part of Affirmations for a Woman on the Move, it made perfect sense to me because I'm always trying to empower my sisters to rise up and be all that they can be. So that's a sneak peek about me, but I know we're going to get into more of that.
Yes, yes, yes. So I love what you said, always encouraging people to rise up. And so tell me, where did that passion in regard to encouraging women, I'm assuming women, men, women, I'm not sure what your primary target audience is, but where did that begin? Like, how did you discover your passion for that? And then, of course, eventually I want to know, like, I know you as the technology guru, right? I want to know, again, like, how did your story unfold? Share that with me for me, if you don't mind.
Well, where the passion came to empower people was from the fact that a lot of people empowered me when I was coming up. And because of that empowerment, I was able to reach a lot of heights at a very young age. Whereas, and especially in education, being a dean at 32 years old was not really heard of. So,
oh, wow. Now, I knew that you were a dean, but I didn't realize like the record time. That's very impressive, very impressive. But, sorry to interrupt. Go ahead, finish up. I love that.
No. And then eventually, I got to empower a lot of people in that space. And that's when I realized I was a coach. I had a coach in nature. And my friend was like, look, we need to get you, we both need to get a certification because that's our nature. And we end up doing that. And from that passion, it was just a no-brainer to help others. Now, as far as my clientele, women gravitate to me, but I do help men.
Okay.
So it's no worries there. I have a little something for everybody.
So I have to tell you all about a recent conversation that Dr. Finch and I had. So she said a second ago that coaching is what she does naturally. So just last night, as a matter of fact, we were prepping, getting ready for today's show. Called her, expecting like a 2 or 3 minute conversation, which I think probably lasted closer to 30 minutes. But within that 30-minute time span, you really helped me, one, to be able to not just focus or, I was having difficulty making a decision, right? And so she just really helped just kind of lay it out, right? Not just say, hey, Tiffany, perhaps this is the way that you need to, this is the direction that you need to go. But she also helped me like actually frame it out like in great detail. And so, I want to make sure that I just give you your flowers now and say, thank you. And she's done that actually several times for me. So I've thoroughly enjoyed getting to know you. And like, she just really is she's a genius when it comes to technology, but behind that mind of hers is a beautiful heart. So again, I'm very grateful to have the opportunity to know you and to continue to get to know you. So you're wonderful.
Now, thank you so much.
Let's
you mentioned technology. Did you want me to
do what I was like, I want to hear about the tech guru.
Yeah, so I have been in technology since I was 8 years old when my mother gave me a Tandy and a programming book, and that was the end of that.
Tandy. What's a Tandy? I feel like I should know what a Tandy is.
It was the computer version, Radio Shack's computer brand. Yes, that's very, 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 that shows how old I am, right?
Okay.
And so, that's, I was 8 at that time. So, and then as it went on, I noticed that in every job that I got, I turned it into a technology opportunity, whether I was a parapro when I was working with K through 12, whether when I was working with the Army, I became a lot of Army people will know what this IMO, the Information Management Officer. Okay. And that was the technology person in every building. I became the IMO and I'm running all the systems and all the things. And so I pretty much figured out that I had a good thing, but in that particular job, that's where I found out about my love for social media and technology, and then how I could teach it. I had a way of teaching it to make it people be able to break it down. And so that's where I found my true calling, so to speak. And a lot of you see me in the tech arena doing those things. And I am so honored to have helped many people just with my natural gifts. And, that's probably why my tech side of my company is called Technically Intuitive, because I do it intuitively. So, yes.
All right. So, social media. All right. I'm smiling because I had a conversation with someone earlier today about you. It was with my friend Charmin Prince. Right. Okay. And so I was telling her that, the three of us have similar personalities and that we're all three of us are introverts. Right. Yes. And so when it comes to the social media thing, oh man, for people that know me and know me well, they know that I am not a big fan of social media. Right. But I do understand, it has its place in it. We're here now. Right. So, I definitely understand and see the value in it. But the introvert me doesn't particularly care to share much about Tiffany. Right. And so, when I think about going on social media, just kind of getting past the introversion side of me, though, it's kind of funny, introverts come alive in front of microphones. That's odd to me. Don't know why that happens, but knowing that you're an introvert and that you have a love for social media, kind of tell me how do you do it? How do you get past the introversion side, the introverted side of you, and be willing to share as much as you do using social media?
That was a big thing for me because when I started social media, I was a lot like you. I didn't think people really was interested in what I had to say, or I wasn't really interested in sharing Ikena. I could share all about you or other people, but Ikena wasn't, the big thing. And literally when I started helping soldiers find jobs, I also started talking about the things that I thought about. And that is where all of a sudden the clouds parted, as they say, and all these people were interested in what I had to say because they were like, you do it in a different way. You do it in a community type manner. Okay. And then they wanted to know, but then the thing was my social media started growing because I was just me. One of my people described me as a little Southern Baptist preacher when I present. Okay. And they said that, just the style, they've never seen anything like it, and it's authentic and it's genuine. One thing about introverts is we don't fake the funk very well. And so when everything comes out, it just comes out
right here.
And so they love the fact that I was all of these things. And, when I first came out, it was like word vomit. It just really was. I've learned how to tone it down since then. But the one thing about it is that they like the authenticity. And they love that I wasn't trying to cut it and make it and fix it up. I do it flaws and all. I mean, I done went live in rollers, hair bonnets.
Girl.
Yes, everything. And they were like, you are, because everybody's like, oh, we gotta fix it up. And that was part of their appeal because at the end of the day, the message was the same. The message was the empowerment. The message was I'm real, I'm raw, and I'm gonna get it done. Okay. And they ended up building trust. And so that's one of the things about introverts. If you ever notice their profiles, they grow because they know that they're going to be able to trust us because we don't fake fun.
You might be right about that. I agree with you 110%. So my reason for asking, my reason for kind of posing that question is because I feel like that kind of goes back to the journal, right? And I think it's mindset, right? The whole point of this, right? The whole point of sharing our power statements, our affirmations. Because again, we really have to, shape our focus and shape our thoughts so that we can, do the things that we are uncomfortable doing. And for me, whatever is listed on my list, true list of goals, typically it's things that I'm not, I don't want to just sign up and do it just to be doing it. You know what I'm saying? It's going to pull me out of my comfort zone to a certain extent. And so again, it's the importance of, saying the right things to yourself and working on believing that so that your mind is shaped and focused I would love for you to share, one or two of your affirmations that, with our audience. And of course, behind the affirmation, I want you to share the story and how it has affected your life.
Well, the affirmation that is in the lovely affirmation for women on the move, I'm also in the other book as well, but this particular one was fire to me. I will not be ignored or denied.
Ooh, I love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it.
Yes, and it actually says I will no longer, and that's the major point. I will no longer be ignored or denied. Introverts tend to be ignored because we sit in the background. And so if we are not saying nothing, they take it for granted that we're not going to say nothing. We're just going to go with the pack. And so, and a lot of times we do, because, we're not going to get into a whole lot of, if it doesn't seem conducive or no ROI, we're not going to be in that part of that conversation. I mean, just telling you like it is.
I don't small talk.
Right. It needs to build upon something.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and because of that, we tend to be, oh, she'll be all right. This. No. You will hear what I have to say, because what I do have to say is important. And whatever it is that I'm doing, I know my purpose here, and my purpose will no longer be denied. A lot of us sit around and let everybody else's purpose be the main thing and sit on the back burner for our own. We will no longer be ignored or denied. You will no longer be denied your purpose, your grounding, your footing, your space at the table. Your space at the table. That's right. Because a lot of us believe we don't have a space at the table. That space is for our husband, our kids, our significant other, our this, that, and other thing. No, you have a space at the table. That's first off. And I have
bring value to every table that you sit at. That's
there it is.
And I bring value to every table that I sit at.
There it is. And see, that's the part. That's the part. Because when I became a dean, I was new to the group, and I would tell them my ideas and all of that, and they would just poo-poo me off. And I tell them something else, and they poo-poo me off. Well, within that 3-month time span, and I blew all of them out the water and became the top registration person in my whole district. Now you want to listen to me? So, I was all over the thing. And to the fact, within 6 months, I had raised the campus by 40% than it was when it first started a year ago. So they had two. I was the second dean, and the guy had made some nice strides. But we had a 40% raise in 6 months compared to what he did in a year and a half.
Oh, that's some value there, girl. True value to the table.
All right. But they poo-pooed me off because I should know nothing. I will no longer be ignored or denied. And I had to break it down to them. Now you want to sit, y'all used to seeing y'all names and lights. Now y'all have a contender.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Oh, man. Okay. So you mentioned purpose earlier, right? Yes. And I know I feel as if I hear the word on a regular basis, not making light of it. It's just that a lot of people are seeking and trying to understand, where to fit and how to fit and how does that fit into, just their, for them, like, what is my purpose? And I remember having the same, struggles. At the end of the day, now I understand and know that my purpose, there's 3 things that Tiffany Bell is born to do. It is connect people to people, it's connecting people to resources, and it's ultimately I'm connecting people to God, right? And the thing that changes with that, now honestly, I think that's what all of us, ultimately, that's what every person on the face of the earth should be doing. Everybody's purpose, connect people to people, people to resources, people to God, right? But what changes is that it's the tool or the method that we use to do those things from one season to another season, right? So, again, my baby boy is 19 and will be graduating high school this year. We got 2 more months, right? And so with that, I have been feeling the shift with that for, the past year, right? So I realized that, again, the purpose for me in his life, again, I'm going to connect Brandon Christopher Bell to the right people. I'm going to connect Brandon Christopher Bell to the right resources, and I'm going to continually, connect him to God by prayer, again, but I recognize that in this season, it's more by prayer than when he was a kid and taking him to, Sunday school or whatever. So I say all of that to say, in your endeavors in regard to just kind of building out your educational degree and, becoming a dean at such a early age, right? And then, now you're recognizing that you're a coach, right? Of course, you've probably been aware of that for quite some time, but, just kind of tell us a little bit about your journey in discovering your purpose. Like, what was your aha moment?
Well, being the dean for technology, my aha moment was working with the soldiers where I was serving.
Right. Okay.
Okay. Then my aha moment for coaching was when I was a dean serving my my students. And then as far as the ministry piece, I have always been in the church serving. So what are the things I'm built to do? I'm built to serve. I'm built to be technical. And I'm definitely built to teach and to coach. So it's 4 things that I'm built to do.
Okay, the common denominator in that each time you discovered your purpose or the purpose in that season really kind of came out through serving people. Yes. I love that.
Yes, I am a servant leader to the heart. And I always find a way to add service and to add technology or teaching, teaching to a job, whatever I'm doing. And I have realized that at the end of the day, if I'm not giving back, then I'm not receiving well. I can't just receive, and not give back. Because what's the fruit in that? Because if you keep getting, you're gonna get overwhelmed. The cup is going to fill up. How do you release the cup? How do you get rid of the stagnant energy? By giving away what you have already mastered so that you can empty that space for new things to come and manifest into your life. And when I realized that, the floodgates truly opened. And I started truly serving from the heart, no matter what. I turned everything into a service opportunity because, as you know, we're supposed to make disciples and we're supposed to serve his people. So that is why I do what I do. And you can find out a lot about that piece of me on Changing Minds Online. That's where I do my podcast, the Dr. Finch Experience, and that's where I talk about the mind shift, the motivation, the empowerment, how I, as the song goes, how I got over. Okay. And all the bumps and bruises in life, all of the people not believing in me, all the people thinking that I trying to deny me or ignore me, all those things. He needed me to experience all those things so that I would understand the people that come to me and be able to coach them and to serve them appropriately so that they can reach their higher heights and they'll have someone that truly understands them during the journey. And then as far as the technology stuff, I am technically intuitive. That's why the business is called that. But everything is all under the Finch and Associates umbrella because at the end of the day, I am DRAD Finch. That's where you find me on all social media handles. And that is what I do. I serve, I coach, I educate, and I empower. So thank you for that, Tiffany. It was every once in a while, it's nice to really visit what your purpose is and why you do what you do.
Love it, love it, love it. So I'd like for you to take just a couple of minutes and just talk straight to the camera to any woman that's out there, one that may need your services, but also, when you think of having to make a shift where mindset is concerned, I'd like for you to take a couple of minutes and just kind of talk to her and encourage her. And then, of course, I'd love for our viewers to know how to follow up and connect with Dr. Akina Finch.
Well, I hope that you get the journal because in that journal, 39 women were there to pour into you. They gave you the affirmations that empower them to be their best selves. And from that, we hope that you glean a little bit of what we were trying to pour into you. And then also, journaling is therapeutic. What is it doing inside you? We need to make sure that we get it out of us. And that could be just telling your story. That could be writing a book. That could be putting it on social media and sharing with other people. Okay? Because you never know what others are going through. And while you're healing yourself, you could be helping others heal as well. And that is what always has motivated me, whatever I'm doing, whenever I'm serving, because I want others to be great. I know that there's somebody that was waiting on my gifting to be great, just like I was waiting on others' giftings to be great. So what would have happened if they didn't show up for me? Where would I have gone? What would happen if you don't show up for them? Where would they be? So if you're interested in talking or chatting or all the things, you can always find me on DRAD Finch on all social media handles. I'm a social media coach, so I'm everywhere at DRAD Finch. You see it right up there, right? And then if you want to work with me, by all means, come to akinafinch.com/contact, and you can get on my calendar. Let's have a conversation. Let's have a conversation, because you never know what somebody is putting your life for. So let's see what we are putting each other's lives to do. Because, I have truly been blessed by meeting Tiffany Bell and all the things that she does. And I hope that she finds me to be a blessing as well, because that's the way of reciprocity,
and joining us today. Again, as far as just being able to follow up with Dr. Finch, if you'd like to purchase a journal, you can go to her website. And I'm assuming Dr. Finch is going to be the akinafinch.com if they would like to purchase a copy of the journal directly from you.
Believe it or not, it's on akinafinch.com. It's on Changing Minds, and it's on Technically Intuitive. They're not gonna miss that book.
Okay.
Wherever we close, right. We're gonna find it. Yes.
Okay.
And on social media too. Okay. We let them know.
All right. So one thing we have not talked about today is, I probably see Dr. Finch. She's on social media, but I see her most often on Clubhouse. So I need to tell them real quick about about your Clubhouse room. I don't want to mispronounce the room, but tell them where they can find you Saturday nights. I think it's 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. I want to tell them a little what happens there.
Yes, so I have a room called Technically Intuitive, and what it is networking and tech tips. We call it Tech Tips Saturday. You come up and you talk about what you do and any tech tips you may need or you would like to share. Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden, that conversation just blows up because, like last week, We help somebody set up their events. We were talking about how to get publicity. So you never know what is going to be talked about. So if you've been thinking about it, definitely join us in the Technically Intuitive Room on Clubhouse.
Yes. So, one more thing that happened this past Saturday. Was it this past Saturday or Saturday before last? Yeah, it was this past Saturday. Okay, so one of the ideas that I got from going inside of Dr. Finch's room, which again, that's the reason why I called you last night, I think, was for me to talk about that. Well, the idea that I got going to her room is to take these affirmations and to put them on cards. Right. So imagine, this right here works good, in the morning when you or the evening, just kind of whenever you have your quiet time. That's when the journal itself works well. Right. But on the go, just being able to put those reminders. And again, I don't know how you guys function, but whenever I need, when I'm really trying to retrain my mind to think and to believe a certain way, I believe in getting little post-its and putting it around, right? And so my little post-its, sometimes they're in the kitchen, sometimes in the bathroom. I have put them inside of my car on my dashboard. And so my thoughts behind this is just taking these affirmations, these nuggets of truth, and putting them on cards. And you can have that card and put it in your purse and just have it, making it around it's just with you for the duration. And when you need to refocus or reset, you're intentional to take 3 to 5 minutes away out of your day at any point, and pull that out and just quietly meditate on that. And you have it there with you. So love that idea. And I got that by going inside Dr. Finch's clubhouse room on Saturday. So again, if you've not visited there, I highly encourage you to come in. And I love it because it's regular everyday people. We are all just trying to figure it out, right? And the cool thing is that you got other people there who, we just come in and talk and share and work together. So love it. So with that, though, we're going to bring today's recording to an end. Thank you again, Dr. Finch, for coming in and sharing your pearls of wisdom. And for anybody that's out there, again, she is Dr. Akina Finch on all social media platforms. Be sure to follow and connect. And I will see you here with our next episode. You guys take care. Bye.
Be strong.
DJ Tony Dunn. She gon' take care of her bitch, she truckin'. She a woman with a rig, she truckin'. She gon' take care of her kids, she truckin'. Yeah, she a boss, she do it big, she truckin'. She truckin'. She a boss, she do it big, she truckin'. She a woman with a rig, she truckin'. She truckin'.
My name is Nate Johnson, and I'm the CEO and founder of GLCS. GLCS supports drivers by streamlining office processes, deploying and supporting company software, and connecting in-cab technologies to in-office technologies. I've spent nearly 30 years in transportation, starting my career as an over-the-road driver. Recently asked what was my favorite experiences as a driver. I recall waking up in the morning many times to a light fog, the sun rising, having a good cup of coffee, and rolling out of a truck stop, starting my day feeling rested and refreshed. those experiences are something that I cherish and recall and really only get to experience on long road trips now. Drivers, thank you. Thank you for all that you do. Drive safe, keep up the good work. We're all here to support you. Thank you to all the millions of drivers that safely keep America moving. Happy National Truck Driver Appreciation Week.
Welcome to the She Trucking Podcast. My name is Cindy Tunstall and I'm your host, and we have a great show for you today. My show is called Enjoying Life OTR. I care a lot about work-life balance, and I really want to do things that are going to help us to stay focused on the work, but also get rested and refreshed in our downtime as well. You know, I drive a 26-foot box truck, and I'm an OTR driver. I have my own authority. I have since the very beginning. I'm still a new baby in the trucking industry. I've only been driving for about 2.5 years, but I love this industry. You know, I love to travel. I love to get outside the truck and explore the places that I'm visiting, and it's a challenge. You know, we always have to struggles about truck parking and trying to find, you know, our hours of service and, you know, just being exhausted when we get done with our long drive. But, you know, we need to have a life outside the truck too. So I really care about those things and creating work-life balance. And for me, it's all about, you know, maintaining my business in a way that I can still not be too stressed out, not be too overwhelmed with the business of trucking, where I just can't function for my family and my friends and my downtime when I'm not driving. So I care a lot about work-life balance, and I want to be able to provide drivers with fun things to do outside the truck and make it streamlined and more easy. I have a Facebook community that's called Enjoying Life OTR. I have a website where we'll be posting pictures and things that we've been able to do while we're on our downtime. You know, I understand that it's a challenge to get outside the truck. You know, there's the truck parking is a challenge. You know, like I'm in Chicago right now, and I did a lot of research trying to find some fun things to do this weekend, but decided to do, you know, laundry and get caught up on some bills. And, you know, we need to do that sometimes, but every once in a while we find ways to make it work, and we get outside the truck and do something fun. Yesterday morning, I just popped in Google search and I said, park near me. And I found a park that was right by me. And there was a little truck stop right there. And I had to walk about half a mile. And I got to see this beautiful, gorgeous lake. There was these beautiful ducks were flying in there. And, you know, just sat there. That video with those leaves, that was on my stop yesterday. So I spent a couple hours there. You know, I was on my 34, so I was on personal conveyance, and I just wanted to spend some time outside the truck. And when I got to hike around this beautiful lake, and I just had a great time, and it was really refreshing for my soul. You know, I've been running hard the last 6 days, and I was worn out, and I just needed to spend some time outside the truck. It was starting to feel a little bit more like a prison than work. So I was really happy to get to see those sights. That was the first day of fall, and I got to see those beautiful leaves and lights catching through there. So it was a lot of fun. Anyway, those are things that I care about. And I also care about the business of trucking. You know, I love this industry. I love negotiating freight rates, and I love studying the different markets, because that has a direct impact on, you know, how well I'm providing for me and my family. So I care about the business of trucking as well. I self-dispatch, so I am constantly on the phone and wheeling and dealing and trying to find the best places for me to go next. And I love all of that. I love the freedom of being able to pick where I'm going to go next. You know, freight rates are pretty rough right now. And a lot of truckers are struggling, even company drivers. I mean, I see even in our community that their driver will post that, you know, they're getting a pay cut, you know, and they're wondering if they should leave that company or go somewhere else. And a lot of drivers are really struggling. So I think more than ever, we need to be really intentional about self-care. We need to be really intentional about ways that we manage our stress. We need to be really intentional about taking care of our bodies. Because all of these stressors that we have in our job, because the job itself, just driving a big rig down the road, is very stressful, and dealing with traffic and schedules and deadlines. docking and, four-wheelers, all that stuff. So we want to be really intentional to take care of ourselves when we can and do some good self-care. We have a really great show today. I'm going to introduce our guest to you in just a few minutes, but I want to tell you a little bit about what I have learned from her and how it has impacted me personally. Every now and then as an owner, I have an issue that I might need some legal advice, or I need I have some questions that I need to ask somebody, and I just don't know where to turn. I often think about, I'm watching a movie sometimes, and I watch this family, they're rich and they've got a family lawyer that they're going to call when they have a question about this contract, or, they're having an issue with the IRS, and, somebody's, suing them. They call the family attorney. They just hop on the phone and they call that person. And I always kind of laugh about that. I'm like, that must be nice to be able to just pick up the phone and call your family attorney. For me, when I'm having a struggle with a question like that legally, or I will sometimes, get on my Facebook community, or I chat with my social media, and I'll say, hey, anybody know a lawyer, because I have a question and I just want to run this by him. It's just going to take a few minutes. And, somebody, never fails. Somebody will say, well, I didn't go to law school, but, I took a contracting class. Maybe I could answer your question. And, so I get somebody that's trying to help me, but it's really not legal advice that I wanted. So one thing I love about Sue, our guest today, she has a program that's going to be able to help us to have legal counsel that's available while we're on the road, even if we're not trucking. Like there's some, I'm 57 years old and I've got some financial things that I need to get in order. And it's just a lot of questions that I have that are beyond my skill set. So I'm going to bring on our guest, Sue Adams. She's with Legal Shield. Sue, welcome to the show. We're real excited to have you here, and we can't wait for you to share the things that you have about the products that you're offering in our community. Sue, welcome to the show. I'd love for you to tell everybody how you got connected with.
Thank you so much, Cindy. I'm happy to be here. Sheree and I, so my husband and I, since 2016, we sold everything and we began full-time RVing, and we haven't looked back and have no intentions of quitting anytime soon. So back in about 3 years ago, we were coming back to Michigan, which is where we're from. We're here typically in the summer to see our kids. And I said to my husband, you know what? Let's stop in Chattanooga for a couple nights. There is this amazing young woman, Sheree, who has She Trucking, and I showed him the Facebook. I said, I just need to meet her. So we had been communicating, and so we met. And she took me on a tour of her training facility, her truck driving school in Chattanooga, and took me around town, and we went to lunch and just had a great time. So that's how we met.
Well, Sue, you're involved with Legal Shield and now a partner with the She Trucking community and our She Trucking Foundation. What I love about Legal Shield, there's so many ways that you could benefit our community, whether it's, somebody, a driver like me that owns my own trucking company, or just somebody that's a dispatcher. I mean, really everyone could benefit from the services of Legal Shield. Would you mind giving us a little bit of an overview about Legal Shield and maybe tell us how you, started working with this company and why it's important to you personally?
Oh my God, yes. So we have been, my husband and I, with the company with Legal Shield since 2005. And before that, we were in a traditional brick and mortar auto body business with 30 employees doing the Google decision thing. Well, we didn't have Google back then. That was over 20 years ago. So I guess we were just doing the guess and hoping it worked. Well, it doesn't work. we we ended up, so we were refinancing our commercial property, which included some environmental challenges with our building. And we should have had a qualified attorney. We didn't, because the contracts were written by an attorney, just not ours. And we ultimately ended up filing personal bankruptcy due to our decisions. So that was the first. And then my dad passed away years ago without a will. And he had a massive coronary, 58 years old. He figured he was going to live forever because he was healthy. And he didn't have a will. And my mom and him were married for years. Everything was joint, but she still had to jump a lot of hoops to get some things straightened out. With, had he had estate planning done, that wouldn't have happened. And being a full-time RVer, we are 65 foot long with the vehicle we pull. And I have a huge respect for truckers. I mean, we get cut off all the time. And just the little bit we drive, the miles, we don't drive anything like truckers do. So I imagine what they go through. And if they're in an accident and it's a tragic accident, that's not a good thing. And when I learned about Legal Shield, one of the plans, I could go, we have commercial driver legal plans. So we take care of things from the from just small things to tragic things. So with the commercial driver legal plan, you have a transportation law firm. So you call one law firm in one state, and they connect you with a law firm across the United States, wherever you got a citation. So, and I'm going to read some things just so I don't miss any, because when you and I were talking, you said they were important. So if
before you share those things, let me make sure I'm understanding about the service that you offer. Okay. I have a question already, and then I'm going to interrupt you too. Okay, so how does this work for, like, if it were, somebody that like me, a truck driver, I own my own trucking company, and how does the services work? It's like a monthly fee, or is it just a one-time thing that I pay as I use, or how is it set up to make it affordable? I know you said it was a more affordable option. How does that work?
How it works, great question. It is a month-to-month service, so all we sell is service. And you call the provider law firm, you pay once a month. And for the commercial driver legal plan, we have two plans. One runs $1.08 a day, so $32.95. And the other one runs $1.48, which is $44.95. So it depends on your needs. And that's why I always ask people, the website is going across the bottom, but I always ask people, my contact information is on every page of that website. Please do not hesitate to reach out and ask questions.
Well, Sue, tell our audience a little bit about, we have truck drivers in here, we have dispatchers, we have brokers, we have recruiters. Our audience is a wide range of people in the field. Tell us a little bit about this commercial driver legal plan and what kind of benefits this will offer for the drivers.
So we have from trivial to the traumatic. So we have tragic accident. So if you're in a tragic accident and you get charged with manslaughter and voluntary manslaughter, you have coverage. You have a law firm for that. You have moving violations. You just snap a picture of the violation, upload it through your app. We all have apps. and it goes to the law firm, and they contact you.
That's awesome. You know, those moving violations really affect our insurance. So whenever we get a moving violation, we want to do everything we can to keep that off our record and keep a clean driving record. So that in itself is a huge benefit.
Your insurance and your livelihood, because with moving violations, the points, and they cover the DOT and non-moving violations. So some of those are for logbook, over height, hazardous material, equipment violations, over length, over width, overweight, load spillage, permit violations, no medical card, no insurance, no motor carrier authority. So, I mean, it pretty much, you have CSA consultation, just through the commercial driver, and then you have some family coverage there as well. Because
incredible, a lot of services that they offer available to drivers, and I would imagine this would really lower our stress when we're having a challenge.
Mm-hmm. Yes, because you know when you're on the road, you're being taken care of. How it works, it's through collective buying power. So everybody pays, and the attorneys, they are paid in advance. So they're there to serve you, not bill you.
I love that. So it really is like that, like I described in that movie, you know, where they just call their attorney and they can handle it. We would have our own attorney. It's very reasonable. I mean, for just a little over $30 a month, we could have, you know, I don't have to be calling somebody on Facebook that says they took a contract law class one day and not even an attorney. I can talk to a real attorney to handle my issues. So what about with contracts and things like that? You know, that you would be able to help, like, read over those contracts and things. Is that services available for?
Yes, you have contract and document review. So we have the commercial driver legal plan. So that's for you and your truck, and then some family coverage. We have we actually have 3 small business plans for just the business. And that depends on your needs. So the cost is $49 to $189 a month. So there's 3 choices there, but it depends on your needs. So you choose the services. So
That's a great benefit too. A lot of truckers have, you know, a side hustle, and they have other businesses. Like they could have a small business. Like I have a small trucking company. It's just me, so that's considered small business, obviously. But you know, many times we have another business that we're doing on the side as well, where we may need some assistance. So that could all fall under the small business plan.
Yes. In your case, Cindy, since you're the only owner, you could actually do the family legal plan, which covers you personally, with the home-based business supplement, which covers your business.
Okay, I see. There's a lot of overlap on some of these. So it's really helpful, Sue. I think that you're available to answer questions, because I would assume that everybody's situation is a little bit different, and they may need some help deciding which of these plans are a good fit for them. Is that something that you can help with?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because not everyone's situation is the same. And I would rather have a consultation with someone so they don't overbuy and get what they need.
Yeah, that's good. Now I see on the screen there that it was 5 reasons to make a will. You know, Sue, I'm 57 years old. So when you told the story about your father, I was like, it really kind of freaks me out. I don't have a will, and I don't have a lot of assets, but I do have a few things, and I don't have like a medical directive or anything. Are those services that will be fitting under the Legal Shield? And what kind of plan would you recommend for doing those types of things?
that you would be able to get under the family plan and the commercial driver plan, depending on which one you and your spouse or significant other, if you're in the same household, are covered, and you would get the will, the medical directive, and the financial power of attorney, and you can update it once a year for free.
So if somebody aggravates you, you want to cut them out of the will, you just make a phone call. I'm cutting you out of the
I
will.
do. I do.
Truck drivers have one of the most important jobs in America today. Why are there so many trucks on the road? Because almost everything we wear, eat, or use is delivered by a truck driver. The Legal Shield Commercial Drivers Legal CDL plan was developed to help commercial drivers by providing access to a lawyer for your most common legal needs. Let's face it, you're a professional driver, but you can't know every state, county, municipality, or federal law and regulation. For about $1 a day, you'll have access to a law firm in your corner to help keep your CDL record clean and your CSA points low. Being a commercial driver comes with unique responsibilities. Access to legal services is more important than ever to keep you on the road and protect your bottom line. As a Legal Shield CDL plan member, you're entitled to defense for alleged violations on charges related to logbook, over length, overweight, over height, over width, no medical card, no motor carrier authority, load spillage, radar detector, hazardous material, expired inspection sticker, equipment violations, no placard, no insurance, and permit violations. Because we know how important your CDL is, we cover you in your personal vehicle too. Don't wait. Enroll today and have peace of mind, knowing you have access to legal services just a phone call away.
Wow, that is incredible. All of the services that they have available for the drivers. I mean, it's really so many things, you know, and those are all stressors for all of us, like worrying about having to get those things taken care of while we're still driving, because that's the other issue. Sue, I have a question. I was thinking as I was watching that list of things. So say a driver has a violation, and then they they take a picture of that and they send it into Legal Shield. Will they have to go to court, or how does that work? What will be the role that the driver plays, and what will be the role that the attorney plays in getting those violations taken off when they're, coming up against a deadline to get those things resolved?
The law firm's goal is to keep the driver on the road and not have to go to court. So they do their best to keep them on the road and take care of it for them.
So I guess there may be some times where the driver would have to go, but a majority of the time the lawyer would go on your behalf.
Correct.
That's awesome. That's really great.
Yeah, they know when a driver is off the road, they aren't making money. So they do their best to keep them on the road.
Well, you've told us a good bit of information about the commercial driver legal plan. Would you mind going through some of the other options? Because I know that there's other services that you have available for us. Could you kind of give us some highlights of some of those?
Yes, we have. So we have the family legal plan, and that covers the member and the spouse or significant other and children up to the age of 26, never married, living at home, or full-time college students up to the age of 18 for whom you're legal guardian, and mentally or physically challenged children for their lifetime.
Okay.
So that is, so all of the plans, the commercial driver, the family legal plan, you tap your app, you have any questions, call the law firm, and an attorney calls you back within 4 business hours. So you would call and say, I need advice on whatever you need advice on. And an attorney calls you back that specializes in that area of law. Contract and document review. They will look at your contracts and documents. Since now, I don't sign a contract without having the law firm look at it. Just again, because another attorney wrote it, it wasn't mine.
Yeah.
And then, and then you have the 24/7 emergency coverage. So that is if you're in an auto accident, if you're pulled over, feel uncomfortable, you can actually tap that and call the law firm, and they send them home with cell phones to direct. And we always say be polite, and just say I'd like to call my attorney. And you get the will, the medical directive, healthcare power of attorney. You can update it once a year for free. And then we have supplements that go on the family legal, which are the home-based business supplement. And then we also have a gun owners, a ride share and delivery. So if you're a Uber driver, you Uber Eats, the ride share and delivery plan, and then trial defense, and then the home-based business supplement that I talked about, those all go on the family plan. And then you have the small business plans I mentioned, those are strictly for the business itself.
Okay.
And then we have ID Shield as our identity theft protection. And identity theft is one of the top complaints to the Federal Trade Commission for many years. And our plans run from $14.95 to $34.95, depending on the plan. But the main benefit with ID Shield over any other is you have a licensed investigator that goes to work on your behalf, doing whatever it takes, as long as it takes, to put you back to pre-theft condition. So
Wow.
most people think identity theft is financial. That's actually the smallest part. So child, character and criminal, driver's license, social security, those are the major types of identity theft.
Oh, wow. And I think you had shared, I have young adult children, and they have new to credit, and they could maybe apply for something and find out that something had been, you said that thieves will sometimes get a hold of a child's credit and use their social and things. How is that happening?
Yes. One of my colleagues, because they don't have anything on their credit because you don't check it. I have a colleague that recruited students for a university here in Michigan, and she said once a week she would get to the financial aid part of getting the child into the university, and either the child or the parent was a victim of identity theft. So they had to clean that up before they could go to college, and they didn't even know it.
One of the things I think about, like credit, like even it affects my credit score. And when my credit score is affected, that affects my insurance. It could literally make a difference whether I could get commercial insurance for my vehicle. When you have those things going on, it's very troubling how far that is. We think about, going to buy a truck, obviously it would affect you, but even my insurance is dependent on me having a good credit score. It's very far reaching how this could impact me professionally and personally.
Yeah, and if somebody commits a crime in your name, you know, again, that can show up down the road. You don't even know it until you try to renew something.
Yeah, that's crazy. Well, Sue,
Mhm.
I'm curious about the procedure. Like, if I decided that I wanted to have Legal Shield do a will for me, how does that work? Like, do I meet with somebody in person, or we do Zoom meetings, or how does the procedure work for doing things like that?
We have a few options now. I have to tell you, in 2005, when I started with Legal Shield, we had black and white brochures. Now they've come a long way. So now you have a couple of options. You can do it right from your cell phone, and it's saved from the app, and it saves. So if you want to go out and come back in, if you don't want to do it from your phone, the law firm will send you a will form that's fillable. And then I also have some that I send people in a PDF if they want to do it that way. And you call the law firm with any questions, and they direct you. They direct you how to send it in, and you get it back within 5 business days.
5 business days. That's so quick. That's so quick.
You get it back within 5 business days to look at it and make sure everything's correct if you need any changes. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate this, Sue. We're going to go to a commercial in just 1 second, and I want to give our, our audience an opportunity to ask you any questions that they may have, and so we'll come back to that in just a minute in case somebody has some specific questions that you could answer for them, maybe about the plans that you offer, or maybe even a specific legal issue that they're having. Like, you could maybe give them an idea about which one of the plans would be a best fit for them. Does that sound okay?
That sounds great.
Okay, that sounds good.
Thank you.
Just looking through the comments here and see if we have some questions already for you. Okay, I don't see any in there yet. Maybe they'll have some others that will come on. I was thinking about claims. Sometimes there'll be a claim on our, like somebody says that our truck hit something, or even a claim with the freight that's damaged. Sometimes I'll secure the freight, or the shipper will, they'll secure it and seal my truck, and I'm not even allowed back there. And then when I arrive at the shipper, there's damage to the claim. Are they able to help with those types of claims, with freight?
Yes, that would be something a small business plan would address, because it's income producing activity.
Okay.
So that would be under a small business plan.
Well, Sue, I'm really grateful for the information that you've shared with us. Do you have any other things that you would like to share with the audience that maybe I didn't hit on, or other products or services that are available from Legal Shield that maybe I didn't touch on?
I hit all of them that we offer. So what I would suggest is the website going across the bottom is where you would go and look at the different plans, because you can click on, okay, I talk with my hands. You can click, if you scroll up a little bit or down, you can click on right there on the small business legal plan. It lists them all for what it covers. The small business, and it covers, and like I said, look at it, but then feel free. My contact information is at the bottom of every one of those pages. You can call, text, and then on Wednesday, I am going to, if you're not a member of the Sheet Trucking Community Facebook page, join. on Wednesday, I'm actually going to go through each plan on that website, just more in depth and how to navigate around the website.
Sorry, you're doing a webinar for us this week, and that will be an opportunity too. So maybe people will think of some questions that that they think of after the show, and that would be a great time for them to connect with you. So I really love this because there is overlap on some of the plans from when we talked, and I think so. You'll be available to answer questions. People in our She Trucking Facebook group, Sue is also in that community, so you can find her in our She Trucking group, and then also on the website there. Well, Sue, I'm so grateful that you were able to come on and share these things. Looking forward to your webinar and learning more about it and finding out which plan's right for me. And honestly, I want to get my will done, so I've been procrastinating that so badly. So I'm so grateful that it's so easy and quick, and because it feels like a big burden, honestly. So I'm grateful it's very easy to do.
I have to say, Cindy, don't feel bad. I had the plan 2 weeks before I did it, and this was years ago because I thought it was going to be so awful, and then I did it even back then when it was a lot, different. I'm like, it only took 20 minutes. Why did I wait so long? And now, and the attorneys are amazing when you call because everybody's situation's different. We have a lot of blended families. And, just questions on how to best handle. And even at the top of the website they have a lot of free information there.
Well, thank you, Sue. You're very knowledgeable, and I'm really grateful that we got to spend this time together. And thank you so much for coming on this show. We're so grateful you're a part of our community, and what a blessing to have so many resources available, and it's so reasonable. I had no idea that it was so reasonably priced. So thank you for coming on.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Have an amazing week.
You too. Well, this wraps up another show of Enjoying Life OTR. And, like I said in the beginning, we have to find ways to manage our stress and to handle our business so that we can, be available for our friends and family, enjoy our downtime when we're not working. And Legal Shield is a really wonderful way to help us to take care of some of those things that are just little stressors that we're kind of riding around. Thinking about those things, knowing that we need to get this done, and it's a way to lower anxiety and to help us to be able to enjoy our life and our work and our family time. So I just want to thank you so much for coming on to the show today. And if you are a member of the She Trucking Foundation, please visit the shetrucking.com. We have so many resources available for drivers. If you're just considering getting into the industry, there's opportunities for you to learn how to get your CDL. But we offer so many more things as well. So even if you have been benefiting from our community for all of these years, this is a way for you to give back, to be able to help other women to be able to succeed. And you can look at all of these webinars that we have coming up. Sheree has so many things planned that will help us to be able to thrive in the industry. So I just want to thank you for joining us in today, and we're looking forward to our next episode. Thank you so much for joining in, and we'll see you soon. Y'all take care out there and be safe. Bye-bye.
Listen, if anybody's interested in getting into podcasting, grab this book. Go on Amazon, grab this book. It goes with me almost everywhere. This book has like a workbook. It has places you can fill it in. It tells you how to monetize your podcast. It tells you
Welcome, everybody, to Wisdom Tips. I'm your host, Dr. Connie Green. I am so glad you tuned in tonight to Wisdom Tips. We have a wonderful broadcast tonight. I want you to get this broadcast out to everybody that you know. Share, share, share. Sharing is caring. I would love for you to do that for us so people can hear what this message is all about. We're in a day and time where everything has just have gone crazy. I was just listening to the TV before I started the Wisdom Tips show today and heard that 18 people were killed in a bowling alley. People are mad, people are angry, people are depressed, people are overwhelmed, and they're just ready to just give up. But I'm glad you stopped by here today because I don't want you to give up. I want you to learn how to forgive and let go. No matter what's happening in life, don't get shaken by it. Just know if you have the help of God in your life, He will certainly work it out in your favor. Today's episode, we're going to be talking about the wisdom secrets of peace and forgiveness. The wisdom secrets of peace and forgiveness. That is exactly what we're going to be talking about today. So please tell a friend if you want to know the secret of how you can forgive and how you can have peace when the world is gone crazy. This is the episode for you. And thanks again for joining because I'm still here, like I'm here every Tuesday, Eastern Standard Time at 7 o'clock, dropping pearls of true wisdom, giving you the tools that you would need to live a victorious life. So we're getting ready to dive in again to wisdom tips and give you some profound transformational power of wisdom. And today we're going to be embarking on a journey, as I said in the beginning, having the wisdom, the secret and the peace of wisdom so you can forgive. So let's just dive right on into it. These secrets of peace and forgiveness is just for you and it's just for me. And if we can learn the secrets to have peace when the world is gone crazy, to have a successful life, when everybody else is failing, then we can do it. If we learn that secret, I had to learn that secret a long time ago, and I'm going to be sharing a little piece of my story in the beginning of the broadcast. So I don't want you to miss out on that. If you got to go get some water, go ahead and get some water, take some notes, because it's going to be a very good broadcast tonight. Learning how to forgive, having the secrets and learn how to forgive. You know, in life, we have so many experiences that we all go through. We experience seasons of change, you know, and brokenness throughout our lifetime. I know you have because I have. We've been through our highs, we've been through lows, we've been the good and the bad. And it all can be used to cultivate us. In other words, to make us what we need to be. Sometimes, the potter has to break the pot to start all back over again. So what I'm saying, sometimes in our life, God has to cause the breaking in our life to break us, to mold us, to make us into what we need to be, because maybe we've gotten stagnated. Maybe we're not doing what we need to do to move forward and doing the things that God has called to do. Sometimes we give up. Sometimes we get discouraged. I know I have gotten discouraged sometimes when God has called me to do a job or something in the kingdom of God, or whether it's with my family, or maybe I had some things I wanted to do in life and I didn't get them done and I get discouraged, so I just give up. So, life will have those challenges because there will be life and there will be changes in our life. No, and no one likes those type of things when we go through. No one don't want to embrace this thinking when it comes to the unfavorable seasons in life. What kind of season are you in the life today? I don't know what kind of season you're in, but it's all kind of people that are out there today that are going through some seasons in their life and they just don't understand it. So if you know anybody like that, please share this broadcast. No, we don't want to embrace those changes. It's hard to change. We get stuck sometime and we still want to keep doing the same thing over and over again. So I want you to put in the comment, just embrace the change, the unfavorable seasons in your life. Maybe death, when death comes, someone dies in our family. Our finances get all jacked up. We can't hardly pay our bills. You may have gotten, maybe gotten lost your job, or you may have gotten sick, or something happened that you just couldn't understand, and you've gotten stagnated with things in life. You're tired of the struggle, and then you get upset when people hurt you, and then you start having an unforgiveness spirit. And we've often talked about this because I am your unforgiveness life coach also that helps you to get past trauma. And for those of you that don't know me, I'm a Christian counselor for over 25 years. I'm a personal development life coach. I help amazing women and men survivors overcome life disappointments. And that's why I drop by and give tips of wisdom, once a week at 7:00 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if you know somebody want to hear some of these tips, they will bless you. They have certainly blessed me, because you know what? I can't get blessed unless God bless me to be able to pour into me what he would like for me to share with you. So when he shares it with me, then he shares it with me first, right? So, I can't teach it unless I've been through it. I think that's what it should always be. If we go through some things, and you burnt that, you put your hand on that stove, grandma told you not to put that hand on the stove, and you put it on there, what happened? You got burnt, right? Because you didn't listen to grandma. So you need to listen to somebody. You don't know everything in life. So we're talking about tonight on how we can know the secret of having peace and forgiveness, to be able to let go and let God, and just forgive. Let's examine this unforgiveness that we're talking about and this brokenness. We're talking about it tonight because it's very, very real, because we all go through it. And I just don't want you to get so discouraged that you just give up on your dreams. And sometimes we don't even be in our right mind. Brokenness and unforgiveness sometimes it's hard. It's not easy. No, it's not easy. Not easy for me. And it's not easy for you. If somebody like breaks your heart, somebody that you love and they betrayed you, it breaks your heart. It breaks it in millions of pieces. But I want to tell you today, it's just a season, just like the summer, the spring, the fall, the winter. It comes and it goes. Life is the same. So just get on up. I was talking to a young lady today that I had met a few months ago, and I was in Lowe's getting some stuff for my husband, and I kept looking at her, and I felt like in my heart that I knew her. So I walked up to her and I said, "Hey, how you doing? Do I know you?" And then she did. She knew me, and we began to talk about life, and she began to tell me how some things were going on in her life, and she was about to give up, and she was disappointed. And I began to encourage her that that she was beautiful, she was intelligent, she can bounce back from a setback, and everything would be fine. And she got encouraged, and I got encouraged, because I poured into her, she poured back into me, and it was just a beautiful conversation. So I want you to know that this too shall pass. Weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning. And in Ephesians chapter 3, verse 1 and 4, it says, to everything there's a season and a time to plant, a time to heal, a time to break down, and a time to build up. So I don't know where you at right now. You may be broken, you may be up, you may be down, but that's okay, because God's going to stabilize you and get you to where you need to be. This simply means, this scripture that we're talking about, that there is a set time for you and me to be broken. It's a set time for some of us to stop being bitter and angry because things did not go our way. We don't see the purpose in the breaking, and most of us don't. I know sometimes I don't understand why I've been broken. Lord, what did I do to deserve this? But unfortunately, God must have seen something in me that he needed to break me to the point that I had to change my behavior, change my life, and start over. So we don't like the breaking, but God will break us. God is good all the time, and all the time, God is good. There is hope because we have God, and there is peace. There is joy unspeakable and full of glory. Everything can be used. Sometimes you may think that I can't be used. You don't know what I did. You don't know how bad it was. You don't know who knows about it. Well, it really doesn't care. Once you go to God and you ask him to forgive you, he will forgive you. So although it may not be usable to you, it's in the capable hands of God. Your life is. No matter how broken it is, God can put you back together again. But it's up to us to allow him to heal our brokenness. He got to heal our brokenness because we got that unforgiveness spirit. And that's what we're talking about tonight as well. God wants us to forgive those that trespass against us, forgive those that hurt us. You know, that spirit that we got, that bad spirit of that brokenness spirit sometimes can cause bitterness. And then you get so angry because you don't want to forgive those that have hurt you because everything is going crazy in your life. No, get over that bad spirit. You don't want that bad spirit in you because those spirits are going to cause other spirits to come the way. You know, go back to my other previous broadcasts, we talked about that in detail. So we can have more, even when we don't look like we're going to have more. When God chooses to break us and we're in the capable hands of God, he will turn our ugliness into beauty. So we can have a beautiful life with God, a beautiful life that he has given us. And we will be able to move forward. And you know what? The residue of those ashes that were burned in our life, they're terrible. You know, they're a terrible reminder of what we went through. It's a terrible reminder of the things that we did that we no longer like. You know, the debris, the shattered pieces can't be put back together again. Once something is burnt, ashes, right? It's nothing but ashes. You don't see them, you know, can't come back, you can't sort them back together, you can't reassemble them. Sometimes that's our life, the life that we've gone through. We just feel like it's just ashes just everywhere. How can God do anything, you know, after all that I've been through? How can he put me back? He can take an exchange from the ashes and make something beautiful out of it. I'm telling you, I know what I'm talking about. He can make something beautiful out of it. He can make it useful. He can make it for his purpose and for his glory. But it's only with the love of God that can happen, that can happen. I'm talking about the agape love. We will learn the secrets of peace and unforgiveness through the agape love. I want to share a story with you that I probably shared with you before if you've been following me. But a lot of people that haven't followed me may not know me. I'm just going to give you a little piece of some of the things that happened to me. Most of the people that have been following me know that my father killed my mother with a single gunshot wound to someone when I was 15 years old. But before he did that, he did some other things to us in the home. And I want to share a story with you. When I was 12 years old, my father lined us up, my brothers and my sisters and my mother, against the wall, and he pointed a sawed-off shotgun with us, all 6 of us. He planned to kill us that day, but I was able to escape, and I ran to a neighbor's house, which happens to be my mother's sister. She screamed and she called the police, and the police talked to her about it, and they went straight to the home to see if he had killed the family. I was scared that day. My heart was racing. I had sweaty hands. I felt dizzy. I just felt like I was just going to pass out. If you've ever had anxiety before, those of you that know about anxiety, you know how the palpitation of your heart feels. You know how you feel like you're going to pass out and you can't even breathe. I felt that way at the age that I was, 15. Later, the police called my aunt, told me that everything was safe. And so I went back home. And there I saw my mom, my sisters, my brothers. They were safe, but they were crying. I sit there and I held my mama as she held all of us to the best of her ability. And we cried and we cried. And I never forgot that. I never forgot what my daddy did to me. Although my daddy didn't take my life physically, he took my life mentally. Mentally, I was an emotional wreck. I spent years hating him. The incident changed me. I was no longer the same. I wasn't that happy-go-lucky girl that I used to be. I was forever stuck at age 15 years old, constantly reliving the trauma that I went through, the lining us up to kill us, the death of my mother, February the 14th. I remember those things. Everything bad that happened to me in my life, I blame my father. My health suffered. I was angry all the time. I was lonely in rooms of people. I turned to substance abuse. I tried to commit suicide just to numb the pain until I saw something greater. I'm here to let you know that unforgiveness kills. You know, I realized that the more I hated him so much, my heart hurt. It wasn't hurting nobody but me. The more I would hate on him and the more I would think about what he did, I did not want to live. I didn't love life. But I got over it. It wasn't an easy process. And surely it wasn't a human process. I had to call on the powers much more greater than myself. And because of that, God healed me. I was spiritually dead at that time. I needed a breath of life. And God did that just for me. He was my knight in shining armor. And he could do it for you. But the secret that he taught me, number one, I couldn't do it by myself. Number three, I couldn't be hating on my daddy for the rest of my life and expected to live and have a victorious life. I couldn't continue to harm myself and to harm others that were around me. That was the secret God gave me, and he showed me how to love the unlovable. He showed me how to love my daddy. I went back and found my daddy, and I reconciled with him. And God healed me, taught me how to love, taught me how to deliver. I'm talking about that agape kind of love, the love of God, that kind of love. It is defined by unconditional selfishness and complete love. That's what God wants us to heal. It's the kind of agape love that will heal you. It has healing power in it. Just think about it. Love can change the course of our lives, but you have to forgive. If you don't forgive, you can't love. Love is not superficial, but it is strong. It's untamed. It's transformable. In other words, it's amazing. Somebody ought to give God praise tonight. I'm excited about what God can do if you just let go and let God. I am the poster girl. I know what it's like to hate. I know what it's like to hurt. I know what it's like to give up and throw in the towel. I know what it's like to cry at night. My pillow is wet. I know what it's like to be depressed 24/7 and had no peace. It was like I was in a tunnel. I couldn't be happy with the things that I used to be happy with. Nothing would make me happy. I know what it's like. But it was by the grace of God and the love of God that he healed me, and he can heal you too. It's this kind of love that we need, that we have to quickly forgive, because loving somebody and forgiving is God's highest law. Let me read you a scripture in Matthew chapter 18, 21 and 22. Then came Peter to him and said, Lord, how often should I forgive my brother? How often shall my brother sin against me and I forgive him? Till 7 times? And Jesus said unto him, I say not unto thee unto 7 times, but unto 70 times 7. Oh my God. Somebody ought to say, Lord, help my unbelief. Well, it's time for breaks, dear hearts. And when we return, we're going to share with you the wisdom tips for the day. Stay tuned and we'll be right back. And please share this episode with somebody, with a friend, somebody you know that needs to hear this. And be sure to, hit like for us, hit like and subscribe to our YouTube channel. And welcome back. And you're going to get the wisdom tips when you get back here. I'm going to welcome you back. So if you know anybody that wants to hear the rest of this broadcast, please share. I'll talk to you after the commercials. God bless you.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com. Welcome back, dear hearts. I'm so glad you stay with us. If you're just joining us, we have been discussing how to have wisdom secrets of peace and forgiveness. You don't want to miss it. If you missed it, go back and see the replay. But if you're just joining us, that's exactly what we've been discussing. And you're just in time for the 5 wisdom tips that I have that's going to help you. Amen. Tip number 1, be quick to forgive. Don't be playing around with that now. Because the longer you hold that bitterness in you, you're going to grow up and have a big oak tree of bitterness and unforgiveness. I had to learn that. I had to practice that. Even now, through being a pastor's wife, things that you go through in the church, people don't care nothing about you, really. I wouldn't say all people, but there's a whole lot of them out there that'll really try you to see if you really saved. Hallelujah. So be quick to forgive. If you want to be used by God, be quick to forgive. Tip number 2, accept offense, because we're going to be offended from time to time. There is no way to avoid offenses. And it's a fact, the scripture says that the Lord said to us, Jesus himself said that we want to be offended. And so you might as well get over it because you're going to be offended. Go back to watch my other broadcasts. I had broadcast number 1 and episode number 2. Not the episode no 2, but 2 broadcasts, part 1 and part 2. So go back and look at my videos and you'll see those about the offense. It was a powerful 2 sessions that I talked about. A lot of people really enjoyed it because a lot of times when we get offended, sometimes you can get bitter. So offenses will come. It's going to come your way whether you know it or not. So you might as well gird up your loins and be ready to forgive quickly. Tip number 3, keep a positive attitude.
when people offend you, when you might have been a long time ago when somebody offended you. You know, could have been when you was a little girl, could have been, you know, on a marriage, a friend, school, whatever, church. It doesn't matter. Keep a positive attitude. So when you hurt, maintain a positive attitude. When you fail, because when you fail to forgive, when you fail to let it go, we are trying to play God, and you're not God. You're trying to punish somebody that did something to you. That'll never work because you're not God. And you can do something to somebody all day long. You ain't doing nothing but digging a hole, and you're going to get right back in that hole with that person. So don't have no bad attitudes, especially if you're a saint. I really believe that the saints that God got out of here, some of them I got out of here. Y'all going to get mad at me. But I believe he digging a big old hole for all the ones that's pretending like they saved and acting a plumb idiot running around there and making the church of God look bad. He got a place for you because you know the word of God. But I'm giving you some wisdom tips tonight. And you can go back and you can repent and ask God to forgive you, and he will. All right. So let's go to the next one. Tip number 4, keep a good conscience. In other words, stand before God with a clear conscience. Don't play with God. That's why I was talking about those you out there that running around like you think don't nobody know it, but God knows. You know everything you're doing. He see everything that you're doing. You got to stand before God with a clear conscience. If you repent and you ask God to forgive you, he will forgive you. But you don't have to, he don't be wanting you play no games. We ain't got no time for no games. All right. This is the work of the Lord in your life if you're saved. Now, if you're not saved, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the ones that know the Bible, know the Lord, been in church a long time, mature. Some of the young folk out there, they love Jesus more than you. So get back on the battlefield, okay? When you are, let me go back over this because I want to get this really, really clear because the enemy don't want me to say that. If you are an offended person and you hold on to hurt to the degree that they won't forgive or to the degree when you won't forgive, you can be sure that God promised us that if we don't, he won't forgive us. So if you don't forgive the wrong of others, God won't forgive the wrong that you have done. People take that and they read over like they don't even believe it. But you keep on doing some things out there and you're not forgiven like you should be. God know how to deal with you. Giving you a warning. Really simple. It's really easy. If you are offended, get over it. Let it go. Because you've had some wrongs in your life that God forgave you, right? He's forgiving you for a whole bunch of stuff. All right? So let it go. Tip number 5, take time to heal. Take time to heal. Forgiveness may be hard, but you can find a way to get over it. Yes, I know that forgiveness is not always a natural response because it's not natural to forgive people that hurt you. Because that's how we were wired. But when you got saved, God gave you a new nature. So we got to forgive. But if you don't forgive, I want to tell you in my closing, it's going to be costly in your life. I wouldn't exercise it if I were you, being angry and bitter and having unforgiveness. Let it go. It's too costly. And God is going to be the one that's going to show you what the cost is. Amen. In my conclusion, like I often say, we ain't got no time for tears or fears because wisdom is the principal thing and all that getting together understanding so you can live a victorious life. And remember, join me every Thursday, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on CTR Media Network, Facebook, Spotify, Google Podcasts, and many more other podcasts that I'm on. And remember, again, we ain't got no time for tears or fears. We're too what? Blessed to be stressed. Love you guys. I'll see you next week. Bye-bye.
What's up? What's up? What's up? Back at it again, man. Me and Can't Always Be Wrong podcast. You got T Swin.
Your boy J Bean.
Yes, sir. Yeah. What's up, man? What's going down?
Man, you know, TGIF, brother. TGIF.
Oh, yeah.
Thank God it's Friday. They don't have that no more, huh? Back in the day, these had the TGIF.
Oh, man. That
Took
should,
it off,
that should
huh?
be that should be the lick, man.
Oh yeah.
You come home and watch. You had about 3 focus shows in a row to watch.
Yeah.
On Thursday it was Martin. You know, Thursday, man, Fox had it down packed with Martin and Living Single.
We are living single
in the 90s kind of world.
I'm glad I keep
But
your head up, yo.
Yeah, man.
Hey.
Shoot, great shows.
Yeah. Classic TV shows, man.
Exactly, man.
All these reality TV show crap they got on now.
Yeah, man. Every time you turn, it's crazy though, because channels that's not even they kind of like they lane.
Yeah.
They in that crap now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
But the thing about it too, man, a lot of people, man, they don't know that they're just getting publicity. They're not even getting paid. A lot of people ain't even getting paid to be on reality TV show.
Yeah. What's so crazy, man? It's like I remember the real world on MTV.
MTV, yeah, that was like the first one.
The first one, man.
Yeah.
See what you started MTV? We blame you.
Yeah. But 8 strangers moving to an apartment and life gets real.
That's right.
It was good though.
It was. Because it was a fresh idea, but now it's so jaded now, man.
Yeah. It's like you remember the RoboCop movie?
Oh yeah.
When on that movie they were showing people doing crazy stuff. It was like the game show would be on.
Yeah.
And people were like, I'd buy that for $1.
Yeah.
And then the people do all the crazy stuff just for money. And as a kid, I remember that, and that's how it is today.
Mm-hmm.
That movie, man, just spoke to, it gave you the future of how it is and what it's gonna
man.
be.
Exactly, man.
Mm-hmm.
Now they got some dude got a flying car approved. You hear about that?
Oh shoot, man, we've been having flying cars.
Oh no, but they got approved the actual fly in airspace. Yeah.
Is it here in the United States or overseas?
Man, I like brushed across to the. I remember they were talking more about the dude looking like the devil. Dude looks strange. Yeah, the guy who got the guy's company, he looks weird. I can't think of the dude's name right now. He
got an awkward look to him.
Yeah, you got the Lucifer come in the
man,
morning.
Once he got 2 horns hanging out his head.
Right? At least not on camera, you don't. Nah.
You got a filter on.
Got a filter on, yeah.
That's crazy though, man. I remember back in the day they had the car plane. It's a prop though. It's a prop plane. And the tail fold around and all that kind of stuff. Once you get to the strip, you unfold it, lock everything in place, and you hit the runway and take off.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that one was probably about $200,000, $300,000 back in.
Yeah. But now, man, we living it. We're darn near the Jetsons, man. We are darn near the Jetsons. We're very, very close to it.
Yeah. When I was a kid, I used to want to be a pilot, man. There's a lot of schools out here that teach you how to fly here in Houston.
Yeah.
And I thought about too, like, man, what if the world ever get like some old Walking Dead? Not saying necessarily like something, but everybody defending for themselves.
Yeah.
And I was like, it'd be good to know how to fly a plane.
Yeah. I told that's why I learned how to drive stick shift. I said, I want to be able to drive anything.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, flying too, man. Like,
what
was that movie with what's it called? 2012.
Yeah.
That's how they got away. They got on a plane. But everything was But yeah, man. It's interesting times we're living in, man. Very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Got all this stuff going on globally.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
So
crazy. Glad you see, man. You got T Swin decided to go on darken it up a little bit. They got dark and lovely, try to dark and handsome. Let's see. Ladies, let me know what y'all think.
Oh man. Luckily I ain't got to that point yet. I'm still kind of dark.
Yeah.
Still kind of, yeah, but it's getting there though. I don't want to give you no close up. You see them gray whiskers running wild.
Nah, man, I got a cousin, man. He done so much stuff in his life, man. He ain't got one gray hair in his head.
Man.
He ain't got one. He didn't do some stuff. I'd be like, man, woo, because he worry free. He don't never worry.
Yeah.
And so he got one gray hair in his head. He been in some bad situations, been in some bad spots, and one gray hair in his head. He be like, oh well.
Hey, like, oh well, he figured it, but it always works out though, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, he doing good, man. He doing good, man.
That's a superpower, Brand. Somebody who don't worry.
Yeah.
It's a superpower.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. Let's see. But man, we just checking in, tapping in with the folks, man. Yeah. And we be back at y'all, man. We got a special guest for Sunday, man. Make sure y'all tune in Sunday night. We're having an amazing show Sunday. Make sure y'all check it out. Man, make sure you check out MCABW at podcast at gmail.com, man. Holler at you guys, man, if you want to get in with us, man. Go to CTRmedianetwork.com. Click on our icon and fill out the guest registration form if you'd like to be a guest on our show. Like I say, man, we average thousands of views on our videos. If you want to get your product in front of people, man, holler at you guys. Or check out the other podcasts on CTR Media Network, man. We got something for everybody. Man, shout out to the King's Out of the Day. Your boy did that last night. Great episode. Let's see, man. Somebody in the comments. Oh, somebody asked me, am I still doing transportation? I could tap back in right now. I stepped away from it, but I could tap back in anytime I want to. Right now, I stepped away from it. I'm back in energy, oil, and gas right now. Mm-hmm. Energy, oil, and gas got me home every night.
Yes, sir.
It pays well, and I'm home every night. And besides, I got my daughter living with me, so
gotta take care.
I could tap back in at any time. Anytime. Let's see. Yes, sir. Man, hit us up at mcabwpodcast@gmail.com if you'd like to reach out to us, if you'd like to get your product in front of our audience and our viewers. Also, get it in front of CTR Media Network viewers. Hey, man, thank you. Thank you, Miss Courtney Austin. You had some good topics. Keep it up, guys. That's what's up. Thank you. We appreciate that.
Yeah, appreciate it greatly. Most definitely.
Yeah, man, just make sure you tune in Sunday. We have some good information for you.
On transportation. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so
yeah, make sure you tune in.
Gonna be a great show, man. We got a good, very knowledgeable guest coming in Sunday.
Yeah,
so
Sunday at 8 Central Time. Make sure you tune in. 8 Central, 9 p.m. Eastern. Make sure you tune in. We got somebody good for you. We'll get some good information. Show you how to handle this transportation business right now and the ups and downs in it and how to stay afloat.
Yeah.
So be sure to tune in. B, you got something for the folks?
Nah, man. Just stay blessed, man. It's Friday. Mm-hmm. Have fun. I can't say what Diddy does, but you know what I'm saying? But F Friday, man.
Yeah.
Go do something for yourself, man.
Exactly.
Get the stress off you. Get ready for that next week.
Mm-hmm. Make sure you like, subscribe, and share. Comment, man. The Men Can't Always Be Wrong podcast. Make sure you subscribe at the bottom. If you love your boys and you love the way our voices sound, we're available on all podcast streaming platforms: Spotify, iHeart, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Amazon, Audible, Pandora. Man, check us out. Make sure you tune in. Spread the word, man. Show the word. If you like what you're hearing, make sure you share it. Make sure you hit the like button and share it, man.
Most definitely.
For real. We about to get on up out of here, man. Just happening tonight. Everybody have a blessed night. Be safe on this Friday night. Enjoy your weekend. If you're going to turn up with some Twisted Tea. Twisted Tea, sweet tea, whiskey. Make sure you tune in with your boys, man. Yeah. Be safe, man. Life, love, peace, happiness, health, and abundance.
All right. Be righteous and rich.
Mm-hmm. We up out of here.
Peace.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
Hey, it's me again, your guy T Swin with Storytime with T. You can listen to Storytime with T on Spotify, Amazon Music, Audible, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, iHeartRadio, Overcast, Pocket Cast, and Radio Public. Support the show. Listen on the go anywhere. While you work out at the job, it's your guy T Swin, Storytime with T. Check it out, y'all. Support. Peace.
The time is now, the time is here. Round up the soldiers and lend me your ear. Pick your head up, stick your chest out, be strong. Listen closely, cause men can't always be wrong. The time is now, the time is here. Round up the soldiers and lend me your ear. Pick your head up, stick your chest out, be strong. Listen closely, cause men can't always be wrong. Men can't always be. Men can't always be. Men can't always be wrong. Men can't always be. Men can't always be. Men can't always be. Men can't always be wrong. Men can't always be.
What's up, everybody? What's up, man? Back at it again. It's the Men Can't Always Be Wrong podcast with your guy, T Swin. Your boy, Jay Bizzle. What's up?
Not much, man.
What's up, everybody? What's up? What's happening?
Back in the building.
What's been going down with you, JB?
Oh, nothing, man. Trying to recover, man. I had a good day in jiu-jitsu, even though my back is paying for it now, but I had a good day.
Is that age? Would you say that's age?
You know how it is. Hey, ain't a young man no more. I used to be able to jump out of cars and stand straight up.
Hell yeah.
I said I used to be able to jump out of cars and stand straight up. Oh yeah, most definitely.
Man, and as always, man, shout out to CTR Media Network, man. You want to get into podcasting, holler at the guys, man. Holler at the fam, CTRmedianetwork.com, man. Get them a holler, man. Get in this podcast game. If that's something you want to do.
Most definitely.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, man.
So I was got on the agenda today.
Man, let's see what's popping, man. A lot of people have been talking about this, man, the Joe Smith thing, man. Joe Smith is a former NBA player. And, man, he been going through it, bro. Recently, man, his wife came on, had him on live. He didn't know he was on live, but he was voicing his opinion on her having an OnlyFans. She got an OnlyFans channel, and she didn't let him know. But in that video, man, she talking about she had to go back to her bag of tricks to bring money into the house. She had to go back for what she know. And so when you do a little research, you find out, man, she was a former adult star. When he met her, her history, man, is that she was a singer, and she had like a hit song in the UK, and she opened up for big acts like Drew Hill and a couple other people, man. If I'm not mistaken, I think they said she opened up for like Boys and Men one time.
Okay.
She had some roles on some of the small roles on TV. in some movies, and like when that died down, she got into the adult industry, and they said, man, she was getting at it. So he met her when she was in that business.
Oh, see, she's one of those D-list actors. Okay.
Yeah, D-list. Man, hey, for real.
If you know what we're saying.
D-list for real. But anyway, man, so you know, a lot of people been clowning Joe Smith for how he responded. You know, his wife telling him that now she got her OnlyFans, and you know, the NBA money gone, you ain't cutting it. You know, and she pretty much, you know, disrespected him in the video. But then it's like you got some people that's upset with her. But in all actuality, you have to look at the decision that Joe Smith made.
Yeah.
You know, man.
The partner,
no pun
the partner
intended.
he chose. Yeah.
Yeah, but you get what you paid for.
Yeah, man.
You know,
Exactly.
you get what you paid for, man. Like they said, man, like my boy say, man, a tiger don't change the stripes. You can color whatever you want, man. The stripes are still there. So,
Yeah,
man,
she
you can't
was-
be a Captain Saving, man, trying to pull people out of certain worlds. Because once they in that world, that knowledge, it's in them. It ain't going nowhere. If they're trying to change, it's a daily struggle.
What we call
Go
call it
ahead.
a quick lick. They're gonna go back to what they know.
Yeah.
You know,
They don't go back
so
to
she knows she
exactly.
can jump at this industry and make some money, make some quick cash. You know, and now it's
Mhm.
gonna be even worse because now it's a nationwide attention that brought to it. So now
Yeah,
she's
yeah,
really gonna
man.
be in
So
it because he's
it's
probably
like
making money now.
oh yeah, it probably done boosted everybody trying to see what she about now.
Yeah,
Put
see
it,
what
put
she
it on
about, what she
blast.
look like. 'Cause I ain't never
It's just
heard
like
of
when
the chick. Really?
females go on to the Fresh and Fit podcast. They go on there and they purposely give out their Instagram and their OnlyFans, and they numbers shoot up after being on there because there's so many thirsty
Yeah.
people in the world. You know,
Yeah.
so she gonna be straight. I don't know about Joe, but the NBA retirement is pretty decent. So he should be high height, man. You know,
It
some
tripped
we
me out
was
though.
man, we
Like,
was doing. Go ahead.
it tripped me out. I was like, hasn't it? They say he made what about anywhere from $50 to $60 million in his career.
$61 million in his NBA career. And
Yeah,
you do the research, man, he only took home about 18 million out of that.
So
After
like,
taxes, agent fees, manager fees, so he only took about 18 million out of all that.
yeah, that's crazy. He really got robbed if you think about it. Like how you
Yeah.
make 60 and only bring home 18. So that is
Well,
something that needs to
man,
be looked at too.
Sam gonna get his cut, and all them people, and all the stars will tell you that too, man. Once they get their big contract, they say, "Man, I didn't get the contract with that lot, but I didn't get that." You know,
Yeah.
and you hear them say, people from Shaq to everybody, they say when they got their first contract, "Yeah, I'm supposed to be a millionaire overnight, but I'm really not," because everybody had to take their cut before I got my hands on it. You know.
Yeah.
But man, people was clowning Joe Smith, man, and like, man, you get somebody that was in that life, they're not gonna change. It's gonna be an everyday struggle for that person to fight demons. It take a strong person to try to change and be something different. There's people that have done it.
Yeah.
And but it's hard, man. It's like just quitting like addictions.
Yeah, definitely hard making that. Now when you get used to making easy money, that's easy money. You know, I ain't gonna say it's easy money. She got to bring notoriety to herself, of course, to make it take off. But it's just the
Yeah.
way she's doing it, man. And then she's making the person who, helped her. She's not taking into account all the stuff that he sacrificed helping her. You know, that's what really is messed up about it, man.
Yeah, but you know, it's a "what have you done for me lately" world in society.
Yeah.
Janet Jackson didn't make that song for no reason.
That was the bop too. What have you done for me?
That song's still relevant today. You know,
Yeah.
that's what it is. What have you done for me lately?
And
You know,
it's a shame. It's a shame how people quickly forget, though, man. It's like, man, like I did all this stuff for you. Now you just gonna leave me out to dry in my time of need.
How could you
But
ever
like,
leave
man,
me? Yeah,
hey, but
but that's
man, you know,
that's a society we live in, man. And so for so many men, that's their story. I've known a bunch of guys, man. They pay for the schooling, and once they significant other got the position or the job they wanted, they feel like the man went on the same level anymore because now they're around more wealthier men, and now they feel like that's their level. So they cheat or they leave that dude. One of my buddies, man, his wife had surgery, he paid for the surgery, you know, her whole attitude changed.
Yeah.
She started dipping out, left him with the kids. Another guy, he paid for his wife's school and put her through school. And worked 2 jobs to help pay for her school. Soon as she got that position, that high paying job, got that education, she dipped out on him.
Yeah.
You know, we always hearing about the dude making it big and then leaving the chick. But a lot of times they don't want to put on light, and when it's the other way around, the same thing happens too.
Yeah, and that happens a lot, man. A lot more than light has been shined upon it, you know?
Yeah. People can't think just because you work with somebody that you're on the same level as them. You know, that's your level now because you work with them. You still ain't making the same income. You still living in the same neighborhoods. You still ain't got the same freedom, financial freedom. But because you hang around them all the time, you think you're on the same level. That ain't how that formula works out.
Yeah.
You know?
You have access to them, but you ain't on that level.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then, you know.
Yeah, a lot of people, like, they get a little like a drip, like a rush from saying, "Oh, I know this person, or I know that person, I know," you know.
The flex.
I know people. Yeah, it's a flex, but you ain't got nothing. So get your money up first.
Yeah. Yeah, man. So like when I seen that too, man, the disrespect, it was sad to see because she didn't have to go live to do that.
Yeah.
You know, and put that on blast like that. But it could have been publicity stunt.
Yeah,
you know
I think
saying?
that's what I think personally. I think what it was. She's not trying to boost her OnlyFans money. Shine light to it. What they say, all press is good press. You know.
Yeah, our publicity is good publicity.
I think she she played him like Jada was trying to do Will. You know, put all the dirty laundry out there and try to make a play. You know, a money play.
Yeah, he just needs to go on part ways. The kid's already grown.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but man, like if you pick somebody like that, man, expect the consequences that come along with it. And it's like, you know what I'm saying? Majority of the time, 9 times out of 10, 9.5 times out of 10, there's always red flags.
Oh yeah.
And so man, just pay attention to him, man. You know, she was out there in them streets. Vice versa. If he was out there in those streets, he gonna tap back into it. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. She's gonna go back to her D acting.
Yeah. Yeah. D-list actor. D-list actor. Yeah. Yeah, man. You know what I'm saying? They start coming home late, smelling different.
Oh yeah.
Coming home freshly showered.
And the thing about it though, it's so crazy. Like they don't expect you to notice a change. You know, you've been around a person so long, you notice when something's not, you know, off.
Yeah, they pick up you pick up each other's routines. And you
yeah,
know,
exactly.
And so yeah, you can tell when something's off, man.
Yeah,
you can feel it. You can see it and you can feel it.
Feel it.
And also too, man, if you start disappearing in their social media.
Oh yeah.
they posting like they single. You was in the building. You was at the table with the dinner. But you ain't nowhere in the pictures or nowhere on the page. That's a sign.
You got erased.
or people like they like to keep facing their cell phone face down. All kind of stuff, man. But yeah, man. So yeah, when you marry an adult star, you got to take what come with that. You remember that movie Boogie Nights?
Oh yeah, Mark Wahlberg. Yeah, I remember that movie.
Yeah, and the old dude, the cameraman, Bill, whatever
the cameraman.
his name was.
Yeah, I'm working.
His old lady was sleeping with everybody that was on set. And that's what he got for dealing with that person. He went crazy and shot her and shot him, shot the other dude, shot himself. But man, it's like that's what you asked for. If you sign up for that's what you asked for. What you signed up for. So like, man, like Zion, we talked about this. Zion was dealing with an adult star.
Yeah.
He let her videotape him. You know what I'm saying? When things go bad, where you think that video gonna be? It's gonna be online for the world to see. Gonna put all your business out, even if it ain't true. Don't dog you out. get paid for tabloids, and also then he went and got a stripper pregnant. He in his early 20s, she in her 30s.
Yeah.
Stripper in New Orleans. He went and got her pregnant.
I knew what time it was when an older woman latches on like that.
Yeah, man. The game is there. The game is strong. And man, this family should have warned him about that, and kept him on the look out.
It probably did. But when you're that age, nobody can't tell you nothing, especially you get that kind of money.
Yeah, you already got 100 M's. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
But he in for a hell of a ride too.
Yeah.
Because we seeing it every day, man, where people are getting together and then they getting divorced, and then significant others asking for $20,000, $40,000 a month.
Yeah.
And then trying to hire lawyers to
break prenups.
Dissect the prenup. Yeah. We seeing it with Tyrese, that he up to $1 million in lawyer fees, and she done hired 3 different law firms trying to break this prenup. And he said that's the only thing that's protecting him.
And that's crazy.
And then she said she listened to other people, and that's why she got divorced.
Yeah.
Come on. These times, man, these times it's real hard to see people even want to be married or see any benefit in it, because all we getting shown is horrible marriages. And the media don't like to show successful marriages,
Oh, it's not profitable.
Mm-hmm.
They want the drama so they can make profit off of it, right? But
yeah. The court system wins, the lawyers win.
Everybody win except for that person that's getting taken through it,
Yeah, the parties involved.
Unfortunately, unfortunately, man, look how much money, $1 million. That's wasted money, man.
Yeah, they know he got it. That's why.
Yeah.
When you dealing with lawyers, they ask you what's your occupation?
Yeah.
How much you make a month? Because they trying to see what you can get in. The fee ain't the same for everybody. Even though the situation might be the same or similar, the fee ain't the same for everybody. I knew a cat, man, he was fighting some dope charges. And all he had left was $100,000 from everything he had been doing, right? He messed around and told the lawyer that's what he had. Guess how much it cost him?
$100,000.
$100,000, exactly $100,000. And what's crazy, he beat everything, and then he said that was his sign to live right, to start living right.
Yeah.
He was like, man, God, you get me out of this, I ain't going back to the streets. He got out of the streets, and guess what happened?
What?
This old lady left him because she liked it the fast money. She said, I don't like you working this regular job. I'm used to you getting this quick money. So either you gonna do it, either I'm leaving or you gonna get back in these streets. And he said, I can't do it.
That's
and so
crazy.
she disappeared.
Well, that's good riddance.
Yeah.
Anybody, you sacrifice a lot for the people you love, man, but they're gonna make you do something that's gonna get you killed or locked up, man. It's time for them to go.
Hell yeah. They want you to be a crash dummy so they can benefit, and you're gonna lose, and you're gonna lose in the end. Hey man, chunks of deuces. Disappear on them, man. Yeah. Oh man, don't be nobody's crash dummy.
Yeah, man. I hate to talk about Will Smith, but honestly, he's still with Jada Pinkett, man.
Man.
I would have been tossed her.
And she delusional. She said that
narcissistic.
She said old boy proposed to her. While he was locked up in jail, she coming up with the stories. Then she talking about her husband manhood on there. Say she's never satisfied. Said he got a small package.
Yeah. She done did everything possible to discredit the man. And this man, I don't know. I don't know, man.
I feel like man is dirt. I feel like there's some kind of dirt that he don't want to get exposed, so he's sticking around.
Yeah, because man, she done basically admitted that she's in love with another man who's dead, who's deceased.
Yeah.
So it's like,
man, it's kind of like, man, you really have to check the track record on people or who they've been with. That's why it's good. It's kind of good to find out who the person was with before you.
Yeah.
Because man, I've seen it so many times. Okay, the previous dude was a street dude or a thug or a woman beater,
Yeah.
or got high every day, and if you don't get high every
Yeah,
day,
look at you
then
funny.
you
Look at you
born or you
funny. Yeah,
lame.
you're
Or
born.
if you
Yeah.
won't put hands on them, then you're not a man. You're not a man. So it's crazy, and
No,
it
not
go
only
both
that.
it go both ways, man. If this one woman was doing all this and used to it, and you go get with this nice girl, you might be used to the chaos and the wild and freaky stuff, and then you're like, man, I don't want to have to train this person up and all this, and now you dipping out,
Yeah. And also it's like they treat you like that person, like that their ex was. Like their ex was abusive. They used to have to call the cops on them. They probably call the
Yeah.
cops on you too, because they're just used to doing it,
Yeah, I met a lady, man. She had a history, man. She was involved in human trafficking, and she had been a working girl for some time in her life. And she had a dude, but she was seeing another guy, and she was getting rid of the other guy because he wouldn't choke her while they was, having intercourse. So she was like, he won't choke me, but this one will. But she was still living in the same place with the other guy.
Yeah.
It's a crazy world out there, man.
Most definitely. Like
Crazy
my thing is
world.
this, man. If you gotta cheat, that means you don't love or respect that dude. Just leave. Just leave him alone,
Man, both ways, man.
Yeah,
If you
both
gotta
ways.
step out, yeah, man, you gotta step out, man. Try to address the issue, man, before you step out. You know what I'm saying? And if it was like that before you made it serious and got married, you should have never got married. You know, if y'all ain't compatible and ain't compatible in the bedroom, don't even get together because this is gonna be horrible. If you think you ain't getting nothing now, when you put that ring on, you really ain't gonna get nothing.
Right. And then you stuck with all that paperwork and legal fees and don't have a kid.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Like that
Really
song
bad.
say, ain't nothing going on but the rent. That's it. That's all that's gonna be going on. Y'all gonna be roommates.
Glorified roommates.
Yeah, roommates. Hell yeah. Man, so save yourself, man. Men and women, save yourself. You see what it is, acknowledge it.
Yeah.
If that person was never faithful in no relationship, and see what make you think they're gonna be faithful to you, especially if they left the person to get with you or cheated on that person to get with you. What you think they're gonna do with you?
Same crap.
They're gonna cheat on you. I've known so many people that then left and even married the person they was cheating with, and they either cheated on that person or that person that was sneaking away with them while they were cheating on their significant other cheated on them. It's like, what you expect? That's their track record. That's their history.
That's what they do. I had a guy in jail tell me one time, he was trying to get me to, in jail, the convicts, they were trying to get you the guards to do stuff and stuff. And he's like, oh, come on, Bean, just do this for me. I'll tell him I stole it. I'm like, dude, I'm not giving you nothing in jail, bro. I'm not trying to be in here with you, bro. You crazy. He said, and then this is what he told me. This is exact words. He said, Bean, I'm a thief. I just tell them to go look at my track record and they see what I've been doing. I'm like, yeah, I got my face.
Yeah.
But he's saying it's true. Like, if you've been doing the same thing X amount of years, that's who by the time you get a certain age, that's just who you are. You're not going to change. It takes a very big event to happen in your life to change. So
yeah.
Once a porn star, always a porn star. I hate to say it like that.
Yeah, that's true. We see it so many times, man. So many people have tried to lead the industry and live normal lives. They can't because society won't allow them to live a normal life. They're going to keep reminding them of who they was and who they were. And then eventually, a lot of times, they tap back into that industry because they can't keep a regular job because too many people know their face, they know their history.
Yeah.
So we've seen it, and then it breaks some marriages because people say they can deal with it. And then when all that stress and all that weight of that relationship comes, then they part with, I can't handle this, man. Everybody knows you. Everybody knows you. Knows what you look like, inside and out. No pun intended.
It's supposed to be something safe. Nothing sacred. Your marriage is not sacred because everybody knows what you have.
Mm-hmm. And especially if it's some real degraded stuff where you start getting into bodily fluids and all. It's like everybody done seen this person do this.
Yeah.
How you expect the society? It's supposed to be between y'all, but how can you expect to be respected in society?
Not only that, you know how society judges you, man. You walking down, that's your wife, the girl off of, you know what I'm saying?
Wow.
Yeah,
Man,
you know what I'm saying?
I got a story on that, man. I was gone on the other side of the world. And I came back and I was walking through the mall with the fam. Nobody knew who I was because I had been gone for like a year, right?
Yeah.
So everybody's like, who is that? Like, who is that? And they was like, man, that's the husband. And somebody started laughing, And I was like, I said, what the hell is that? You know what I'm saying? What the hell that mean?
Yeah.
And I was like, I know what that is because I've seen it so many times. Another time too, doing that same trip. I went they was living in these apartments, and I went to the apartment office to go check up, and talk about the lease and moving out. And they're like, who are you? I'm like, I'm the husband. Well, you don't look like the other guy. And I said, whoa, hold up. What other guy? And then the lady, she zipped them off and walked off. She zipped them off and walked off. I say, so who the other guy been coming to the rent office? So, man, it be out there, man. So people show you who they are, believe them.
Oh, yeah,
you got
most
two
definitely.
choices. You got two choices. Stick around and put up with the BS or chunk the deuce.
Yeah,
know your value.
Yeah.
Chunk the deuce.
But,
and as you see, this hand ain't got no ring on it.
Hey, when they show you who you are, that's a sign to leave, man. Because like you don't want to sit there and suffer that consequence. Because depending on what they're capable of doing, people capable of doing some evil stuff, some real evil stuff.
A lot of times too, man, people gonna take advantage. They see opportunity, they're gonna take advantage the majority of the time. It's rare that you come across people that actually got good hearts and actually, want to got your best interest at heart. You know what I'm saying? Really your friends. You know what I'm saying? Or really care about you. A lot of people just opportunists. They looking for you to fill that void and they can move on or step on you and move to the next step or next level.
Hang on like a monkey, hang on to one branch and swing to the other stronger branch.
That's what the old folks say.
Yeah, most definitely. But it's true though.
Yeah, it's definitely true.
Especially, you're gonna maybe have about a good 5 people you can really call your friend, man. Other people just gonna come and go out your life, depending on what you're doing at the time. I mean, I was younger, man. I had all kind of friends. I had so many friends. My phone used to just constantly ring off the hook. Like it was so bad, my phone used to shut down. I used to get so many phone calls coming in. But now, man, like I went through once you go through your trials and tribulations, you find out who your real friends are. Because my real friends are still around to this day.
Yeah.
No matter if I had money or didn't have money, they still around.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly, man. Hey, man, we like to give a shout out real quick, man. Friends Natural Gifts. Friends has created this natural deodorant, and we got shipped some. Miss Fran shipped us some of this amazing natural deodorant. Got a couple vials of it, and me and JB gonna try it out. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna put it to work with my Muay Thai and exercising, and JB gonna put it to work with his jiu-jitsu. We're gonna try it out, man. So shout out to Friends Natural Gifts. And man, we got I'm gonna play a video real quick for Friends Natural Gifts. Let's get it.
Here, healing coach, avid marathoner, lover of audiobooks. I just completed my weekly long run here in the Philippines. It's very humid, hot, and it's currently 7:25 at night. And I've been testing out this new natural body of deodorant by Friends Natural Gifts. And as you can see, I sweat a lot. My shirt is drenched. Headband is drenched. But I smell like nothing. I've been testing this out for the last 3.5 weeks on every occasion when I run. Wife and children can attest that I do not smell. I'm just sweaty and wet, but no odor coming from my armpits.
Shout out to Friends Natural Gifts, man. That's an Instagram at the bottom. Check her out, man. Get your hands on some of that natural deodorant, man. And your boys will be trying it out, man. We're gonna try it out to its limits.
Yeah, we're gonna do a little review too.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So shout out to Fran, man. That's one of the sponsors of the Men Can't Always Be Wrong podcast, man. Friends Natural Gifts. And so, man, it's a guy, man, JB and T Swin. This is a Men Can't Always Be Wrong podcast. Make sure you tune in, man. Hit the notification button, man, and stay tuned in with you guys. Catch us on Spotify, YouTube, man, Pandora, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, man, Google Cast, Good Podcasts, man. iHeart, everywhere, man. Tap in. Make sure you go to CTRMediaNetwork.com, man. Check out the other amazing podcasters. If you want to start a podcast, tap into the Power Podcast book, the POP, man. Power Podcasting by Dr. Tina Ramsey. Check that book out, man. Get your hands on it today. It's available. It's an Amazon bestseller. Make sure you go get it. Also, man, your boy T Swing got a new single out called Higher. Make sure you tap into that, man. It's available on all music streaming platforms, man. Make sure you check that out, man. Produced by my guy, Jimmy Dukes, man. Jimmy Dukes just worked on Chic Luch of the Locks, Gorilla Wing mixtape. Man, he tapped in, man, with a lot of major artists, man. That's one of my go-to guys, man. Make sure you check out my song Higher. JB, what you got for the people, man?
Oh, nothing, man. I just surviving and grinding. There we go. Surviving and grinding.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, we got some more. No, we almost been doing this for a year, T Swin.
Yeah, bro.
Year at the end of the month.
Coming up on a year. And man, shout out to the King Starter Day podcast, man. Shout out to my brother, Captain T. This past Sunday, me and Captain There's a lot of beautiful women in the building. The jams was going. They played all the jams. Raphael even did some of his solo joints, man. Man, we was up in the aisles just like this. Hey, we was out there, man. Lay your head on my pillow. Hey, anniversary, we was getting down, boy.
Hey, I think Erykah Badu gonna be here like on the 25th, huh?
Yes, sir. Erykah Badu will be here this month.
I know the lady's gonna be out for that one. That's gonna be crazy.
I'm gonna be in the building, man. Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be a whole lot of sage.
With a new incense smelling in the air.
Yeah, getting rid of negative energy, if you know what I mean.
Right.
But yeah, man, this has been the Men Can't Always Be Wrong podcast. But you got T Swin.
Your boy J Bean.
Man, make sure y'all stay tuned in, man. And peace, fam. Peace, love, happiness, health, and abundance, man. Y'all be easy.
Most definitely. Be easy. Most definitely.
Every day get education with some meditation. Using my black magic to better situations. Complications can pop up from the enemy, but I don't entertain negative energy. Beautiful colors everywhere, I can see the light. I wonder what dimension I'm gonna see tonight. Take flight, let my consciousness take a trip to the fountain of life while they focus on the drip. There's more to life than a foreign car. In my code, you can see the sun in the northern star. The time is now. The time is here. Round up the soldiers and lend me your ear. Pick your head up, stick your chest out. Be strong, listen closely, cause men can't always be wrong. The time is now, the time is here. Round up the soldiers and lend me your ear. Pick your head up, stick your chest out. Be strong, listen closely, cause men can't always be wrong. Men can't always be. Men can't always be. Men can't always be wrong. Men can't always be. Men can't always be. Men can't always be. Men can't always be wrong. Men can't always be.
Hey, it's me again, your guy T Swin with Storytime with T. You can listen to Storytime with T on Spotify, Amazon Music, Audible, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, iHeartRadio, Overcast, Pocket Cast, and Radio Public. Support the show. Listen on the go anywhere. While you work out at the job, it's your guy T Swin, Storytime with T. Check it out, y'all. Support. Peace.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
Happy day, happy day. I hope you are well. So glad that you're here on the Sheila C. Hill Show. Listen, we are here today to share with you, but let me just say, welcome to the Sheila C. Hill Show. The Sheila C. Hill Show is the ultimate go-to podcast for ambitious individuals who want to live a more fulfilling and successful life, to get valuable insights, expert tips, and inspiring stories to help you improve your lifestyle, grow your business, and enhance your emotional well-being. Now, in every episode, you're going to gain practical tips and insightful wisdom in the company of a safe, supportive community of like-minded individuals whom I call Sheila's Thrive Tribe. So to join the Thrive Tribe, you just simply subscribe to the Sheila C. Hill Show, and we got you. We are here for you. Now, if you are new to the show, welcome. I am your host, Sheila C. Hill, and I like to just say hello, hola, bonjour, como está, ni hao, howdy, and what's going on, my people. So glad that you're here today. Please call Mama them and Uncle them and all of them. Tell them to check the Sheila C. Hill Show out and subscribe while you're at it, okay? All right, so listen, today I want to share with you how something that's really dear to my heart, right? And today we're going to talk about, baby, it is not too late to be great, and you're not too old to reach your goals. You hear me? I am so passionate about this because when we get to a certain age, we think life is over. We're just existing. No, baby, you in your prime. You hear me? So I'm here today to share with you how you need to tap into what you already know. And let's go. Okay, no doubt. So thank you all for being here. And I just want to share that life is a grand tapestry of woven with threads of dreams, aspirations, and the relentless pursuit of excellence. However, as the years pass, it is not uncommon for some of you and some of us to feel that our prime has passed, that the time for new dreams and aspirations has expired. But I'm here to tell you that that is false. That is false. Your time is not over. It's a mere illusion that we must dispel from our minds. Get it out of your head. Get it out of your notion. Get it out, okay? Because age is not a limit. it's merely just a number. It doesn't limit us to where we should be in life. It doesn't limit us. That's just society, right? It does not limit us to where we should be and where we could go. So the clock on the wall, it doesn't dictate the rhythm of our ambitions or the beat of our hearts. Instead, we need to embrace the wisdom that we already have and the wisdom that we gain as we grow older, right? And the wisdom that serves as a beacon guiding us towards our true purpose. That's what it's about. We need to find our purpose and walk in it with our heads up on top of that. Okay. Now, the experiences that we've accumulated over these years, the highs, the lows, the good, the bad, the ugly, all of that, the victorious, the defeats, they are just a testament to an ending, but rather it's a prologue. So it's not a testament to where we're ending and where we are. It's just simply a prologue shape the narrative to introduce plot twists. Because a good book has a plot twist, right? So does life. So, and also to determine the ending. You have that power. Your story is not confined by the pages of a calendar. It is a living, breathing entity that evolves with every choice you make. So just because the calendar years are just passing by, it doesn't matter because you're still in control of your life. Okay? With every choice you make, you're the author. Take that pen and take control, right? So, one of the greatest gifts that we possess as individuals is the ability to inspire and uplift others. Now, each of you, regardless of your age, has a reservoir of experiences waiting to be shared. Why do you keep it to yourself? And a lot of times people say, well, I'm not that interesting. I don't know why people would want to learn from me. I have a friend who just wrote a book recently about her life. It's called, a little plug here, Do What You Know How to Do.com. You can go get the book, Do What You Know How to Do. And she tells her story of loss, love, and life lessons. But she was just like, I don't know why people will want to hear my story. And I'm like, you have a lot to say. It shows your resilience. It shows what you've learned. It showed how you kept pushing through regardless of the things that was coming through your life. And listen, she wrote that book, and believe me, people are buying this book. They're inviting her to platforms to speak. They want to hear her voice. So take that as an example that your life, even though you might not think it's that interesting, you have something to teach someone. You have something to inspire and uplift others. So it doesn't matter your age, regardless of age. You have that experience. Your triumphs can serve as a guidepost, illuminating the path for those who are just beginning their journey. So, and I tell people this all the time. You need to be that person that you needed when you were going through. So just go back to when you was at your lowest, or go back to when you was experiencing some things in life. What did you need to help? What did you need to hear? Who did you need in your corner? What type of resources did you need? So go back into that. Since you've gotten past it, that makes you the expert. Okay. You are the expert. So since you got past that, you can go back and help those people who are just beginning that journey. So instead of them just trying to figure it out and fight their way through, like you did and I did, they have you as that voice to say, hey, instead of going down this path, take a right at the corner and then take a quick left. And that's going to get you to your destination. And that's going to avoid a lot of heartaches, a lot of pains, a lot of mistakes. So you are the expert to help them. Just remember that your mistakes are far from being setbacks. They are invaluable lessons that can steer others away from similar pitfalls, right? So if your child or your loved one, you was traveling and there was like this big pothole and it wrecked your tire and your hubcap came off and it messed up your car as you're going down, if you know your loved one is coming behind you, you're going to call them and say, hey, listen, avoid that pothole because it's going to damage your car. So that's the same thing. You're going to use those mistakes that you went through, contact the person behind you to say, avoid this particular mistake that I did. I want you to be great and I want you to get to your goal quicker because you're learning from me. Okay. So that's how it all works. That's how the life works, right? We're going through, we just don't go through for just to go through and say, hey, we just took a test. Okay, we took the test, we passed it or we failed it. But you took it, you learned something from it. Now help those. It's like when you make it to a certain point, send the elevator right on back down and help that person who's at ground one that needs to come up in their journey. Okay. So do not underestimate the impact you can have on the world around you. You have so much to offer. The good, the bad, and the ugly. You have so much to offer. I don't care where you are in your life. I don't care if you're a housewife. I don't care if you're an executive. I don't care if you work as a trash man. I don't care whatever you do in life. I don't care. You have been through life. Use it to your advantage and help someone else because the knowledge you have acquired, the skills that you have just narrowed down and honed into, and the resilience you have demonstrated are not just assets. They are beacons of hope and light for those who may be struggling to find their way. Your ability to inspire is not bound by the hands of time. It is eternal. That's mind-blowing, right? It is eternal. Your ability to inspire is eternal. So, as we stand at the intersection of our past and our future, let us commit ourselves to living on purpose. Let us continue to set major goals, to chase after your dreams and your determination. With your determination, you can do so much. You can chase those dreams. Just think back when you was a child. And even if you had a rough childhood, think about how your imagination sort of got you into another place when you could think of just something so simple in life. We stop dreaming. When we get to a certain age, we stop having imagination because we live in a real world, right? Why should I have an imagination? Because it's not going to happen because it takes this amount of resources, it takes this knowledge, it takes this, and then we self-sabotage because we go on what we know. A child doesn't do that. You have to have childlike faith. You have to have childlike imagination. Think outside the box. You can think outside the box. Get that excitement about like what I wanted to do. Now I'm going to say this. A lot of times I'm going to talk to my ladies. Okay. Hey, queens. Hey, girl. Hey, girl. Hey, girl. All right. I'm going to talk to my queens. So, and I'm speaking from experience. Now, a lot of times we may put things on hold. We have a family, we have children, we raise our family. And a lot of times our dreams and our aspirations, we put them on hold because we want to take that time and put it into our children to raise them to do what we have to do. Right. So as they get older, they even, get on their own or whatever they do and they leave the house or they get old enough to take care of themselves, we still stuck in that just giving mode. And we don't reach back and save ourselves, right? A lot of times we say, who's going to come and save me?
Baby, ain't nobody coming to save you. Save yourself. Save yourself. Get those dreams. Pick those dreams back up and save yourself. Listen, I did the same thing. I put myself on hold. I had my children, I raised my children, homeschooled, and did all this, and just gave so much, and being a good wife. I was a good wife, y'all. And doing all of this, but then it was time, like, who am I? Like, who am I? I wanted to know, who am I? And I didn't know. So I had to do the work. I had to put the work in to find out, okay, what do I want to do with my life? I started school prior to having children. And then when I got married, I put that on hold. I wanted to finish and get my bachelor's degree. First, I wanted to get my associate's degree. I did get that when I just had one child. That was good because it was just one child. But I have 3 children, and it was hard later on. I was like, I can't do this. So I put myself on the back burner. Then later on, I said, okay, as my children got older, I'm going to sacrifice for me now. I'm going to take this time for me. I need to invest in me. A lot of times we lose ourselves. We lose our dreams. So I did go back to school, and baby, it was hard. Staying up late nights, writing these papers, doing what I have to do as a wife, as a mother, as all of this. But it was worth it because I am worth it. I am worth it. I wanted to reach my goal. So I did go back to school, and listen, I don't know. I think I was, let me do the math. Let's see. I was how old when I graduated from, I don't know. I didn't do that math good, but it was in 19, no, it won't. That was the problem. Okay, it was in 2016 I graduated, and then I was 46. Oh my gosh, I was 46. I was 46 when I got my when I reached my goal for my bachelor's degree. Wow. So some people would think, "Oh, that's old." Baby, I was fabulous. Okay. I was rocking it. But a lot of times people think, "Oh, that's just too old to reach your goal. That's too old to even start." Are you kidding me? I'm going to share some people that started when they was 50 and plus, okay? But I just want you to understand that I know where you are. I've been there. I know. But you have to do that work, and then grab that imagination that you used to have when you was younger, and just say, you know what, I can do this. I do have a lot of knowledge. I did retire doing so and so, and I have enough knowledge to share with someone else. I can teach kids. I can mentor people. I can volunteer. I can do so much. You're sleeping on yourself. Stop sleeping on yourself. Listen, if you're listening to this, ask yourself, am I sleeping on myself? What is my goals? Do the work, write it down. When you write things down, it sticks a little bit better. Set your goals, okay? Because it is time to build upon your experiences, whether they were good or bad, okay? Because you got something out of it. So now, as we stand in this intersection of our past and our future, we have to commit to ourselves to living on purpose. And the only way you can live on purpose is you have to do the work inside of you. You have to do the work to say, I am all of that. There's an expression, and it's probably old expression. I'm all of that in a bag of chips. Like when you go to the convenience store, you buy, okay, maybe you didn't get that. But I'm all of that, a bag of chips, a big gulp, and all of that, baby. I am fabulous. I am wonderful. So whether you are in the spring of your youth, or the autumn of experience, come on, baby. The journey ahead is filled with infinite possibilities. You listen, you can do this. I don't care what you do. You can do one thing one week. You can do something else the next week, something else the next week, because you have that imagination. You have unlimited possibilities. Don't put yourself in the box. So I am so happy and so thrilled just to share this with you, because somebody needs to hear this. I am so elated that I can share my experiences to help you get to where you need to go to help the other person. So, no matter how old we are, our lives are still filled with opportunities to be great and make a difference. Now, I may not be no expert, but I'm just someone who's gone through life's journey, and I've learned just a little bit. And I just wanted to share that age is just a number. It doesn't mean we're done with dreaming or achieving. In fact, our experiences, both bad and good, are just like treasures. We are a treasure. We are a gem, and we can inspire others. Pick that pen up, write the book. Okay, so you have arthritis in your hands. Get a phone and speak into it. Get a tape recorder. It doesn't matter. Get something recorded and make it work. Don't make excuses. Don't make excuses of, I can't do this because I have a disability, or I can't do this because I'm not the way I used to be at my younger age. It doesn't matter. Can you think? I don't care if you have one eye and three fingers. There is a way that you can get your word out. There is a way that you can share your knowledge, right? Stop making excuses. Stop self-sabotaging yourself. Okay? So just remember, you are the author. And every day is a new page waiting to be written. The best part, you get to decide how the story goes. Your life is like a roadmap. Listen, you done traveled some unique roads, and others may find it helpful to help them. Did you learn something important from a tough time? So, if so, that lesson can be a guide for someone going through a similar situation. Okay, now here, for an example, maybe you've mastered a skill after years of practice. Listen, a lot of times people say, well, they learned a skill, and when they're trying to teach it to someone, it looks simple, but it took years of practice to master it. So that's where you come in as an expert. You can teach that skill to someone younger who's just starting out, because your knowledge is a gift that keeps on giving. So just remember, you have the power to inspire others, no matter your age. Don't you think that anymore. Don't you think, oh, I'm 65, I'm retired, I'm this, and I don't have that. Listen, get up. Let's go. Let's go. You have those experiences. Your stories, your successes, even your mistakes can be valuable lessons for someone else. So let's make an impact. No matter how many candles are on your birthday cake, our lives are far from over. You hear me? Pick yourself up, wash your face, brush your teeth, or put your teeth in. It don't even matter. Wherever you are in life, your life is not over. It is time to live and stop merely existing. Okay? It's not over. There's so many exciting possibilities out here that you can do. So let's keep dreaming big, set those goals, and share your wisdom. After all, the best chapters of our stories are yet to come. Now we're talking about the age. So let's think about the founder of McDonald's, Ray Kroc. He was like 50 years old when he started. Okay. The author for The Little House on the Prairie, she was 60. There's a Japanese real estate person. I can't even say his name. Is Mori is the last name. I'm gonna mess it up. He's a billionaire, but he became a billionaire at the age of 50 through strategically planning real estate investments. Samuel L. Jackson, the actor, he became like famous in his roles in Pulp Fiction. He was age 50. Vera Wang, designer. She started at age 50. What's his name? KFC, Colonel Sanders. He was 60. He was in his 60s. What are we talking about here? Are you still living? Are you still breathing? Are you in your right mind? Like, come on. Let's use these experiences. Okay, so that's just some examples of some people that you may know or may not know that have reached the pinnacle of their lives at a later age. So listen, it doesn't matter. You are here for a reason, right? So you can use your experience to help others. I'm so excited that, listen, you have decided this is the day. This is the last day that I'm going to sit down in my pity party and focus on my losses and focus on the things that I can no longer do when I was a younger person. And this is it. This is the last day. I'm going to start where I am, and I'm going to focus on my dreams. If I want to write a coloring book, if I want to create a coloring book, I'll do that coloring book. If I want to write, if I want to start painting, there's another person that started painting when they was like 60. If I want to start a cooking show, if I want to be on YouTube, there's nothing too hard. Some of you might need to get some assistance to do the technical piece of it, but there's nothing too hard that you cannot do. Use your experiences. Inspire people. You have the gems. You have the power. You have the experience. You have the knowledge. You have everything that you need is within you. You have everything you need is within you. Stop sitting on it. Stop holding it back from other people. Okay? So I want you to reach out to me and let me know what you have accomplished since you've heard this message. I want to know, where are you going? What is your goals? So reach out to me on the SheilaCHillShow.com. I want to hear. I'm a really great accountability person. Okay? You can ask anybody around me. I'll be like, what are you doing? No, pick it up. No. No. And when you get in that mindset where you feel like, oh, this is just, so overwhelming, I just can't do that, just remember my voice. Be like, get yourself up and pick it up. You know, back in the day, we used to talk. And when your parents is really mad at you, they didn't open their whole mouth. They just put their teeth together. You better get yourself together. Just imagine me saying that to you when you have those thoughts in your mind. I just can't do it. And when you start doubting yourself, you better get yourself together. You better get yourself together and let's do this, because you have so much to share. And so many people are waiting for you to share it. You are that missing piece for someone. Okay? It's just like a puzzle that's missing that one piece. They need to hear your voice. They need to hear your experiences. They need you. Okay. So let's get it done. Let's go. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's go. Let me get my little clapper. Where's my clapper? I feel like I need my. Let's go. Okay. So just know you are loved and highly appreciated. Baby, don't you dim your light for not nobody. You better not dim your light for no one. Just know that you are loved and highly appreciated. Let's go. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's go. Until next time on the Sheila C. Hill Show.
Hello, everybody. It's Michael Finkley with The Michael Finkley Show.
And I'm Nicole with Conversations with Nicole. You can join me Wednesdays at 9 a.m. on all of my streaming platforms.
Well, Nikki, don't forget about The Michael Finkley Show, Mondays, 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on the CTR Media Network.
Join us.
It's finally here. My brand new single, Biggest Dream Come True. Now available on all streaming platforms.
What's up, everybody? It's your girl Mila, lead singer of 702, and you are watching The Michael Finkley Show. Where my girls at?
Hey.
The next Michael Finkley. Artist Billy Stonecipher's with us. He talks about his up-and-coming music and our signature segment, Community Spotlight Series. All new Finkley, Monday.
There's a new familiar face this time. Say hello to the new daytime. See it everywhere you go, doing the greatest show. It's no other than the Michael Finkley Show. There is no other. He's like no other. I'm so glad that someone resonates with me.
Everybody, welcome back to the Michael Finkley Show. Now, y'all, my next guest, he is definitely family of the show. We met back in May at an event, and when I saw him perform, I said, I've got to have him on because I know that he has a story. I love his style of music. He's none other than musical artist Billy Stonecipher. How are you?
It's great to be here, Michael. I've been looking forward to this for a while.
Oh, man, like, me too. I'm like, okay, I got to talk to Billy. It's time to talk to Billy. And, you know, listening to your music, right? It's just something about you. I can't put my finger on it, but there is just something about you, Billy, the way you deliver. And when I saw you perform for the first time back in May, I'm like, oh my gosh, like it's so rich, it's so authentic, it's so genuine, it's so real. You don't find that many artists in music like you today. So when did you discover you?
Well, first, that's the best compliment ever. Thank you. This lifted my spirits this evening. I guess I discovered music really for like the first time. I was in a rehab facility my junior year of high school, and we didn't have any technology or phones or like connection to the outside world. But we did there was like a little guitar section, and I'd learned a little bit of guitar before I had gone. And that was kind of my escape when I got there. And it was really, I didn't really recognize it myself. You know, I thought I could carry a tune. I loved to sing in the shower, but it wasn't until really other people around me would start to kind of gather and say, "Oh, what are you playing there? That sounds really good." And even more truthfully, the men and female units were separated. We weren't connected, but they were above our unit, kind of separated by a wall. And I would put on these fake concerts for them because they would react in between songs, and that gave me a big jolt. You know, they would applaud and hoot and holler. And it was really in those moments where I was like, okay, not only do I enjoy it, but other people seem to enjoy this. And that's when I really started to explore writing and performing and all of that.
Gotcha. And I'm telling you, Pink Fam, have you not heard him, you're missing out, because I'm telling you, he is really a gift to music. He really is. It's just, how would you describe your sound? Because I could talk all day about it. How do you describe your music?
The way this kind of came to me years ago when I was in college, but urban folk, because I'm a city slicker, you know, through and through. I don't know how to change oil or you know, I have no handy skills. But I've always felt connected to that kind of broken down folk sound, that storytelling. And so to me, all my songs are just stories of what it's like to grow up and live in a city and live in the modern world. And that always just felt, you know, the most exciting, something new that I hadn't heard before, urban folk. And it just kind of stuck. You know, I explore with all different types of genres, but that to me felt the truest to perform.
Gotcha. And you performing, how was that for the first time for you? In the sense of when people gave you the feedback of, oh my gosh, I like this. Oh my gosh, you're so gifted, you're so talented. What was that first time like?
That's a great question. I think for me, it was kind of a light bulb moment. You know, I was pretty lost in my youth. As you may have guessed, if you're pretty grounded. You don't end up in rehab. Let's put it that way. And so it just felt like something I could give and that could be received. And that meant a lot at a young age when I didn't really, everyone was going to go to college and they had this plan to be, in business or, a doctor or an engineer, all these regular jobs. And it was just a moment of, my senior year, I performed in a talent show and I got third place and they paid me for it. Like the winners got prize money. And it was sort of this aha moment of, I can actually make a living off of this. Like people will pay me to do this. That's pretty cool. So, yeah, man, it was just, I said a lot there, but it really just felt good. It made sense in a very simple way.
Yeah. And I can tell, I can definitely, friend, literally, because as you were talking, I could sense the emotion behind the craft that you love so much to do. What does music do for you?
Another great question. There's a reason you host a show, huh, Michael? What does music do for me? I mean, at its simplest form, it gives me something to do that I enjoy in a life that sometimes can be unenjoyable. And it's a beautiful and wholesome way to pass the time. And I also, it just gives me so many new perspectives, new feelings, new sounds, and just kind of opens my eyes to what's out there. Whether it be a song from the 1930s or a song that came out yesterday, it's just such an interesting reflection of culture and human experience. It does a lot for me, and sometimes it just gets me to dance. So, which is never a bad thing.
I'm telling you, because the music does so many different things for different people, right? It can make you cry.
Yeah.
It can make you laugh. It can make you dance, right? Has your own music ever healed you in a way?
Yeah, I think that's kind of the majority of where my songs are born from. Is I have this problem that I can't solve, and I try and boil it down into 2.5, 6 minutes. Sometimes, oops, lost an earpiece. Sometimes they can go that long, and I always learn something. Like the song isn't finished until I've learned that lesson, and in that way, it's very healing. As simple as a song I wrote called "Cowgirl" was a time in my life when I was like painfully single and kind of thought I'm just going to be single forever. And the end of the song, the line is, "There's no need to rush. You'll be my cowgirl for life." And it's, to this day, I'm still single, but it brought me so much just peace and contentment in that, I mean, what's the rush? Once I do find this person, it'll be a forever thing. So that's kind of a tangible example of how it can be healing. Even something as simple as a little love song.
Gotcha. I'm telling you, life throws us curveballs. Life gives us ups and downs, smiles and frowns. I love the way that you incorporate those into your songs, and definitely shows. Let's talk about birds. Can we talk about birds? Please?
Sure.
Can we? Because I saw the music video, and it is such a. It pushed you in a zone. It definitely pushed you in a zone. It put me in a zone.
What's going on, beautiful people? My name is Prince Horkworm, and I play Jacob in Fatal Seduction, and you guys are watching the Michael Finkley Show.
On the next Michael Finkley, gospel artist Marcus Jordan stops by to talk about his new single, Be Okay, and how he found his voice in life. Plus, Community Spotlight Series, all new Finkley, Monday. Hello everybody, it's Finkley from the Finkley Experience. We're an educational consulting firm that specializes in first-generation education. So we assist students with their college and career endeavors. We train school administrators on the state of first-generation students. And also, we partner with colleges and universities to assist their first-generation population for easy transition from high school to college. So if you're looking for a presenter or speaker that presents on these topics and so much more, visit our website at thefinkleyexperience.com and learn about all that we do. We're looking forward to working with you.
Looking for some of the best soul food right here in Mullen, South Carolina? I promise you, come on down to Garden Alley.
Our grape salad is fabulous. Our water gate, our potato salad, our chicken is fresh. Macaroni and cheese is salted to perfection. I haven't found anything that's not great. Best we have.
Banana pudding, cakes, pies. Yeah. Selection is huge. Garden Alley is an awesome place to eat. I really love it.
Come by and see the amazing staff at Garden Alley, downtown Mullins.
Definitely, we have to talk about birds. Can we talk about birds?
Sure.
Can we? I saw the music video, and it is such it pushed you in a zone. It definitely pushed you in a zone. It put me in a zone of like, just carefree. If I was one of them, what would I do? Like, where did that inspiration come from in this song?
Yeah. It's that song is so, you're right, you hit it on the head. It is very carefree, but it came from a very kind of a darker place in a way, in that to me, birds is obviously a metaphor. I don't wish to actually be a bird, maybe some days. But I wrote that song when I was 19, when I was first it was like my freshman year of college. And I decided I was going to study music. Mm-hmm. And I was just kind of looking around at the landscape of the music business and started to realize that all of these people were incredibly good looking, like all the pop stars, everybody who was in my observable universe of music, who I saw on TV. And I kind of began to have this doubt that maybe my dream is too far-fetched because I don't look like these people. I don't fit that, just kind of all of the, how do I want to put it? I mean, it's stuff that we've understood for a long time. The editing that happens in magazines and the plastic surgery and the perfect teeth and the broad shoulders for the guys and the six packs, that type of thing. And so it came from that place where I thought, this thing that I believed so much in and wanted to do, birds and sky are keeping me down. They won't let me down. They're telling me Hollywood or something like that, that I wouldn't be accepted into that club. And, that is a part of entertainment and show business, but it definitely can, I think the important thing I want to share here is that it affects men as well. And we don't really talk about that as much. Yeah. We just don't. And, I remember people would come and give talks at our high school, and it would always be the pictures of the women models, and they would show how they airbrush this here and how it affects men as well. I mean, like you said, you related to that as well. And it's a scary thing to say. It feels a little embarrassing, but the truth shouldn't be embarrassing.
Exactly.
Let
It's
me put it
real.
that way. So I'm glad you asked that question. Yeah, it's real, man. So yeah, that's kind of the. I'm glad you asked that question.
Yeah, because we have younger viewers that watch as well, and even for
Sure.
myself, right? That we've been through so much already, right? And I feel that in many ways it affects our mental going
Mhm.
forward in our various lives and what we try to achieve. So to have these conversations, right? To definitely have these conversations, we can open up a different dialogue to have freedom of healing, freedom of, just saying how we feel. Our words matter because we matter. So I feel that it's definitely important. I'm so glad that you were so open enough to share in that route.
Sure.
You talked about other artists, different types of music, different types of artists in this various genres in music. Do you see yourself as a competition, or do you see yourself as I'm doing my thing for me to help others along the way?
Do I see myself as a competition or for me? I'd say when I'm on the healthy side of things, when my head's in the good space, I'm doing it for me. And when I'm not in the good space, I'm looking at you know, Ed Sheeran like, you're taking my customers. um, and I think there's probably truth in both of those things. And competition is healthy in that it pushes us to be our best and to give our best. But one lesson I always liked along the way is you're really only in competition with yourself. As long as you're better than what you did yesterday, you're on a right path. And some days, you're not going to be. It's like sports. You're going to have a bad game. But yeah, I played sports growing up, and I am motivated by that. So they both have their value. Let me put it that way.
Gotcha. That's a good way to put it. I've never heard in that perspective that perspective before. In the sense of it has its lanes, right? I feel that if
Sure.
you go overboard with it, right? Like I'm going to get you, right?
Right.
Lose your own artistry. I feel that could cause damage. But as long as
For
we're
sure.
doing it in a healthy way, as you stated, I feel that will do even more, right, for us in the long run. How does Billy relax? You write, right? You perform, and I follow you on social media. How does
Mhm.
Billy spend his quiet time?
Yeah, man, it's funny now that like music was such a part of my quiet time growing up, but now that I've done it professionally for so long, it can be, but definitely less so. And I love movies. I'm a movie addict. I can sit and watch 3 movies in a row sometimes if I just really want to zone out and be quiet. I love movies. I love sports, specifically basketball. I can go and shoot hoops until my knees give out. And that's, as of late, those have been kind of my 2 things. I like spending time with friends and playing cards and simple things like that as well, just hanging out. And um, but it changes, it changes in the seasons of life.
I love that because we need that balance. We need,
Hmm.
we
Yeah.
need that balance. What is that one thing you still want to accomplish?
Mm. I, you know, I really want to. Um, I'd really like to tour the United States coming up. Like I'm working on an album that is nearing the finish line, and I've never done like a proper tour. I've done little short mini stints, but I would really love to just travel this country from Georgia, my home base, go up to California and back around and just see all of it and share my music and stories with folks. That's a sort of a non-negotiable bucket list item for me. If it doesn't happen, we'll figure that out. But that's I would really, really, really big dream of mine.
Well, I feel that it has to happen now, Billy. I feel that it has to
Hmm.
happen now because you said it.
Yeah.
You said it. Our words, my best friend always says, our words are listening. So it has to happen for you now because you vocalized it. So get ready for that, sir. Get
Yes, sir.
ready for that. So we talked before
Yeah.
the interview, and you told me
Mhm.
that you are working on an album. Tell
Yes,
us
sir.
more. Tell us more.
Yeah, it's I've got about 10 or 12 songs I'm working through right now. I hope all of them will make the cut. It's going to be called, this is a Michael Finkley exclusive. It's going to be called A Somewhat Spiritual Guide to Not Being So Sad All the Time, which is a mouthful, but it's a true mouthful. And yeah, it's a collection of songs and stories about all the lessons I've learned through, back in my rehab days to continued therapy. There's a big focus on mental health, and I just feel very blessed with all the things that I have been able to learn that not everyone has been given access to. I don't wish anyone would have to go to rehab, but I learned a lot from that experience, and it's very intensive therapy. And I think kind of the main goal is to put those into songs, because whether you struggle with alcoholism, drug addiction, um, or not, there are lessons to be learned. Whether you're just having a hard time relating to your friends, you're having a hard time getting out of bed, you're having a hard time finding what your purpose is in this life. There are lessons about that, and that's why it's called A Somewhat Spiritual Guide to Not Being So Sad All the Time. A little bit of humor too, because I don't want to take myself too seriously. But yeah, man, I'm really excited about it. It's been a very long process, but that's what the universe wanted it to be, it seems. So, but it's nearing the finish line, which is really exciting. No release date yet, unfortunately, but it's getting there for sure.
So when you come up with a date, when you have your release party, when you have all that stuff together,
Yeah.
I want to be in the building, sir.
Yeah.
I want to be in the building
Absolutely.
to help you
I would love that.
celebrate, because I know that this is a major achievement that you're working towards. You mentioned parts of your life when you rehab. You mentioned therapy.
Yeah.
How do you motivate people with the negative aspects of your life to turn their aspects into positive? How do you motivate them?
Another great question, my friend. I think something I learned along the way that rang really true is that you can't force anybody to do something, especially in the lens of addiction and stuff. They would say, you're going to have friends that just, you want them to get sober so bad, but you can't seem to get them to do it. And they always said you can't force them to do it. And that's a perfect example of how I think it transfers over to all areas of life. You can't force anybody to do anything, as much as you would like that girlfriend to come back, as much as you would, want to get that promotion at work, there are things in your certain control, but, at the end of the day, it's kind of up to the powers that be. And so what I found very valuable is just sharing your own experience, speaking from the I perspective. I did this worked for me, this didn't work for me. Here's the toolbox, go play. I wish I could tell you, you can ask me for advice, but not a fortune teller. But I can tell you what worked for me in the past in certain situations. So for me, I almost am OCD about not giving people advice unless they explicitly say, what do you think I should do in this situation? Because I don't know if you can necessarily motivate people, but I do believe you can share your experiences. And from that, hopefully that puts some wind in their sails. And if not, hopefully they find it from somebody else.
Well said. Well, literally well said. Because sometimes we think that individuals need to hear, well, you should do this, you should do that, and
Right.
blah, 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 blah. But when ultimately they just need a listening ear. So I've learned, even for myself, to shut up, shut up, and then I'll get the hints of, well, they want help. So I guess I'll talk now. But until I feel that, like, okay, I'm listening. I'm here. I'm listening. I'm here though. I'm listening. So
Sure.
That takes a special person as well. So the album, no date as of yet, but we know that it's coming in the future. What other projects are you working on now besides the album?
I have one music video that'll be coming out shortly. No set date as well, but it's for a song of mine called Galone that I made with my friend Wallet Jackson. And it's kind of the bridge. Galone literally means raid in Spanish. And it's a song that really connects my first album, Rookie Year, to this new phase, to the new somewhat spiritual God, to not being so sad all the time. So we have a music video for that. That was a lot of fun. And it's very Western themed. We got cowboy outfits and everything. It was such a blast to kind of be a kid again. It's going to be fun. I have that in the pipeline. And then I also have a concert video from the concert I did back in March at a venue here in Atlanta called Eddie's Attic, the full concert, which I'm excited of. Pretty much all the songs I performed that night, excluding a couple, are going to be from the new album. So kind of stories behind that. And but other than that, just those three things. The album is taken up pretty much all my time. But as an artist, that's kind of why we did it. I'm sure as this show takes up, 110% of your life.
Yeah, but we love it though. Right? That's why we do it, right?
Yeah, precisely.
That's why we do it. So kudos to you and all of your things that you have going on for you. I know that they're going to be a major success because I'm speaking it.
Thank you.
It has to happen. Ha ha ha. But
I appreciate it.
You have a fan here, sir. Think fam, please, please, please go and support Billy within his musical endeavors, because I'm telling you, definitely an artist on the rise. How can the Think fam follow you on social media?
Luckily, with my unique last name, Facebook, you'll find me because God blessed me with a weird last name.
It's not weird, Billy. It's unique.
Unique. Thank you. I appreciate it. I needed that check. You're right.
It's unique. Support, Think fam. Billy, thank you for being with us. We really appreciate you.
Oh, it's my pleasure, Michael. Thank you so much for having me. It's a dream, man. I've been looking forward to it.
Oh, don't make me blush, Billy. Always back in a moment.
Hey, check this out. Who that is? Right there. It's Michael Finkley. And this is his show. You know who I am? My name is D-Rock Ying from the Yin Yang Twins, America's Most Wanted. Download the album. Go to the website right now.
Hi guys, welcome to Awaken. We wanted to serve the city of Mullins. We are church owned, and we felt like a coffee shop was such a huge need in the city of Mullins. There's nowhere for people to just come, get a cup of coffee, sit with friends, maybe do some work on the laptop. And so we feel like it was a service that we could give back to the city. Well, our hope is that people will feel calm, that they'll feel welcome, that it'll be a place where they can come and just clear their mind.
We come here twice a day. That's how good. Their smoothies, their coffee, their lattes, frappes, delicious. I would love the atmosphere here. If I had time to come and just sit and relax, I would. It's awesome.
one thing that I really love about it being here is just the cozy environment. It's so inviting. I can come in here and I can get my schoolwork done, a good coffee and a good meal. But I'm just really thankful that they're here and that I have a good place to go.
We're open Tuesday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. and Saturday from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. Awaken Coffee Bar, downtown Mullins.
Some amazing community changers are here as well, and we have one of them with us. Tell us about yourself. Introduce yourself.
Hey everybody, my name is Marcus Robinson. I'm the founder and president of the Boost program. Boost stands for Build Off Others and Start Transforming. And a little bit about Boost. It's all about community, mentoring, and education.
Gotcha. So how did we get to the point of Boost beginning? What started this movement?
Well, I've been in the recreation department for years, and I've worked around a lot of kids, and I know a lot of kids in the community, and I took up some of their problems, and I felt like I wanted to be involved in helping. So I just found something and found some words and put it together, and it came up with Boost, and it worked.
You found some words and something. I love it.
Yes. I said I got to figure out, play around with it, and I came up with Boost, and I came with that, and I said, well, how can I bring Boost down? Build off others, start transforming.
I love that. So what type of success have you seen since you've been in this amazing movement that you created?
Okay, well, I have done a summer basketball camp, which I got one coming out now, June 26th. If you want to sign your child up, I have the applications with me at the Boost office, which is 200 West Liberty Street. A couple of people around our community will have flyers and registration forms. I feed the two pastors, performance art. I feed the things for them. I be able to feed the neighborhoods Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. I feed the neighborhoods, the kids lunches. It's just a lot, man, that I'm doing, and I want to do more.
Gotcha. How can the Think Fam follow you on social media to learn more information about what you do?
Okay, my website is boostprogram.org. My Facebook page is the Boost Program. I have other social media, but I can't remember all of them right now. Those are the main screen ones that you definitely can contact me on.
Gotcha. So if you go on your website, we can find your other social media platforms.
Oh, yeah.
Correct?
Oh, yes.
Gotcha.
Definitely.
So definitely visit their website, Think Fam, and learn about all that they do here within the awesome county of Marion.
Yes, Lord. We got the boost our city, iconic, man. We all got to sit together, and we got to remember that it's all about the kids in our future, y'all.
Exactly.
And what we have here as well, the adults as well, but our future definitely is our stepping stone right now.
Exactly. Thank you for that. For all that you do.
Yes.
We appreciate you so much.
Yes, I thank you.
Think Fam.
On the next Michael Finkley, gospel artist Marcus Jordan stops by to talk about his new single, Be Okay, and how he found his voice in life. Plus, Community Spotlight Series, all new Finkley, Monday.
What's up, everybody? This is the Man Can't Always Be Wrong podcast, tapping in with the people. I'm one of your hosts. I am T. Swin. Let's see. Man, we live. Baby, you in there, bro?
You doing it, T. Swin? Yeah, man.
Good,
I'm in here, man.
I'm good, bro.
Yeah, this is your host with the most, J Bean.
Yes, sir. Yeah, shout out to Mr. Jeff Clay, man. Wind Down Wednesday in the True Sessions. True Session was really good today. I was in. I sat in on the True Session. It was a really good a lesson on authenticity. Man, if you missed it, make sure you go to his channel, his YouTube, check that out. Check it out. Also, man, shout out to CTR Media Network, man. The home network. Shout out to them, Miss Tina Ramsey, Curtis Ramsey, man. Shout out to them. So put your boys on the map. Also, man, shout out to Miss She Trucking. They got an amazing episode coming up on her channel, her podcast. Really good. And also,
Yeah, man.
if you missed it last night, man, King Started Today. King Started Today podcast. Check that episode out. What's up, bro?
I was gonna say, man. How's your week been going, man?
Man, week has been amazing. Oh shoot, man, hit the studio with my twin. New song coming out called Still Here. You can check out a little footage or look at the reels or see me and my twin back in the studio together, man. I Mix Studios, man, home of Bruce Bang. Bruce Bang has engineered and recorded some of the biggest artists in the music game. When they come down here, they deal with Bruce Bang. So man, y'all be on the lookout there, man. More music to come. It's been lovely, man. I cannot complain, bro. Cannot complain.
Yeah, man.
What's been up with you, bro?
It's been
You did something major today.
Oh, nothing, man. Oh yeah, I did some jiu-jitsu today. I got a little promotion. You know,
That's
just
what's
a
up,
little
man.
one step closer to the
What's up?
goal.
You got another body on your belt.
Nah, no bodies this time. Nobody. Just a promotion.
Gotcha.
Just a promotion. Yeah.
Man, let's see what's going down.
But
Got a
yeah, man.
comment. Hey, Mr. Clay, what's going down, man? Hey, amazing truth sessions today. Really, really good. Really, really good. It was a good class was in session. For real. Like I say, man.
Oh yeah.
Hey, there we go.
I gotta check. I gotta go back and watch it, man.
Shout out to Miss C Trucking. She is in the building. What is up? T Swin and J Bean just checking in, man, tapping in with the people. A lot of big things going over there in She Trucking. If you want to get some information about the trucking business, tap into her website, shetrucking.com. Go get the information. She'll point you in the right direction. She has ebooks and classes and courses on her website. Check that out. Man, always the one, the host with the most. Always. Let's see, man. So what's been on your mind, JB? What's been going down with you?
Oh, nothing, man. Just life. Just life.
You was very
not life,
passionate
do you?
about something.
Sometimes it's good, and sometimes it's good, and sometimes it's bad, man. You try to do what's right, and then some people are just gonna assassinate your character. So I guess we're gonna get into that today, man. People assassinate your character.
Gotcha. So, man, did somebody recently do that with you?
Try to assassinate. Man, I ain't gonna throw no names. I'm in a situation. I'm not gonna just say it's all that person's fault. I got myself in that situation also. But
Gotcha.
when kids are involved in stuff, and you with somebody, man, and somebody's used to having their way about certain things, and then when the law is on their side, some things can get kind of out of hand. You know what I'm saying? So
I got it right here. I got it right here. I got to hit the post office. It's right here. I got you.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's like, people use. It's just sad when people use your child against you, man. It's just sad.
Yeah.
Because only person at the end of the day, only person that hurts the child. No, me and you don't get along. That's fine. I'm saying we ain't gotta deal with each other, but he deserves to know not only your side of the family, but he deserve to know my side of the family too.
Yeah. Man, we've been seeing a lot of stuff like that lately too, man, in the news. A lot of people who have been kept away from their fathers, really finding out who their fathers are now. And at later time at age, people 40, 50 years old, finding out who their real fathers was. And finding out that their fathers ain't the person that their mother said they was. You know?
Yeah.
Ain't the dead beast that they said they was. It's crazy because some of these people are famous, you know. Kirk Franklin, Kerry Washington, finding out who their real fathers are. Some people, man, I've known have found out who their real fathers was, and their mothers kept them from the real fathers, or lied on the father.
Oh yeah.
Yes, sir. And then they find out that the dude is actually a really good person, that he was about his business. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. I've had my name drugged through the mud before. And I had to I was in the military, man, and I remember getting off I was doing military police, and I remember getting off of work, night shift, going to my room on base, getting ready to get in the bed so I can go to sleep, and somebody bamming on my door telling me, get your ass back dressed. We need you to go to the main building. They waiting on you. So I get to the building, man, I get dressed like, what's going on? And it's my supervisor. Me and him cool. But all of a sudden, he got a real bad attitude and he talking to me crazy. I'm like, what's up? So I get to the building. They tell me that my significant other has informed them or informed one of the officers that deal with like family stuff that I've abandoned this person. This person is homeless. They don't have any money. All kinds. They have nowhere to go. They have no place to live. I put them out in the child. Man, I'm standing up there. They yelling. They yelling at me, they cussing at me, calling me all kind of names, calling me all out my name. I'm standing up there at attention. Man, they must have chewed me out for about 30 minutes, 30, 45 minutes. And they were like, do you have anything to say for yourself? I said, everything that you just said is a lie. And I got receipts.
Yeah.
You know? So I said, if you let me go back to my room, I'll go get receipts for everything. You know, so I came back with all my proof that this person did have somewhere that they was living, that I did not put them out, that they left on their own will, that they were not broke because I was sending money, you know? So
yeah,
man, I know all too well. And they will lie because they are jealous that you didn't fail. That's a big thing right there. That's a big thing. And so,
but it's so crazy though.
Go ahead.
I was just so crazy though, because those, you know, that, you know, if you got somebody who's, you know, in the child's life, if they win, the child wins. You know, it's just going. And even though if I make more money and I'm not paying you more money, the state, especially Texas, the state of Texas don't play when it comes to child support. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, I had somebody tell me, "Oh, you're behind 6 months on your child support." My child support is X amount of dollars, and in the state of Texas, once you get over 2,500, you facing jail time. They pulling your license. They pulling your
they take your
everything.
passport.
They're gonna make it so hard for you to do anything, to be able to do anything and function. You know?
Yeah.
So
yeah, they take your license. Now you can't drive to work. Now you
can't drive to work, and if you do get caught driving, guess what happens?
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? You go to jail.
Yeah, so that's crazy too, man. Because a lot of the good paying jobs or areas don't have buses going to them. You know what I'm saying? So now they take that away from you. Can't get to work. Yeah, you can't get to work.
Especially in Texas, it's weird. Our public transportation sucks. You can't just hop on a bus and go anywhere.
Yeah, it ain't
in
like
Houston,
New
at
York.
least.
Yeah,
it is got the subway everywhere.
But yeah, man, in my situation, bro, I had all my receipts. I had all my ducks in a row because I knew who I was dealing with at that time.
Yeah,
and I showed all my proof and showed them it wasn't what they thought it was and what they was like, lied to about. And they had to apologize. They all apologized to me, man. But it was sad that they jumped the gun. You know what I'm saying? And didn't check with me first. They just assumed. That's another thing too, man. We catch a bad rap a lot, man. Media paints us that we don't care about our kids, that none of us wants to be fathers. That kind of almost every dude in my clique, everybody I know wanted to be a father, wanted to be a husband. They want to see a little mini me. They want their legacy to live on. And everybody in my clique care about their kids. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and it's wild because like they make it seem like because I don't want to deal with you, I don't want to deal with the kid. I don't have to. It ain't about you. You can do whatever you want to do. If we don't, it's obviously that we can't make it work. Go live your life.
Yeah.
Let me live my life. But in the day, it comes down to what's best for the kid, man.
What's best for the child, yeah.
It's in my situation, it's gotten so bad where we can't communicate. I gotta communicate to my mother. You know what I'm saying? And then what really made me mad about stuff is like when I have them over my house and she asks a question, I respond, but I can't get the same courtesy. It's like this is crazy to me. And if I go over there to her house to be like a demanding, like I need to do this or that, you know what I'm saying? Then this was gonna happen to me. It's just ridiculous how they can just use a child as a weapon, man.
Weaponize a child.
It's crazy, man. It's like,
man, yeah.
It don't have nothing to do. Me and you don't have nothing to do with my love I have for my child. It doesn't have nothing to do with it. So, that's your own selfishness. Your own selfishness that is causing a rift. I don't have to talk to you. We don't have to get along. But in the end of the day, we have to do what's best for the child. So
you have to be cordial for the child. That's it.
Exactly. Well, yeah. Like I said, I'm probably going to have to just pay somebody. I'm probably going to be paying mediation, which is more wasted money. You know what I'm saying? That money could be going to the child. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, some people make it harder than it has to be.
Exactly.
Yeah, man. A lot of times, man, the kid get used as a weapon. You got people that keep the child away from you. Stop all communication. Hide the kids. I got a buddy, man. Shoot, I got a buddy, man. He had custody. He won custody, and the kids had his kids had visitation with their mama, and she ran off with him, and the law did nothing. She kidnapped him, and the law did nothing. It's very lopsided, man.
Yeah.
See, we got a comment here, Mr. Clay. It's hard to father when the mother is shading your healthy image or love for your child. Exactly. It is, man. Man, I've dealt with this myself, man. And my kids, I don't tell no lies to my children. So when they ask me something, when they was younger, I would say, when you get older, we'll have a conversation. Right now, you're a kid. This is above your head. Stay in a child's place. When you get older, you ask me anything you want to know, I'll tell you. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, they'll paint this picture, and man, it's so bad, man. I've had times where people have tried to purposely make you look bad in front of the kid. At one time I was purposely given the wrong dates for an award ceremony. And I told my child I was gonna be there. You know what I'm saying? And I was given the wrong dates. So when I did show up, they was like, "What you doing here?" They just thought it popped up out of nowhere. But because and I had talked to my daughter, and she was like, "Dad, you gonna be there?" I'm like, "Yeah, Dad'll be there." But I was given the wrong dates. And then when that day came, my daughter called me crying hysterically. She said, "You said you was gonna be here, but you wasn't." I say, "I was told it was this day." She said, "No, it was today." I say, "But this is what was given to me." And I was like, because in that time, me and the mother had bad blood. You know what I'm saying? So she purposely did that at the time to try to make me look bad in front of my child. And boy, that hurt. It hurt the kid the most. You know what I'm saying? So don't hurt the kid. If you and the father ain't seeing eye to eye, and you and the mother ain't seeing eye to eye, don't hurt that child to get back at that person. Don't do that.
Yeah, and I'm saying no. And it goes both ways, not just men, but women too, man. It's like, there's some sorry man out there too, man. But you actually got somebody who's trying to do the right thing, man. It's like, you trying to. It's just crazy to me. It's like I'm gonna go with my situation, man. I had my baby's mother tell me that she don't get no help well, one, you don't get no help because you don't tell me nothing. So how am I supposed to help if you don't tell me nothing? Two, I don't get no help. So you don't get no help, but my child, I'm supposed to have my child 2 weekends out of a month. He's over there no least than 8, right? But he's actually over there more sometimes, which I don't care. You know what I'm saying? So you can,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? I'm grinding, working 6 days, try to pay child support. You know what I'm saying? So I don't get to see him as much as I would like to because I got to pay child support, which is fine. You know what I'm saying? That's my responsibility is to pay the child support, right? But also, it's your responsibility. It becomes your responsibility because you put me in a situation where I can't. You took my time away from me because I have to go make this money. You can't expect me to just stop what I'm doing and stop working. You know what I'm saying? To go do something because all of a sudden you want me to do it. It doesn't work like that. Because if I stop working, the penalties against me are severe. You have no penalties. If you know what I'm saying? And not saying that you don't have no penalty. Well, I'm trying to rephrase this in a good way. But you put me in a situation where you took my time away from me. So you want my time or do you want my money? You can't have both, right? Unfortunately, you can't have both. So you made a choice to pick money over time. You know what I'm saying? I was willing, I was giving my time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you can't have, you put me in a situation where you took me out the picture because I got to grind and work,
Yeah, I
because,
understand that.
I ain't gonna say they take an unfair amount. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna say that. I just have to make more money. But as soon as I make more money, they're gonna, increase it anyway. So you're in a trap. Yeah, you're in a trap.
All right, so at this time, we are welcoming author, podcast, businesswoman, coach, podcast influencer, Coach Tina Ramsey.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are. The media network, that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above par. Never lasting, motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health is here. We got it, reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence, all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR is who we are. The media network, that's the best by far, you know. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. Yourself, your health is here, we got it. Reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence, all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR is who we are. The media network, that's the best by far, you know. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network.
If anybody's interested in getting into podcasting, grab this book. Go on Amazon, grab this book. It goes with me almost everywhere. This book has like a workbook. It has places you can fill it in. It tells you how to monetize your podcast. It tells you how to set it up. It tells you about sponsorships. It even, listen, go on Amazon and get this book. And this is the Bible for podcasters. Listen, it was ranked #1 in podcasting books. Look right here. Best new podcasting book by Book Authority. Right there. Boom. And a little secret. Y'all, when you grab this book, I think it's page 43, there is a code on there. Listen, you can get access to her class, her course. Get her course. It's worth hundreds of dollars. But this book is it's less than $50. Grab this book on Amazon. I'm telling you, I carry it everywhere. She is the best. Grab this book on Amazon.
Join the She Trucking Foundation today and be a part of a supportive community of women in the trucking industry. Unlock exclusive access to valuable resources, including mentorship, educational workshops, and networking opportunities. Whether you're an experienced professional or just starting your trucking journey, She Trucking is here to empower you and help you thrive. Visit www.shetrucking.com to join us and drive your trucking career to new heights.
Like, I've been there, not knowing where to go, who to call, what to do. And all you just need is just that one person to just to take your hand and say, come on, we can do it together. And that's what I'm trying to do. Like I said,
I love that.
If anything, let me help you figure out how to get out. Let me help you with an exit plan.
All right. An exit plan.
An exit plan. Because that
I like that.
that's the hardest first step, is to get that confidence that I can get out. But once you get out and you just do one little thing, just take one event at a time.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you look back 9 months later, you're like, wow, I can't believe that I've been through all that. But yeah, if you look at it as one huge ball, it's going to be overwhelming.
Of course.
Like with the business, with what you do at KBBU. You don't say, okay, start a business and you throw everything at someone. No, you say, okay, no, let's start it let's give them baby steps and walk them through baby steps.
Mm-hmm.
What is it that you want to do? You talk about the concept, you have it to write it down, make a plan. That's in the Bible.
That's it.
Okay?
That's it.
Started with that. And then, okay, now that you've written it down and you know what you want to do, let's start putting it in together. Okay, go get the what do you call it? From the state. I can't think of the word.
Secretary of State, your articles.
That's it. Go get your articles. Once you do that, go get your EIN. And once you do that, you do step by step by step. And then over 24 weeks later, which is the course, you look back, you're like, oh shucks, I got a legitimate business.
Hey, I'm a real business.
And then you take people through marketing. Not only do you have a business, but then you show them in marketing how to get their name out there, how to get their product out there, how to generate the money. And then you take them through the taxes and how not to be audited because I mean, let's be serious. Because you have the proper paperwork, you know what you need. And you introduce them to people who will help them.
Absolutely. Yep. The network Mr. Carl was talking about earlier today when he was graduating, the network is off the charts.
Mm-hmm.
Like we got somebody for everything that you need as a business owner. So thank you for sharing that, Kim. Like that's huge. That's really huge for them to understand. If you come into KBBU, you don't have to look nowhere else. We got it all set up for you. Every business owner.
All of that, because I got my business plan through you.
Yes. Yes. The actual class walks you through step by step of your business plan. So you don't even have to go anywhere else. But we do have an extended version, Miss Jasmine, that will actually, in her business culture management, will help you to establish a more professional business plan if you like. But we have a one-stop shop. So whatever you need, we are here for you at KBBU. And Kim, if you could just share with them again how to get in touch with you. I just want to make sure that they get that down in their spirit. And you can share with them where you're located. Where are you located?
California.
Hey!
They can call me at 888-757-3738 or 888-75-RESET.
75-RESET. Let's go. Let's go. See, that's easy to remember, y'all. That's real easy to remember. And do you have an address of where they can, or an email address?
Yeah, info@divinereset.org.
info@divinereset.org. Love it. Love it. So listen, guys, hit Kim up if you know anybody, or if you are yourself going through any of these situations, please reach out to her. You can give me a call and I can definitely get that message over to her. Again, our information is www.kbbullc.com. Go ahead and give us a call at 855-522-8552, or you can email us at info@kbbullc.com as well. So here we are. Congratulations. We're at the end of your graduation. I'm so proud of everybody. I'm so proud of you. Like, this is huge. This is so good. So good. So would you recommend anybody to come to KBBU, Kim? Really, seriously?
I do have a couple of people, and actually Phil was talking to a young lady on her job. On his job. She wants to start a business, and she's supposed to be calling me. So,
All right.
yeah.
I wasn't expecting that. I was just saying, do you think it's a good business school for people to join so that they can really get themselves out there?
Yeah, like I said, once you come in, you walk in without a business or how to run your business, or maybe even not even have a concept of what your business is. But by the time you're done in 24 weeks, you have everything you need to start it. You're marketing your business and you're on your way. Only want to limit you and where you go in it is yourself, because
that's it.
Finish the class, you're ready.
Hey, that's what I'm talking about. Yes. Well, if you don't have anything else, that's going to be a wrap for us tonight. And we have some more graduates coming up tomorrow. So y'all stay tuned. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time. Hey, hello. How y'all doing tonight? At 10 something in the nighttime. Hello, my name is Michelle Green. I am the founder of Kingdom Builders Business University. Welcome. If you're wondering what I'm doing tonight in the late night hour, guess what? We have another graduate for you guys. We want to present before you. So let's celebrate tonight, Miss Tatira Glenn. Hello, Tatira. How are you doing?
I am doing wonderful. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm so excited for you.
I'm excited
Yes. So you guys, if you're wondering who I am or what we're doing, if you're watching us for the first time, again, my name is Michelle Green. I am the founder of a business school, and we graduate entrepreneurs within 4 to 6 months in our semester course term. And guess what? We have over 20 graduates, some of which last week and this week have already graduated individually. And now tonight we're going to graduate and celebrate Miss Tatira Glenn. So thank you for watching.
Thank you.
And so Tatira, let's talk about how we even met. How did we connect?
We connected through a women's conference. You were Kingdom Business Builders University was an answer to a prayer.
Oh my goodness.
I was invited to a women's conference via Zoom, and you were one of the guests. But prior to that women's conference, about 2 weeks prior to that conference, I had in my prayer time wrote out some specific things that I was seeking the Lord for, and one of them was a business coach.
Wow.
And the Lord answered that prayer.
Oh my God, that's amazing. Oh my God.
Absolutely.
Yes, that is amazing. Oh my goodness. So yes, I remember Miss Jaquisha Callis had a Rise and Reign conference called War. That'll be probably coming up again in January of 2024. So y'all definitely keep your notifications on so we can share that information whenever it comes out. But yes, we met at the Women Arise and Reign conference where I was a guest speaker, and I didn't even know like anything about you and where you're from or anything, but we met and we connected in that conference. It was amazing how many people really got a chance to connect with each other in that conference. It was such an amazing conference. Shout out to Jaquisha Callis, one of our business life management coaches. Yes. So what happened is we connected from the conference, and then you decided to come into not the credit repair side, but the business course. Woo!
Absolutely.
Yes.
Best decision of my life.
Okay. So tell me, how did you already have a business?
I did. My business, Health Craze LLC, was birthed about a year after COVID in March 2021.
Okay, Health Craze. So that means that you're crazing healthy habits, right?
Right, absolutely.
Awesome. I love that term, that craze. I craze it. Just like you crave, but craze. It's like crazy craving. Yes. For being healthy. I love it. I love it.
You got it.
Okay. All right. And where are you located out of, Tatira?
I am in Detroit, Michigan.
Detroit. Another graduate. That's your cousin, actually, right?
Yes, Jason's my cousin.
Awesome. Go ahead, Detroit in the house. I love it. I love it. You guys are all over the United States, internationally, just everywhere. And we're looking forward to the next term in August 23rd through December the 13th for the next class. And wherever you are, listen, if you're an entrepreneur, don't be trying to do business by yourself. Go ahead and come on to KBBU so we can help you to do business together. So, Tatira, tell us a little bit about Health Craze and what that's really about. Like, how did you get started on your journey? What was your passion?
So Health Craze was started, as I stated, in March 2021. I had a little bit of a health scare myself in regards to my health. I felt completely horrible. No other way to put it. I felt completely horrible. I felt weak. Not a lot of energy. I was overweight, and one day I literally felt like I was about to pass out or faint. That was how bad I felt. And I had my husband take me to emergency. He took me to emergency. They ran all types of tests, CAT scans, MRIs. They took my blood multiple times, and the only thing that they could find was a urinary tract infection. But that's all they could find was a urinary tract infection.
Wait. You said that you had fatigue and you had all kind of pains and ailments and all kind of stuff going on in your body, and the only thing that they resulted that from was a urinary tract infection?
Yes.
Come on, man. Like, that's crazy. So what happened? Did they find out what was wrong?
No, they couldn't find anything. They kept me overnight. After running all those tests, they discharged me the next day. They sent me home, of course, on antibiotics for the urinary tract infection. And even after being home and being on the antibiotics for, I believe it was maybe a week that they gave me the antibiotics for, I still felt horrible. I still felt tired. I still felt weak. I still were having all these aches and pains, and I was going to go back to emergency, but I was going to go to a different hospital, another emergency, and
didn't sound like they knew what they was talking about.
Yeah, because we know our bodies, and you know when something's not right with your body. You know when something is going on with your body.
Yes.
And so I just prayed about it, and in my spirit, I just felt that it was time for me to really change my eating habits, because I had unhealthy eating habits. I would eat a lot of fast food. I was a junk food junkie. Had to have junk food every night, chips, candy, juice, you name it. I had to have it. I had a sweet tooth. Yeah. And so I was eating horribly. And so I said, okay, it's time for me to make a change, because I felt like at this point it was life or death. I felt really this was a life or death situation. And so I made a drastic change. I stopped eating meat completely.
What?
Yes.
Hold up. I don't know if our audience out there can get with that one, but I mean, hey, I can fast for a couple of days or so, you know. But that's a big, that is a really serious big leap if you gave up meat, just cold turkey.
Cold turkey.
Wow.
Meat, sugar. No cakes, no pies, no cookies, no juice. I only had natural sugars from my smoothies I would make or the fruit that I would eat. No bread for a long time. I literally were on basically a plant-based diet: fruits, vegetables, grains, your beans, your nuts.
Okay.
And I lost about 90 pounds.
Oh, that's almost 100 pounds. Just from making that minor change. I mean, that's not a minor
No
change.
way, it wasn't.
A major change, because sugar and meat, like, I don't know, like, how audience feel about that. Y'all put down below what y'all thinking in y'all mind. But I don't know if that's what Tatira said that you gotta do. But
no. No.
That's
just what I did, because
gosh, okay. So that's what you did, and that became a business for you?
Yes, because I've always loved creating things. So in the kitchen, I like natural things, herbs. I was going to the gym for a while consistently. So anything that has to do with health and wellness, I've always had a love for it. And so I would create healthy meals that really pushed me into a position to really get creative, even in the kitchen with my meals, because sometimes you get bored with the same old salad: lettuce, tomatoes, cucumbers, onions.
All right.
And so
I had to testify to that. I can testify to that.
Yes, so I had to get creative in the kitchen, and from that, Health Craze LLC was birthed.
Okay, that's awesome. Oh my goodness. Yes, yes. So tell us what you do exactly. Are you packaging meals, or are you doing just smoothies? How do you get business? Like, what exactly are you offering to the audience?
So right now we have salads, fruit trays, and a lot of my salads and my fruit trays I do a meal prep. So for those who work and they want to have something on hand for lunch that's healthy, and they don't want to order out and order unhealthy items, or even for those individuals who are even for those individuals that are busy. They're busy all day and they don't have time to cook. Because one thing, even for me personally, what I found is when I'm not prepared, it's so easy to stop at the restaurant and get something unhealthy because you're hungry, or if you don't have anything even prepared at home, you'll either just grab the quickest thing out the refrigerator, and it may not be anything healthy. And so we do meal preps, the salads, the fruit trays. We offer sea moss gel.
Sea moss in the house? Come on, let's do it.
Elderberry syrup.
Elderberry syrup. Y'all hear the elderberry?
Smoothies, fruit smoothies.
Yes,
And
I love smoothies.
And my products are 100% vegan, so I don't use any animal products.
Where my veganettes out there? My veganeers. Where they at? Where my vegans? My daughter in London is a vegan, so she would love to have some shipped over to her. I'm sure. We're gonna talk afterwards, okay?
Okay.
Yes, that's awesome. So when you had your business originally, before you came to KBBU, what was your business like before KBBU and after KBBU? Let's do a before-after moment.
Before KBBU, it was just me out here alone. Out here alone, lost, trying to figure it out, trying to figure things out by myself, moving a little slow, struggling a little bit.
Oh no.
I was getting things done, but it was at a slow process of trying to figure it out, and am I doing the right things, and trying to make the right connections. But after KBBU, I gained not only one coach, but several coaches.
Hey! Yes, ma'am.
Several coaches who have been so amazing. You guys have been amazing because you all are so willing to help. Even when you don't hear from us, one of the coaches is messaging you saying, hey, what's going on? Are you okay? Nakia just messaged me yesterday. And she said, hey, I was just checking in on you. Is everything okay? Give me a call. And so now I feel like you guys are my coaches, my business coaches, but then I also feel like I've gained a family. We're like family with the coaches and with the class. And so just having that help, that hands-on, it's the hands-on help.
Yes.
You guys really will take you by the hand and say, okay, this is, you need to look for this, or this is how you do this. And so I love that.
Oh, thank you so much.
Amazing.
Yes. That is so amazing. So shout out to our coaches, Coach Nakia, Coach Carl, Coach Jaquisha, Coach Jennifer. Shout out to the coaches in the and thank you, of course, for the one and only Michelle Green. Thank you. All credit goes to him, though. All credit goes to the Lord.
Absolutely.
Yes. So what was your favorite? I'm going to ask you this question because I've been asking this question and people have been saying all of them. But what is your favorite course out of the business setup, the business credit and funding, the business management, and the business marketing and sales? What's your favorite?
I think I have to go with everybody else.
Oh my gosh!
I say all of them because KBBU and the way that is structured, the way that is set up, it's like no other. And I told you before, I've taken other business courses, but KBBU,
wow,
it's like no other. It's definitely like no other. I love the way that it's structured. I love all of the information in each course.
Wow.
So there really was no favorites because you literally need all of those things in order to run a successful business. And just even the way that the courses are taught, how you correlate running a business to how God runs the kingdom of heaven, and how we are supposed to run our business the same way. It's just it's like no other. It's amazing. Okay. So I have to go with everybody else and say all of them.
Oh my God, thank you so much. Yes, the vision is that God gave me a blueprint for running business parallel to the kingdom of God. And that is what KBVU's foundation is based on. So everything we are pulling from what God has taught me over the years. I've been an entrepreneur for 30 plus years, Satira. And to our audience, listen, that's a long time to be in business. I started when I was 19. Okay. So that's, don't be doing the math. I hear y'all out there trying to oh, she said 30 years. Yes, I know I look good for my age. Okay, thank you.
Yes, you do.
I'm just messing with y'all for real. But seriously, we've been doing business over 30 years, and God has really shown us some things about being business owners, and especially when you're out there trying to do business alone and there's no guidance and people don't really want to share what they know about how to be a business owner. It's hard out here for some entrepreneurs. So we just want to share the wealth of information. If you're interested in coming to our class on the fall class, again, that starts August 23rd through December the 13th. But if you're not interested in coming to a group session, which I highly recommend, right, Tatira?
Absolutely.
Okay, the group session, the classroom setting with the other entrepreneurs is really where it's at. So you can go ahead and register for that. Now we're only registering at $80. That's it. Like, you are not going to find that anywhere else. You do your registration for $80. We take the $80 and we will hold your spot because we are not going to take a large crowd. We never do. We want to make sure that the coaches can accommodate the students. And so we want to make sure that we have an equal amount of coaches and students so that we can accommodate everybody and their needs in business. But if you are interested in doing business individually with myself and some of the other coaches, then you can do the individual strategy sessions. They are available whenever you're ready to start. We will set up 12 weeks of sessions. Every single week, we will have a session with you. And you can do that right now. We're running that price. It's a discounted rate. Are y'all ready? $600. I know they think I'm crazy, Tatira. I know they think they're like,
it's unheard of.
A sale for $600 and you're doing business coaching, you offering all of this? Yes, it is a value of about $5,000 to $10,000 what we offer to our students. But listen, we're all about sharing the wealth, helping people, making sure you understand so that you can plant some seeds into somebody else and pay it forward. That's what KBBU is all about. So if you're interested, go to our website, www.kbbulllc.com. You can email us at info@kbbulllc.com, or you can call us at 855-522-8552. Awesome. Yes. Yes. So, is there any last remarks about what you liked or what you would recommend to somebody that's looking at KBBU for the first time? Anything that you want to share about your business?
I would definitely recommend anybody that is looking for, any entrepreneurs that are looking at starting a business, or if you've already started a business and you need additional assistance, I highly, highly recommend KBBU. Woo! It is like no other. You will learn so much information. The coaches are always willing to help. They never make you feel like you're bothering them. They have such an open door policy. As you can see, Michelle is doing the interview past 10 o'clock. Past 10 o'clock at night.
That's right. Tell them, Tatira. Tell them. You don't find no coaches. They cut off at 4 o'clock, not 5. They cut off at 4. Some of them, okay. You ain't gonna be talking to the head coach, no. So
and they're just willing to help you and work with you, and then they even are still offering assistance even though we're done and we have graduated. They are still offering assistance and offering help for those who need it. And then the price, I've seen so many business courses and they want thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. So even the cost to have coaches, especially a coach who's been in business 30 years, you're not going to get it at the rate that this.
Thank you so much, Tatira. Yes. Y'all better listen to these students. That's why we have them coming on to express their business ideas to you and share their opportunity for you to connect with them. But listen, guys, these are real life people. These are not actors. We don't be playing them kind of games. Nothing about us is fake. You ought to concede that we are real and authentic here. Like we just come to you correct. We don't know any other way to go. We don't know anything else to do. We just come to you like how TI is, and nobody, because no situation is too hard for us to resolve together. So thank you so much, Tatira, for coming on tonight. I know it's late, but we wanted to make sure we graduate every single person that is ready to graduate. Within the next few weeks, we'll be having some more students come through. So y'all just set your notifications. Go ahead and subscribe to our YouTube channel, kb.michellegreen. Follow us on Facebook. Connect with us on Instagram, Twitter. We're on TikTok. We're on every social media, LinkedIn, all of it. So connect with us everywhere. Set your notifications. Join, subscribe, like, share, tell everybody. You know KBBU because we would love to help them to get their business to the level that they want to grow it to. And
absolutely.
Yes, yes, yes. So finally, we come to the end. We want to celebrate Satira, so y'all give a shout out. Put your congratulations in the comments. Like, tell her congratulations, y'all.
Yeah. Oh, I need to tell you guys how to find me.
You did it. You did it. Come on, let's go. You did it. Okay,
yes.
Like,
glory, 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 glory.
Clock at night. I am. Y'all don't even know what class be like. Class be off the charts. The charts. Okay. But anyhow,
I need to tell you guys where to find me.
Yes, tell them.
If anyone is interested in ordering from Health Craze, you can contact me at 8773H-CRAZE. That's 8773, the letter H, and Craze is C-R-A-Z as in zebra E. That is our phone number. We're on Facebook at Health Craze, and our Instagram is health.craze.llc. We do have a website, but it is under maintenance right now, but it will be up and running soon so that you guys can order on our website.
That is okay. I put your information out there so they can see and they can connect with you. And do you have an email address that they can connect with you on too?
Yes. Our email address is support@healthcrazeorders.com. That is support@healthcrazeorders.com.
Healthcrazeorders.com. All right. I love it. I love it. So yes, guys, if you're interested in getting some meals shipped, some salads, you say you got some sea moss for us, you got some smoothies. I really love smoothies. So
me too.
Detroit, we about to hit you up. You and your cousin Jason. Talking about y'all better prepare those meals for us. Yes. I'm trying to tell you.
Fruit trays.
Yes. Yes.
And we do.
I love fruit. Come on now. I got a sweet tooth too. That's part of my problem. So
we do fruit table displays as well.
Okay. Awesome. That's so great. That is so great. Awesome. So listen, guys, let's celebrate Tatira. We got a couple of gifts for you coming in the mail. We got your KBBU. KBBU house. Yes, yes, yes. And guess what? We got you a certification. Look at your girl. Look at your certificate, girl. What?
Oh, I'm so excited. I can't wait to get it.
Oh my God, it's so exciting. Yes, I know. Yes. Woo! So we'll be shipping it out this week. So it should be coming in the mail shortly. But congratulations, we got so many more gifts, and you already got your vacation gifts from Preston.
Yes, vacation. Hey,
Preston.
Thank you, Preston.
Yes, yes. He gave us 2 different vacations, 4-day trip, all expense paid. All we got to do is pay the taxes and the activation. And then he gave us a 2-day trip in addition to the 4-day trip. So to go anywhere in the world in the next 2 years, we are planning some vacations.
That is amazing.
You never know what kind of things gonna happen at KBBU. You don't know what kind of special prizes you might get. You don't know what kind of graduation surprises. I mean, it's just all kind of stuff that happens here.
Absolutely.
I'm telling you, for real. We had one class where they gave away like $250.
Oh wow!
Yeah, we gave away some cash. We done gave away all kind of stuff, gift cards. You don't know what's gonna happen. You just gotta get in where you fit in, okay?
Get in.
That's right.
Yes.
Yes.
Those vacations were another answered prayer.
Oh, okay.
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 Because I need a vacation.
Oh wow! I did not know that. That's what I'm talking about. Yes, we all need to take a little vacation. I tell you what, about graduations, I am gonna take a vacation.
You all have me ready to move to South Carolina.
I'm trying to tell you right now, let's go South Carolina in the house. We love all the states. We love all the country. Love them all. Come on down to the headquarters of KBBU, Columbia, South Carolina is where we're located. But it doesn't matter where you are. We can still provide you a service. Just give us a call. Go to our website, click on the contact us link, or just email us at info@kbbulp.com. Listen, we love you guys. We thank you so much for watching. And like I said, keep your notifications on because you never know when we're going to pop up. All right. Until next time.
Bye. Thanks, Michelle.
Take care.
Good night.
Good night.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to KB Michelle.
The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today on Amazon.com by simply searching the Homeschooling Interactive Magazine. The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy from Amazon today.
Amazing.
the warehouses and accepting it. And now at home, we got to figure out what we're going to do next. We got to figure out that we got to kind of make a way like, okay, well, we were counting on this, but with the military, the doctor, their pay is guaranteed, it's locked in. They know what to expect. It ain't going to stop. Uncle Sam is going to take care of them, the doctor. But on the trucker aspect, our pay is not as guaranteed as it is. And a lot of our drivers are independent to where they are the sole provider. They are independent. Like for me, I have a regular job, but I cover medical. If he was to cover medical on our end, on the business aspect, oh my God, you can only imagine what we would be paying out of. So I make sure that my regular job covers medical. So that's one less expense that we have to worry about on the other end.
Wow. I have never heard it explained, period, like that. You're right. I never even thought about that scenario that doctors, lawyers, all of them, their stuff is pretty much set. But as regards to truckers, it's not. It's based upon what you're doing. And sometimes they don't get paid the way that they should get paid for relative loads. And so that trickles down to the family, meaning you have to shift, and then you have a wife, or you have a husband, or you have children, and then you still have the regular day-to-day expenses plus incidentals. For example, we was talking before, and say, for example, he goes out of town. As soon as he goes out of town, the washing machine break.
Yes. It never fails. And anybody, I know you guys out there can co-sign for me. Like as soon as he walks out that door, that smoke, he been home for 4 days. That smoke detector ain't went off at all. As soon as I drop him off at that truck stop, that smoke detector, the filter on the refrigerator, the little pipe starts humming. It just never fails. And I can't say him home. I got to figure out how to manage this without him worrying while he's out there, then that's the wheels ain't rolling, but nothing's coming in. So now I got to get on YouTube and figure out how to do it.
Yeah, because as long as the wheels are not running, that means that you're not don't even have the potential to get paid, you know. So it's very crucial that you keep him on the road for that income, but also not stressing him out as he's on the road, because it's already a very unsafe, I would say unsafe working environment in many ways. Some of the things that the truckers have to endure in order to put a loaf of bread on the shelves is ridiculous. You would think that something will be mandated by now, which we are working on different stuff, that it will make sure that the truckers are taken care of the way that they need to be, the way that they take care of us by getting everything in. But we know that is not always the case, and far from it. And that's why we need to have these healthy conversations about this, to make it public awareness so that these things can be changed.
Yes, there is no protection out there for them.
No, it's not. It's not. And then when you start adding in another facet, if you're a woman and you're driving, it's even more unsafe for women that drive on the road. So
oh my God. And that has grown over the years, even being connected with She Trucking, and to see how that has grown. I love my girls out there. I love my girls out there.
Oh yes. So with what you're doing, I know that you wrote the book, and give us the title.
The title is The Truck Driver's Wife, Holding Down the Home Front. And that's what we're doing. We are holding down this home front.
And so with your book, I know that you're bringing self-awareness for individuals like myself who may not drive trucks or may not even know about the trucking industry, which I do, but individuals who may not. You're bringing awareness to that. And also you're bringing, just like She Trucking has brought together minority women together in order to help them with diversity and inclusion, and also safety and different things like that. I see that you are building your community within the community with your book. And how are you helping individuals with your community?
With my community, my mission is with the community is to help a relationship. This industry gets a bad rap on relationships. To help a relationship, to provide my knowledge here to partners and spouses that are going through it, to let them know, as I always say, hey, you're not alone, to share my experiences that we've been through, so that way it doesn't cause a wedge in your relationship. Like, hey, we've been through this. This is how we got through it. And if I can share my experiences, we've been through miscarriages, bankruptcies, short stuff. If I can share how we went through all that, so then that way, when you're going through it, or you want somebody to speak with, I can speak, girl, this is how we did it, and this is how, I know what you're going through. I know they're not there for big holidays or birthdays, and that, those Hallmark, I call them Hallmark calendar days. Those Hallmark calendar days. You don't let Hallmark dictate your life. That's just not there. But my mission, I'm working now this and going forward, is to partner with companies to speak at events, recruiting events, to speak and to let them know what to expect when they come into this industry, and try to help develop a resource to where, if their spouse is going through something, here's a number you can call, or a department you can call within this company to help you. So you don't, I won't say don't disturb the driver, but we need them to concentrate on the highway. We need them to know that house is taken care of, so they can concentrate and come home safely. That's all they want to do, is just come home safely. And if they know that we got this, and they know we know where the resources is to get what we need, like I know where to go get the filter for this refrigerator, and I know where the ladder is at to fix, and those are minor, tell them, minimum. But if we have a department where we can help them with those resources, it'll take less off of the drivers out there on the road. And safety is the biggest thing. We want them to come home safe with all their toes and limbs.
Exactly. I agree with you. And I'm so happy, just in case, for those of you who are just tuning in, we are speaking with the amazing Sandra Covington. She is an author, and she is helping spouses and significant others hold down the home front when their significant others is on the road. Many times we hear about the trucking and transportation industry, but we really don't understand behind the scenes of what's really going down. And so Sandra is making it her mission to be able to provide resources, community support for ones who are holding it down at home. And so what we're going to do, we're going to take a commercial break. And then when we come back, we're going to talk a little bit more about what she does, and how you can take part and support what she does. And we'll be back in a minute.
Well, you have any closing remarks before we head out?
Y'all, please support the movement of CTR Media Network. I'm telling you, being a part of this amazing media family, I can't go wrong, right? They have the support. They support us in all that we do. When we have questions, they take the time out to advise and mentor. So definitely check out the different plethora of shows that are on the network. I promise you, and I'm not saying this because I'm part of the family, but I promise you, you will be uplifted, inspired, educated, motivated, all the good stuff that we all need to carry ourselves out through the day. So definitely go check it out, y'all.
Awesome. I definitely appreciate it.
The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today on Amazon.com by simply searching the Homeschooling Interactive Magazine. The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy from Amazon today. And just like that, we are back, and I come along with a friend whom you may be asking, the amazing Sandra Covington. Welcome back. All right. So before the commercial break, we was actually speaking about some of the challenges that like a wife will go through, and making sure that the spouses, when things do go down at the house, that you're being able to handle this so that they can, do their job and get back home in one piece. And we have already discussed the various challenges that they undergo on the road as regard to safety and XYZ. But right now, what we're going to talk about a little bit more about, because I think it's very intriguing, because I heard you say this before we took the commercial break, that the transportation industry has a bad rap when it comes down to relationships. So let's just talk about that a little bit. What is this bad rap?
Oh, dang. There's somebody in every port. You can't trust them. I won't say it hurts, but it's bad, because that part of a person, the industry doesn't make that. The job does not make the person.
Mm-hmm.
And if a person is going to do that, they're going to do it whether they are working 9 to 5 and sleeping next to you every day.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of hurts like that, because it's not most of these drivers out there, 99.9% just want to drop the load, come home safe, be with their family. They don't want to be out there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they don't want to be away from their family as much as they are, but they know that they have to do it in order to provide for the family. And some of them are the sole breadwinner. And it's bad when you hear through media, social, people talking like, oh, how can you trust them? They got somebody. And then when they leave home, you can't trust them, because I know my man and I know I can trust him.
Mm-hmm.
It's you know your person, you can trust. And I might add, Ms. Tina, that you want to make them want to come home too. You can't, you can't bicker and argue with them that they weren't here when they get home, because they ain't gonna want to come home. It's like, oh baby, I got another load. I'm gonna stay out an extra week.
Mm-hmm.
So you want to make them feel welcome when they come home, whether it's a roast in the crock pot smelling when they come home, or hey, I missed you, now let's sit at the table and go over what you missed while you were gone for those weeks. But we have to do our part too. It's not all just the one-sided, but it's just bad when you hear that talk, because as I said, an industry does not make a cheater, adulterer, however you want to look at it. It doesn't make that.
I agree with you on that, because it really doesn't matter about the industry per se. It's the person and what they decide to do. And I have heard that too, saying, oh, you can't trust a truck driver. But that is not the case. I have met some amazing family-oriented truck drivers that are faithful to their mates. And so I'm glad that you're shedding light on the myth that truck drivers cannot be faithful, because that is not true. There are many, and the fact that you've been married for 16 years proves that myth, that theory is out the window. So that's not true. So this wasn't no 1, no 2, no 3, no 4 years. This 16.
No, this is life.
Yes, that's a lifetime. So I mean, if we go by age, that'll be a 16-year-old child. So like, come on now, that's a lot.
Exactly. I mean, come on, think about it. Most of them, they drive 10 hours a day. They got to sleep 10 hours. They ain't got no time to know. They got to sleep, get up, eat, and keep those wheels rolling. So that all they want to do is get home safely and make sure the house is taken care of.
Exactly. So the fact that I like what you're doing is that for the ones who may have the family friend or the neighbor or other people talking in their ear, oh, your husband been gone for 3 weeks, oh, this and that, the fact that you're providing a community of support in your book and you being so transparent with your journey is also helping to inspire and encourage them, and also just have those healthy conversations. Because having a community of people who are experiencing what you're experiencing, it's that sense of normalcy that you need, that community.
And so I'm glad that you're taking the time and making it your mission to pull everybody together. So like, wait. No, that's not true. That's not true. Let me show you how you can fix the light bulb on that refrigerator. You know, what for YouTube video that I just used. Hold up, before you say that, you can get it a lot cheaper over here and get the same results, you know.
Yes.
So, or that good old crock pot recipe that made him come say, I'm ready
Girl, I make sure that crock pot is full when he walks in that door. You know, at least the first night you're going to get a home cooked meal. The second night you're taking me out. I get my date night. You know.
I know that's right. So when you being that, because you said when you first got married, you know, this is just part of your lifestyle, would it be anything that you would say that you would change, or anything that you would like wish you would have knew beforehand, before coming to Trucker's Wife?
Wow. I wish I would have known. Well, you know what? I could say I'm gonna go back and forth. I can say, one, we learn from our expenses, and I think I'm stronger for what I have been through.
Mm-hmm.
What I would have known, wish I would have known about, and I talk about it about 10, 11 years ago, he was a company driver. We bought our own truck and we tried to do it on our own through our own authority. 6 months later, we're in bankruptcy. So it took us years to pull out of that. And then we tell people nowadays, don't have your capital, have equity, have money sitting aside before you jump into this. Because that first tire blow, that first mechanical thing, they ain't $10 or $20 like our regular cars. You know, those things cost. So I on that part, as far as the industry, I wish maybe I would have studied a little bit about that. But he did it before I did it. So before I came in, he was already a driver. So he had the ideas, but we didn't realize it was going to hit us as hard. But that made us stronger to where 10 years later, we're out of bankruptcy. We just bought a new house. We just, he came to me and he was like, I want to buy another truck. I want to get my own trailer. I developed a sweat because I went back 10 years ago to where, hey, we just lost our house and we just built we just got a nice credit score, you know. So I went through that, but I trust, I'm like, you know what, if we're going to do it, we're going to do it right this time. We've learned, let's jump in there and do it. So I think I think if I would have just researched, if you're going to get in there, the marriage part, oh, please, I can talk about that all day. You know, marriage is marriage, you know.
Yeah.
Marriage is marriage. It's fun. It's loving. I'm gonna say, Tina, the first time we had that argument, I realized that I can't go to my apartment and he can't go to his. We got to sit in this house and talk about this.
Yeah. Yeah. You sure do. Oh, it's gonna be very awkward.
But that's the marriage part is the fun part about it to me. It's the business aspect and trying to keep the roof over the head and the finances. That's the part we got to come to the table, and we had to really regroup on that.
Oh yes, and I'm glad that other people can hear, because you touched a lot of people's hearts with that one phrase. When you had said we had to start over, and you know, many people. And then when you finally got everything straight, finances rebuilt, got everything back to A1, did he come back with the same thing that wait, but you trust them, and then you went on ahead. So the thing is, you guys, sometimes you do have to start over and rebuild, and you just don't know what you just don't know. And so you was able to take previous knowledge, be able to, you know, execute it for this. And so this is going to help a lot of people who may feel like they can't start over, or it's not light at the end of the tunnel. And the next thing that I want to ask you is, as a spouse, have you ever went on the road with your husband? And if so, how was it?
Before we got married, you have to see their world. You know, my pastor would always say, you have to see their world before you get married, because you can't just not marry somebody and not what. So yes, I went on the road with him the first time. We on the 40 Flagstaff, Phoenix, and everything, and he pulls over. It was a great ride. He pulls over about after he does his 10 hours on the side of the highway and is like, hey, look, we're gonna I gotta go to sleep. And I'm like, where is the hotel? He's like, oh no, we're sleeping back here, in the bed and everything. If you're not comfortable, he had two beds in there. I'm like, no, that's okay, I'm good. Girl, I sat up in that chair. I watched, I think, SWAT 3 times, Bad Boys twice. I did not sleep that whole night. And other trucks pulled up along the side, and everybody, they just shut down, goes like it's just nothing. And no, he woke up 10 hours late, like I said, 3 Bad Boys, a couple of SWATs, and whatever else was on that little portable DVD player, because it was years ago. He woke up and he was like, all right, I'm like, no, I didn't go to sleep. I'm going now, because now he's driving and I'm sleeping. And you guys, the myths about the truck stops and the showers are awesome. They're like your own little apartment in there and everything. It was very interesting. It was, but they take care of our drivers out there. Those truck stops take care of. They have their private. The doors are closed. It's not like a gymnasium, high school gym. You have your own little room in there. Now those bathrooms. I don't know if I can go graph it. We had to drop a load someplace that did not have a porta potty, and he took that milk carton, cut it open. I ain't did that, and so that little stuff was a little roughing it, but
it happens.
I love it. Yeah, it happened, and you got to go. You got to go.
Hey, it happens. Some of them got a good old bucket. So I mean, that's behind the scenes. So I really appreciate that, and the fact that I feel that every significant other should go on at least one ride with them, just to see, so that when ones try to chit chatter in their ear, they have already seen and experienced it, so they won't have a big question of how is it, what is it. They already have firsthand knowledge of what it is, what it isn't. And so when people have their opinion, you be like, no, that's not what it is. No.
Because I've talked to some who feel that they're just sitting. Oh, you're just sitting in the car driving all day, and I'm here all day with the kids, the dog, and this and that. No, they are. They have to. It's work, So I agree with you. Go out there, do a trip, take the kids, get in there in the summertime, and go see the family on the East Coast.
CTR Media Network has amazing opportunities to expand the visibility of business owners, entrepreneurs, authors, coaches, and podcasters on our platform. Would you like to be interviewed on any of our podcasting shows? Where we're booking right now, so go to ctrmedianetwork.com. Would you like to have an ad in our upcoming Podcast Revolution magazine? Well, simply go to our website and place your ad today. We also have commercial placement opportunities. We would love to play your commercial during the airing of our CTR Media Network Live and the Tina Ramsey Show. We would love to partner with you. If you feel that your business is a right fit, contact us about our sponsorship opportunities. CTR Media Network has a variety of different opportunities to fit every budget. So reach out to us by going to ctrmedianetwork.com and book the appropriate ad for yourself today.
Hey Think Fam, it's your favorite host, Michael Finkley, and you can listen to us on CTR Media Network. Go listen in.
Hello, my name is Dorothy Cook, Dr. Dorothy Cook, better known as the godmother and the millionaire maker. Why? Because I make millionaires. And I am on the Tina Ramsey Show. I'm so excited. I hope you'll be excited too. Tina got it going on. You need to have it going on. The Tina Ramsey Show with the millionaire maker. Join us.
Hello, everybody. You have just finished watching the CTR Media Network live stream. I am Dr. TJ Ramsey, the host of the CTR Media Network live stream. And make sure that you tune in. Make sure that you tune in every day, 7 days a week, 24/7, baby. And if you are a business owner and you would like for us to run your commercial during our live stream, please go to ctrmedianetwork.com. That's ctrmedianetwork.com and click the contact us tab, and we will get you started today. For those of you who are desiring, yes, you have an aspiration to become a podcaster, well, we have our own podcast course in which you complete and you get certified as a podcaster. We also have the #1 best-selling podcasting book, The Power of Podcasting, Unlocking Tips and Strategies for Podcast Success. And the ebook is on sale today for only $10. It has everything that you need to know in order to start your podcast from scratch today. And then after that, you come on over to CTRMediaNetwork.com. Thank you so much for all of our supporters, all of our sponsors, and all of our contributors. We do have an event coming up in February, which we're going to be telling you about coming on probably tomorrow or the first of next week. If you would like to be a sponsor or be a vendor for this event, make sure to go to ctrmedianetwork.com and click the events tab to become a sponsor and or vendor for our virtual event. We look forward to working with you, and thank you so much for all your support. We'll see you same time, same place tomorrow. Have a good day. Bye.
Oh my goodness, the mailman came. I hope my sweet little thing cookie's in here. I just hope it's in here. Let me see. Let me open this up. That's it. Sweet little thing cookies. That sweet little thing cookies. Oh, I'ma have me a ball now. Let me just get this right here. Little thing cookie. That sweet little thing cookie. Oh yeah. I finally got my cookies. This sweet little thing cookies. Oh, yeah. I'm going to have fun. This package kind of big, though. Man, it got a lot of cookies. Oh, yeah. This is the best day ever. I'm trying to tell you, I got my cookies, and I'm going to eat these cookies, and ain't nobody going to stop me. Wait, what? Marie, what you doing, man? You can't have those cookies right now. I'm sorry, we about to eat dinner. Once we finish dinner, then you can have those cookies. Go ahead, put them up. Are you serious, bruh? I got sweet Lestain cookies, and now I gotta wait for dinner? Fine, can I at least look at the cookies? Thank you. Oh my goodness, I have waited all this time now. I got to do all this. Fine. Oh yeah. I got my hands on some sweet Lestain cookies. But I can't eat them right now because bruh talking about I gotta wait to dinner. Okay, I'ma do that. But once I finish that, it's gonna be on y'all. Wait a minute. Bruh talking about cooking some food. All this is a can of salmon and some frozen biscuit. Bruh cannot cook. I know he don't think I'ma eat this. Ain't no way. Bruh. Hey, bruh. Daddy. Where are you? You set me up, homie. You had me about to eat a can of salmon and some frozen biscuit. I'm not down with that. I want my sweet Lestain cookies. My sweet Lestain cookies. Carrot cook. Is this what I'm saying? I was born by the river in a little old tent. Just like that river, I was running ever since. Marie, hey man, it ain't what it, not what it thinks. I'm sorry. I was just gonna eat one cookie, but I ate them all. It's not my fault, Marie. I know better than this. You tried to set me up, homie. You had me eating that nasty food, and you ate all the cookies?
Finish him.
No, Marie. No, Marie. No. Hey, family. I'm sorry y'all had to see that. But what did we learn today? One thing we learned is you don't mess with Marie and you don't mess with his sweet Lestane cookies. Tell him that right, Curtis. That's right, y'all. Don't mess with Marie and don't mess with his sweet Lestane cookie. That's all I got to say. I'm sorry.